Introduction asterisk. Lwyn was reduced to ashes in Norton's apocalyptic dragon flame, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the frozen wasteland of Game of Thrones. The remnants of his bronze and fiery authority were now inscribed upon his soul, as the dragon flames from another world ignited in the north. Chapter 1. The Lost Usurper. A chilling cold, penetrating to the marrow and tearing at the soul. Lwyn's consciousness floated amidst boundless darkness and excruciating pain. Each breath felt like swallowing shards of glass. The icy shards mingled with the metallic taste of blood slicing through his throat. The last memories still burned through his nerves. The flames of Norton, the authority that incinerated all, and he, like a moth, was easily torn apart, plummeting into eternal void. Lwyn, welcome to the real world. Senior brother, why did you join the academy? Hey, Lwyn, remember to attend my wedding with Yaji after this mission. Chaotic thoughts were interrupted by a biting cold wind, and Lwyn suddenly opened his eyes. Where am I? Wasn't I slaying dragons? Lwyn attempted to rise, only to discover that half of his body was buried in snow, and a grotesque wound on his chest glimmered with an eerie bronze hue. Shouldn't I be dead? Where is this? Did the system transport me again? Indeed, Lwyn was a traveler. Once an ordinary office worker, he had been carelessly cast into the world of Dragon Clan by a negligent system, tasked with the almost suicidal mission of seizing the authority of one of the 4 Dragon Kings, Norton. He had hoped to capitalize on his familiarity with the plot and the mixed-blood identity granted by the system to pick up the spoils behind the main characters, but he was incinerated to nothing upon his first encounter with the Dragon King. Ding. System detecting. No signs of Norton detected. Task deemed complete. Preparing to issue rewards. Reward distribution in progress. Error. Error. Current world exhibits discrepancies. Preparing to retract task rewards. Retrieval failed. Due to a significant bug in this system, automatic uninstallation commencing. Uninstallation complete. Lwyn was left dazed by this series of notifications. Was the system abandoning him? The good news was that the task rewards seemed to linger in the purification of his bloodline and Norton's authority. The bad news was that the system had vanished, and he was left without a retreat. With no other option, Lwyn had to carefully assess his current situation. His body had shrunk to that of an 11 or 12-year-old child, yet the heightened purity of dragon blood was visibly healing the wound at an accelerated pace and enhancing his resistance to the cold. His linguistic abilities, however, had diminished significantly. Perhaps the rules of this world hindered the effectiveness of the dragon tongue. Most crucially, he could sense a searing imprint of Norton's authority lurking within him, akin to a dormant volcano, though he could not yet summon it. At that moment, an ominous flapping sound reached his ears. A raven. It perched on a branch a few meters away, its size unusually large, its obsidian feathers seemingly absorbing all light, its eyes deep and icy, exuding an inhuman scrutiny. Lwyn instinctively locked eyes with the raven. In an instant, an unfamiliar force violently invaded his consciousness, making contact with the dormant bronze and fire imprint. The imprint suddenly burned. Agony surged through him like lava coursing through his veins. Lwyn shot up from the snow, his heart nearly exploding. The raven continued to circle above him, its dark eyes now reflecting a hint of solemn recognition. The raven circled low several times, emitting a hoarse call, then soared in a particular direction. After flying a short distance, it paused and looked back at Lwyn, its meaning clear. Follow me. Lwyn gazed at the peculiar giant raven, feeling the faint pain from the imprint it had probed and the chilling, desolate expanse of the snowfield around him. He had no choice. Tightening the tattered, thin clothing around him, he followed, step by step, relying on the enhanced physique of his mixed blood heritage. Time slipped away in uncertainty, and the sky grew increasingly somber. Just as Lwyn felt the limits of his childlike stamina, the raven suddenly emitted an urgent warning cry and ascended sharply. Lwyn snapped to attention. His keen senses detected that the unusual sound was not the wind, but rather a dragging, awkward footfall, accompanied by the unsettling sound of bones grinding together. Moments later, several distorted figures staggered out from the sparse, desolate woods. Before him stood corpses with gray-blue skin, clinging to their skeletal frames like tattered rags. Their eye sockets burned with ghostly blue flames, and tattered, frozen remnants of clothing hung from their forms, as they sniffed towards Lwyn, as if sensing their prey. What are these? Zombies? Undead? Or the native monsters of this world? Lwyn's internal alarm blared. He instinctively sought a weapon, but found only snow and dead branches. The The first monster lunged with a roar, its decaying claws reaching for Llewellyn's slender neck. Thanks to his training in the Dragon Clan world, Llewellyn's body reacted before his mind could catch up. The child's physique unleashed astonishing strength. Llewellyn sidestepped with a speed far surpassing the ordinary, narrowly avoiding the lethal claw. The monster missed, its body propelled forward by inertia. Llewellyn's diminutive stature became an advantage as he suddenly propelled himself forward, his small fists imbued with the ferocity of a mixed blood, striking fiercely at the side of the monster's knee. Crack! A sickening sound of bone fracturing echoed. The monster's leg bent at an unnatural angle, yet it seemed devoid of pain, emitting an enraged howl as it continued to lunge with its remaining leg and hands. Two more monsters closed in, their ghostly blue eyes locking onto him. Llewellyn's heart sank. With no weapon, his linguistic abilities currently ineffective, could he contend with three undead creatures relying solely on his shrunken body and brute strength? The dragon blood within him surged in response to the crisis, the healing of his wound intensifying the itch, and a primal, predatory ferocity began to fester within him. He utilized his speed and agility to maneuver, his small figure darting between the monster's clumsy attacks. Each dodge was perilous. Each counterattack required every ounce of strength, landing dull thuds against the monsters, causing physical damage yet failing to halt their advance. The ghostly blue flames blazed fiercely in their shattered eye sockets. Amidst the struggle, one monster seized upon Llewellyn's moment of vulnerability, its icy claws gripping his left arm. A bone-chilling cold instantly penetrated to his marrow, as if his very blood were freezing. Simultaneously, another monster's claws descended towards his head. "Get away!" Llewellyn roared, the bronze and fire imprint within him seemingly stirred by this life and death crisis and the extreme cold. A faint yet pure warmth suddenly erupted from the imprint, surging through his arm to the captured area. Sizzle! The claws gripping his arm emitted a trace of imperceptible blue smoke, as if scorched. The bone-chilling cold was forcibly dispelled for a fleeting moment. Seizing this ephemeral opportunity, Llewellyn unleashed all his strength, his right leg sweeping like a steel whip against the monster before him. Bang! The creature was sent flying by the force of Llewellyn's kick, infused with the might of his dragon lineage, crashing into the approaching monster, and the two tumbled together. In that instant, Llewellyn tore free from the grip on his left arm, disregarding the deep gashes on his forearm that were visible to the bone and emanating a chilling aura, turning to flee. He ran in the direction indicated by the circling raven. His speed far exceeded the monster's sluggish movements, quickly widening the distance between them. After sprinting for what felt like an eternity and confirming that the enemies were not in pursuit, Llewellyn sought a cave to rest, yet the monsters lingered in the corners of his mind. Something about them felt eerily familiar, as if he had encountered them before. Chapter 2. The Dragon Bones in the Cave. The following day, Llewellyn was awakened by the cawing of a raven. The bird had perched at the cave's entrance, persistently calling out to him. Understanding its intent, he rose to follow. This time, the raven's guidance was more urgent. Despite the excruciating pain in his left arm and the strange, chilling aura that sought to freeze his very flesh, Llewellyn pressed on. At last, beneath a mountain wall blanketed in thick snow and ice, the raven halted before a half-buried, dark entrance. An indescribable atmosphere emanated from within the cave, ancient, silent, and tinged with a peculiar resonance. Without hesitation, Llewellyn ventured inside. The cave's interior was deeper than he had anticipated, shrouded in dim light. The raven settled upon a protruding rock, ceasing its calls and quietly observing his descent. As he ventured deeper, the peculiar resonance intensified. The bronze and fire marks within him stirred to life, pulsating with a yearning sensation, as if a slumbering behemoth had caught a whiff of a familiar scent. The cave's end opened up unexpectedly. Illuminated by the faint light filtering from the entrance, Llewellyn beheld an astonishing sight that left his breath suspended. A massive, pallid skeleton, belonging to some colossal creature, lay piled in the depths of the cave like a small mountain. The structure of the bones was unlike anything he had encountered. Immense, twisted, exuding an ancient, primal majesty. Some bones were fractured, scattered across the ground, cloaked in thick dust and frost. Dragon bones! The term leapt into Llewellyn's mind. Although their shape diverged from the dragon skeletons he recognized, the profound attraction and the boiling essence emanating from his very bloodline could not be mistaken. A low, ethereal growl, reminiscent of ancient draconic roars, resonated deep within his soul. an echo of the Norton imprint. Compelled by an irresistible force, Lwyn approached the pile of dragon bones. He extended his intact right hand, trembling, and gently touched a massive leg bone, taller than his entire frame. Buzz! At the moment his fingertips made contact, the dormant imprint erupted with ferocity. A vast, frigid essence, imbued with terrifying power, was forcibly extracted from the dragon bones. It surged into his body, through his arm, as if it were a living entity. The pain was excruciating, hundreds of times more intense than when the raven had previously explored him. It felt as though countless ice shards and branding irons were simultaneously churning within him. The incoming force, icy and relentless, clashed violently with the fervent essence of bronze and fire that represented Norton within his imprint, tearing, merging, and battling for dominance. His body trembled violently, veins bulging beneath his skin, flashing with bronze glimmers one moment and enveloped in icy blue aura the next. The dark, frigid energy at the wound on his left arm was drawn, consumed, and assimilated by this influx of power. The injury healed at a visible rate, leaving only faint white traces. A colossal energy washed over his limbs and bones, reshaping his very flesh. The child's body seemed to elevate slightly in agony, muscles becoming more defined and robust. The authority of Norton within him appeared to have been pried open by this dragon bone power, which was of the same origin yet possessed a vastly different essence. A faint yet palpable sensation of metallic strength and the breath of molten lava began to circulate within him. Although he could not yet wield the language of power, he sensed that a part of his innate mastery over strength and heat had awakened. He could even vaguely perceive the cold, resilient metallic essence that constituted these dragon bones. Time passed unmeasured as the torrent of energy gradually subsided. Lwyn collapsed on the ground, drenched in sweat, gasping for air. The dragon bones within the cave lost all luster, appearing as ordinary, weathered remains. Yet within him, the bronze and fire imprint persisted, now seemingly infused with an icy blue, resilient core. A newfound sense of completeness and a faint sense of strength replaced his previous weakness. He raised his right hand, a flicker of intent guiding him. No flames danced in his palm, yet the surrounding air seemed to distort slightly, releasing a gentle warmth that swiftly melted a few snowflakes beneath it. At that moment, he felt his strength, speed, and reflexes had dramatically improved. In a realm beyond mortal grasp, within a spiritual network woven from the roots of the ancient fishleaf tree and old memories, an aged and weary consciousness observed everything transpiring in the cave through the raven's eyes. Brynden River I, the last green prophet, felt the eruption of chaotic yet powerful energy the instant Lwyn touched the dragon bones. He sought to delve deeper into the mysterious child's soul, particularly the core imprint that posed a threat. However, as his consciousness neared the bronze and fire imprint once more, boom! A searing will, 100 times more intense and infused with the wrath of a king, surged forth from the imprint. It was as if the slumbering dragon king had been thoroughly enraged by the probing of a mere insect. Simultaneously, the chilling force of the ice dragon bones, now integrated within him, instinctively formed a resilient barrier that collided fiercely with the three-eyed raven's intent. Ugh! Deep within the cave, merged with the spirit of the fishleaf tree, Brynden emitted a muffled groan of anguish. His green vision swayed violently, his consciousness seemingly pierced by both the scorching branding iron and the icy spire. He was forced to sever most of his direct connection with the raven, retaining only the most basic visual observation. Such terrifying power, an entirely unfamiliar essence, searing as molten lava, yet bearing a metallic chill, and the force of the dragon bones, so brutally consumed and fused. A tempest swelled within Brynden's heart. He witnessed Lwyn effortlessly kick away a corpse, saw the rapid healing of his arm under the dragon bone's influence, and perceived the faint yet tangible warmth radiating from his palm. A threat. The very existence of this child and the dormant, violent imprint within him posed a colossal and unpredictable threat to this world and the balance he was sworn to protect. The essence of that imprint felt more oppressive than the ice magic of the others. Yet, he also observed Lwyn's indomitable will to survive and fight in the face of the corpse, his pain and resilience while absorbing the dragon bone's power. More importantly, the strength of that imprint and this child's body seemed to possess a natural resistance to cold and death. a weapon against the long night. Even the sharpest sword may wound its wielder. He needed to guide, observe, and ensure that this suddenly emerging sword, with its terrifying potential, ultimately pointed towards the true enemies, the others and the eternal winter. The gravity in the raven's eyes transformed into profound contemplation. It cast one last glance at Wen, who was adapting to his newfound power, before silently vanishing into the wind and snow. Chapter 3. Children of the Forest. Wen finally regained a semblance of consciousness. He propped himself up from the ground, his gaze sweeping over the dull, lifeless dragon bones that had been reduced to mere remnants of an ordinary beast. At that moment, a faint rustling sound, akin to the whisper of wind through the leaves, mingled with an ethereal, indistinct murmur, wafted in from the cave's entrance. Instantly alert, Wen, enhanced by the purified dragon blood coursing through his veins, detected this subtle anomaly. Like a poised young leopard, he stealthily maneuvered behind a colossal bone, holding his breath as his golden eyes narrowed in the dim light. The entrance to the cave was obscured by several diminutive figures. They stood at approximately his height, yet their forms were so slender they scarcely resembled humans. Their skin bore a deep, bark-like brown hue, intricately patterned with fine lines. Elongated ears peeked out from thick hair that resembled moss or delicate vines. Their large eyes glimmered with an unusual golden or green luminescence, reminiscent of fireflies deep within the forest. Clad in garments woven from leaves, bark, and unknown fibers, they wielded smooth, polished obsidian short spears or bone blades. Children of the Forest. A fleeting image from the television adaptation of Game of Thrones flashed through Wen's mind. And the creatures from his last encounter, the terrifying White Walkers. Was this a realm akin to that of Game of Thrones? Although these beings, seemingly the children of the forest, did not exude malevolence, Wen was not prepared to reveal himself recklessly. With their otherworldly, wise, and vigilant gazes, they cautiously surveyed the interior of the cave, their attention eventually settling on the direction of Wen's concealed position behind the colossal bone. Their demeanor did not appear overtly aggressive, yet it was imbued with wariness and the scrutiny characteristic of an ancient race. One of the taller figures stepped forward slightly, delicately raising a slender hand with the palm facing upward. The air around them seemed to ripple gently, and the few slender vines clinging to the cave's walls and floor appeared to be infused with life, slowly and tentatively extending a short distance toward Wen before halting. Swaying slightly at their tips, there was no hostility, at least for the moment. It felt more like an attempt at communication. The mark within Wen's being did not sense any threat, but rather, it seemed to resonate faintly with the vibrant essence of nature surrounding him. Taking a deep breath, Wen acknowledged that he had been discovered. He emerged slowly from behind the giant bone, spreading his hands to indicate he bore no weapons. His movements were deliberate, his expression as calm as he could manage. Yet the latent pressure of his dragon heritage and the raw power still coursing through him after absorbing the dragon bones caused them to retreat slightly. Their eyes now filled with heightened curiosity as well as caution. One among them spoke again, producing a series of clearer syllables, the intonation flowing like a brook. A gentle breeze rustling through the forest. Although Wen could not comprehend this ancient tongue, he keenly discerned several recurring phrases, imbued with a special rhythm, seemingly connected to cold, death, and wanderers. "I do not understand your words," Wen said. "I harbor no ill intent. My name is Wen." The forest children were evidently unable to comprehend. The green-eyed forest child tilted her head, seemingly in contemplation. Suddenly, she extended her index finger, which emitted an exceedingly faint glow, reminiscent of fireflies. She slowly pointed towards Rune, then gestured towards the tempestuous winds and snow outside the cave, subsequently indicating the pale scars on Rune's arm where the white had clawed him, and finally traced a motion in the air, symbolizing movement, directing her finger deep into the cave, towards the place where Rune had absorbed the dragon's bones. Simultaneously, a low, chilling syllable escaped her lips. "Waker, waker, walker?" A flash of recognition surged through Rune's mind, unveiling the specific meaning of the term. "White Walker. The Wights. The Wights. White Walker," Rune exclaimed, pointing towards the cave's entrance, mimicking the gestures of cold and death, his face a canvas of astonishment and affirmation. The green-eyed forest child's eyes glimmered with understanding, evidently grasping the key words in Rune's utterance. She nodded vigorously, producing a concise and clear syllable of confirmation. Again, she pointed at the white scars on Rune's arm, then towards the dull dragon bones, and performed a gesture of absorption, ultimately indicating Rune himself. Her expression a blend of awe and inquiry. Rune comprehended. These forest children were aware of his encounter with the white. recognized that he had absorbed the power of the dragon bones here, and confirmed that it was indeed the minions of the White Walkers that had attacked him. The enormity of this revelation left Rune momentarily dazed. Having traversed into dragonkind was already surreal enough to find himself in Game of Thrones after death, and now, seemingly dropped directly into a haunted place north of the wall. Yet, amidst the shock, an unusual sense of destiny burgeoned within him. The Norton brand within him and the recently absorbed power of the ice dragon bones seemed inherently opposed to the cold and death that permeated this world. The ensuing communication became significantly more fluid. Despite the language barrier, Rune and the forest children established a rudimentary dialogue through gestures, expressions, mimicry, and confirmation of keywords. The forest children beckoned Rune to follow them. They led him to a relatively dry corner of the cave, adorned with freshly arranged hay and moss. One of the forest children produced a small leather pouch, pouring forth a clear liquid imbued with a refreshing herbal aroma, and offered it to Rune. Without warning, the brand within him reacted. Cautiously, he took a sip, and a gentle flow of life energy coursed through his limbs, alleviating his fatigue considerably. He nodded in gratitude. They showcased ethereal music, created by blowing through leaves, while Rune endeavored to summon the faint warmth within him, warming the air around his palms to dispel the chill of the cave. This action caused the forest children to widen their eyes in astonishment, whispering in awe. The green-eyed forest child even daringly approached, delicately extending her slender fingers to feel the subtle warmth, her face blossoming into a childlike, pure smile. They etched simple patterns into the cave walls using obsidian, the sun, the moon, trees, humans, wights, and a three-eyed raven. When Greenfire pointed at the image of the three-eyed raven, then gestured towards Rune, and subsequently indicated a direction deep within the cave, Rune comprehended fully. The colossal raven that guided and scrutinized him was indeed the emissary of this enigmatic being. It was this three-eyed raven that had sent the children of the forest to reach out to him. Within the verdant vista, composed of countless fishbone roots and ancient memories, the Brynden River observed the unfolding events within the cave in silence. No conflict arose for the time being. The child, endowed with formidable power, exhibited respect and goodwill towards the children of the forest. Conversely, the children did not regard him as an adversary. Rather, they displayed a tendency toward acceptance following their initial encounter. Most significantly, Rune was acutely aware of the existence and threat posed by the wights, and it appeared that the power within him naturally repelled cold and death. The precarious balance within Brendan's heart slightly tilted towards the side of uncontrollable threat, while simultaneously adding new weight to the hope of resisting the long night. Guiding him seemed more feasible than anticipated. Would they integrate him into the realm of humanity? Perhaps, but before that, he needed to observe closely and assess the very will of this sword and the essence of its soul. The children of the forest served as a bridge. Yet the final judgment must be rendered by him, the Green Prophet. Bring him to me. A silent thought traversed the barriers of space, resonating clearly within Greenfire's consciousness. In the cave, Greenfire, who was feeling warmth in Rune's palm, momentarily hesitated. He raised his head, his large emerald eyes gazing towards a nebulous point deep within the cave, as if listening intently. After a moment, he retracted his finger, turned to Rune, and his expression transformed to one of solemnity and gravity. Greenfire once more pointed to the image of the three-eyed raven on the wall, then gestured towards the depths of the cave, inviting him to follow. The other children of the forest fell silent, their gazes fixed upon Rune, imbued with a sense of solemn invitation. Rune regarded Greenfire's earnest expression and then glanced at the depiction of the three-eyed raven. He understood that the principal figure was finally set to reveal itself. This mysterious entity, hidden in the shadows, capable of commanding the raven and the children of the forest, would determine the trajectory of his future in this world of ice and fire. Without hesitation, he nodded. Very well, lead me to the three-eyed raven. Outside the cave, the snowstorm continued unabated, yet between Rune and the children of the forest, a bond forged on shared understanding and nascent trust had quietly taken root. Chapter 4. Norton. It was unclear how long they had traveled, but Rune and his companions arrived at a massive rock face enveloped by countless thick fishbone roots. Greenfire came to a halt, turning to Rune with a gesture of invitation, his eyes shimmering with reverence. The other children of the forest remained at the cave's entrance, akin to loyal sentinels. Rune inhaled deeply, suppressing his anxiety and curiosity, and bent down to enter the passage formed by the roots. The interior of the passage was not constricted. Rather, it resembled an expansive hall composed of living wood. Countless glowing mosses and tiny fireflies provide a feeble luminescence, casting bizarre reflections upon the winding roots. The air is heavy and humid, permeated by an overwhelming sense of spiritual pressure. This vast subterranean space is entirely occupied by the roots of an unimaginably colossal fishbeam tree. The roots resemble the skeletal remains of a dragon, akin to the veins of a living creature, meandering, intertwining, and pulsating against the cavern's walls, floor, and ceiling. At the heart of the cave, where the roots converge most densely, a figure is partially embedded within, almost merging with the roots themselves. This is an exceedingly ancient man. His skin akin to weathered bark, sparse white hair clinging to his scalp. He is clad in tattered garments, the original color long obscured. Most disconcerting are his eyes. One is murky, seemingly veiled by a thick white haze, while the other glistens like the purest jade, radiating a profound, wise green light, as if capable of piercing through the river of time. Beneath his body, countless slender roots penetrate his torso, seemingly siphoning sustenance, akin to a symbiotic relationship. Brynden Riverwind, the last green prophet, the three-eyed crow. You have arrived, wanderer. An aged, weary voice resonates, as if it echoes directly within Rune's mind. This communication transcends air vibrations, manifesting purely through mental intent. The emerald eye gazes steadily at him, its gaze penetrating flesh and blood, directly observing the dormant seal within him. Rune feels an intangible pressure enveloping him, as the bronze and fire seal within him quivers slightly, emanating a sense of vigilance and a barely perceptible pride, as if resisting this intrusion. I know you hail from beyond this world, the voice of the three-eyed crow sighs, imbued with an eternal weariness. Yet the river of fate has washed you to this point, and it is no mere coincidence. Rune's heart trembles. Indeed, the figure has perceived his sudden arrival. Behold this world, child. With the crow's words, the scene before Rune suddenly transforms. No longer the dim cavern, but a torrent of countless fractured, shimmering green images floods into his consciousness, an endless expanse of desolate ice and snow, stark and lifeless. Blue-eyed knights, exuding a bone-chilling aura, silently command the army of the dead atop ice spiders. Thousands of corpses, their eye sockets aflame with ghostly blue fire, surge toward a massive ice wall. The wall trembles under relentless assault, fracturing. The human kingdoms wail in the throes of war, cities reduced to frozen ruins, life extinguished. This is the impending long night. The three-eyed crow intones, its voice heavy as lead. The others, servants of the cold god, embodiments of death and frost. They once wrought devastation in the previous epoch. And now, with the ebb and flow of magical tides, they awaken, stronger than ever before. The strength of the wall in dire straits. The human kingdoms languish amid strife and internal discord. The prophesied long winter shall consume all sparks of life. As for you, the one-eyed raven with three eyes, your emerald gaze fixates intently on Wen, its radiant light seemingly poised to ignite him. The dormant power within you, the force that has melded the ancient remains of ice dragons from this world, stands in stark opposition to this coldness and death. You are the unkind-led spark, unexpectedly fallen into this realm during the interminable night. Your existence may be the slender thread of variance bestowed by fate upon this world, a glimmer of hope. Wen's heart raced as he grasped his worth. To confront the others? That sounded far more plausible than battling the Dragon King in the realm of the Dragon Tribe. Given the strength of the others as portrayed in the series, once he truly harnessed the powers of bronze and fire, a widespread incantation could easily banish them. So, what do you require of me? Wen inquired directly through thought, knowing his counterpart could receive it. Survive, grow, integrate, replied the three-eyed raven. Your powers require time to awaken and an understanding of the laws of this world. You will need an identity, a place to stand. The North serves as the first bastion against the long night. Winterfell, the Stark family, they are the guardians of the North. Their blood flows with the covenant of the ancestors and the children of the forest. There is no place more suitable for you to temporarily reside and gather strength. A flicker of realization sparked within Wen. Winterfell? Eddard Stark? Indeed, this was the epicenter where the narrative commenced. However, a child of unknown origin, particularly one possessing such peculiar traits, would undoubtedly arouse unnecessary suspicion and peril. The voice of the three-eyed raven carried a weary wisdom. For this reason, I shall weave an identity for you, one that will allow you to be accepted in Winterfell without inciting undue scrutiny. As he spoke, Wen felt an immense yet gentle mental force envelop him. This power did not seek to pry into his core imprint. Rather, it acted like a delicate brush, sketching vague yet plausible truths upon the surface of his memories and the depths of certain key figures related to this world. Over a decade ago, the young Brandon Stark, while undertaking a family mission, passed through the Free Cities and engaged in a fleeting romance with a lady. This lady later discovered her pregnancy and gave birth to a boy, afflicted by poverty and illness. She endured great hardship to bring her son to the north when he was about 12, solely so he could acknowledge his heritage and receive protection. However, this mother, along with Lwyn, was swept away by wildlings to the lands beyond, ultimately perishing in the frigid expanse. Before her death, she entrusted a humble token engraved with the stark sigil of the dire wolf to the boy, revealing his lineage. These fragments of memory, akin to seeds, were carefully and subtly implanted into the subconscious of key figures by the three-eyed raven through its vast green sight network. As for Ned Stark, his profound sense of honor and familial duty would incline him to believe in a nephew bearing the sigil token, a solitary and forsaken child. These images were not perfect fabrications, but rather crafted a series of coincidences, blurred memories, and a reasonable logical chain, rendering the identity of Brandon Stark's Eastern bastard credible. As for the details, the demise of a humble woman and the estrangement of a child are tragically commonplace in the harsh north, seldom delved into by others. Remember your new name, intoned the voice of the three-eyed crow, imbued with a sense of ritual. In Winterfell, before the gaze of the world, you are. At that moment, the dormant bronze and firebrand within Lwyn surged abruptly. A wave of searing energy uncontrollably emanated, instantaneously melting a small patch of frost at his feet. As if the brand itself resented being usurped of its naming rights. Lwyn sensed it, a name echoed deep within his soul, resonating with metallic clangor and fiery explosions. This was not merely a name, it was the source of the power that coursed through him, the mark of his passage between two realms. A declaration of his defiance against the future. He lifted his gaze, his golden-hued pupils shining astonishingly bright in the dim cavern, locking onto the emerald-green eye of the three-eyed crow. With unwavering intention, he responded clearly, Norton. He paused before adding, Norton, this is my new name. As for Stark, a complex smile graced his lips. That was merely a convenient identity. Silence enveloped the cavern. The three-eyed crow's singular eye narrowed slightly, seemingly taken aback by Lwyn's resolve, but more so by the fervent will that resonated from the name, kindred to the brand within him. He could feel that the moment the name Norton escaped Lwyn's lips, the brand within him seemed to solidify further. Very well, Norton. The three-eyed crow ultimately acquiesced, his tone betraying no emotion. With your name and your power, proceed to Winterfell. The children of the forest will guide you along a safe path. Remember your identity, remember the thread of the long night. Root yourself in the north, grow, and await the moment when the spark ignites. Lwyn nodded. He understood that Winterfell would be his new beginning. He would integrate as the illegitimate son of Brandon Stark, amassing strength under the name Norton. Winter was coming, and within him lay the dormant spark capable of incinerating the cold nights. A spark that once belonged to a dragon king named Norton. The green fire reappeared, signaling Lwyn to depart. Exiting the fishbone cave, the raging blizzard outside seemed to have lessened. The children of the forest accompanied him briefly before he would venture forth alone, embarking on a new life in this world under a new identity. Chapter 5. The Ranger Norton. Lwyn tightened the course yet warm fur gifted by the children of the forest, trudging through the wilds north of the wall. The direction indicated by the green fire was clear, skillfully avoiding the patrolling Night's Watch towers and perilous frozen chasms. The dormant bronze and firebrand within him seemed to lie even quieter in the frigid temperatures. Yet the essence inherited from the Dragon King Norton endowed him with an extraordinary resilience to the cold. Nevertheless, navigating through this land shrouded in shadows of death, his vigilance remained taut like a drawn bowstring. During a lull in the storm, he discovered a sheltered rock alcove to rest briefly, gnawing on the hard, stale rations. At that moment, an intentionally subdued yet greedy and malicious conversation, accompanied by the crunch of snow being trampled, emanated from the rear. Three figures emerged from behind a snowbank. Dressed in tattered animal skins, their faces were smeared with dirt, and their eyes flickered with hunger and ferocity. Leading them was a burly man missing half an ear, wielding a rusted axe. The other two were a lanky figure holding a sharpened wooden spear, and a stocky, stout individual with a skinning knife tucked into his belt. Oh, what have we stumbled upon? The half-eared brute grinned, revealing a jagged row of yellow teeth. A lost little southern lamb, or perhaps a wayward cub from some tribe. This hide looks promising. The hide is yours, Chief. The tall one greedily fixated on Norton's bundle, but the contents and the meat belong to us. He heavily emphasized the word meat, his gaze lingering on Norton. The stout one remained silent, merely chuckling as he drew his skinning knife, its blade glinting ominously in the snow. Savages, the most base and perilous of predators. Norton's heart sank. Yet curiously, fear did not dominate. Instead, a chill of anger and a scorching sense of violation surged within him. He rose slowly, his golden pupils contracting in the dim light, akin to sparks igniting in the depths of a furnace. Get lost. Norton's voice emerged unexpectedly calm, even bearing a metallic quality uncharacteristic of his age. Huh. The little brat has some spirit. The half-eared man seemed to find this uproariously funny, swinging his axe and charging forward. Let me teach you how to speak to adults. The axe descended with a whoosh, aimed directly at Norton's head, fierce but utterly unrefined. Just as the blade was about to strike, Norton moved. His actions were not those of a martial artist honed through rigorous training. Rather, they were instinctual, a reflex infused with the essence of his heritage. He crouched and sidestepped, moving with a swiftness uncharacteristic of a mere child, narrowly evading the axe. Simultaneously, the dormant power within him was ignited by the raw intent to kill, like sparks landing in an oil drum. Word of fire. A deep, rhythmically charged syllable erupted uncontrollably from his throat. It was not a complete incantation, but an instinctual roar born of awakened primal energy. Suddenly, a fireball the size of a human head appeared before Norton, radiating terrifying heat and explosive intent, crashing into the chest of the half-eared man. A chilling scream shattered the silence of the snowy expanse. Flames instantly engulfed the man's torso, hair and flesh sizzling and popping under the intense heat. He toppled backward like a piece of kindling ignited, the axe slipping from his grasp and embedding itself in the snow, while he writhed desperately in the snow, howling in agony, attempting to extinguish the relentless flames. The lanky and stocky savages were utterly stunned, their expressions of greed and ferocity swiftly replaced by overwhelming terror. They beheld their companion struggling amidst the flames, witnessing the golden-eyed child manifesting like a demon arisen from the depths of hell. Monster! The tall and gaunt figure screamed, discarding his wooden spear and turning to flee. In that moment, Norton found himself in a peculiar state. It was the first time he had wielded the power of verbal magic in this realm, and the intense mental drain coupled with a tumultuous sense of destruction left him dizzy and slightly unsteady. Yet, he knew he could not allow these two to escape. They had seen his face, witnessed his abilities. Gritting his teeth against the discomfort, he focused once more, zeroing in on the fleeing gaunt figure. The power of dragon blood surged anew, and this time he endeavored to control and direct it. Suddenly, a burst of flames erupted from the gaunt one's back. Though not as fierce as the fireball from before, it was sufficient to ignite his tattered leather coat. He shrieked as he collapsed into the snow, rolling in agony. The stout, short wild man, paralyzed with fear, let out a ghastly cry. Instead of fleeing, he brandished his skinning knife, his eyes ablaze, charging toward the swaying Norton. I shall kill you. Norton, exhausted and disoriented, felt the glinting knife approach, his body struggling to respond. In that critical moment, whoosh, a dark feathered arrow, akin to the sigh of death, shot forth from the shadows of the cedar forest. Thud! The arrow pierced the stout wildman's throat with unerring precision. His momentum halted abruptly. Disbelief etched across his face as he gasped, the skinning knife clattering to the ground, his form collapsing heavily into the snow, the crimson blood swiftly staining the white landscape. From the shadows of the cedar forest emerged a tall, silent figure, enveloped in a heavy black fur cloak, the hood obscuring most of his face, revealing only tightly pressed lips and a sharply defined jawline. He wielded a pitch-black hornbow, with a long sword slung across his back and a dagger dangling at his waist. He resembled a solitary wolf patrolling its territory amidst the snowstorm, silent yet lethal. He scanned the battlefield warily, one charred corpse rolling in the snow, gradually fading into silence, the half-eared stout man, another with flames on his back, flailing momentarily before succumbing, and the stout wild man, silenced by a single arrow. Finally, his hawk-like gaze locked onto Norton, who stood at the center of the battlefield, pale-faced, breathing heavily, his golden eyes still aglow but bearing unmistakable signs of fatigue. A tempest of emotions surged within the man. On a mission from the commander to journey southward to Winter City to recruit new soldiers and deliver news. He had taken a shortcut through the edge of the ghost shadow forest, only to stumble upon such a bizarre and bloody scene. A child, seemingly no older than 10, alone beyond the borders, wielding flames to instantaneously slay 3 adult, armed barbarian thugs? This was utterly beyond his comprehension. Was it the magic of the forest child? Or something far more sinister? He gradually lowered his horn bow, yet his hand remained poised upon the hilt of his sword as he approached Norton step by step, each footfall sinking deeply into the snow, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. His gaze was palpable, scrutinizing every subtle expression and movement of Norton. "Child." The man's voice was deep and hoarse, imbued with the cold hardness characteristic of the North. "Who are you? Where do you come from? What was that just now?" His inquiries pierced to the core, laden with suspicion and vigilance. The emergence of a child possessing such uncanny power beyond the wall signified an immense threat. Norton's heart raced, a tumultuous blend of the remnants of battle and the pressure of facing this night's watch ranger. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. An opportunity, the chance orchestrated by the three-eyed crow, lay before him. He refrained from answering the man's questions immediately, instead casting a weary and somewhat terrified gaze upon the ranger. Then, he executed a crucial action. Trembling, he reached into the lining of his tattered cloak, searching. The man's eyes fixated on his hand, muscles taut, poised to react to any sudden movement. Norton produced a token. A piece of dark wood with rough edges yet polished smooth from handling, possibly a remnant of fishbone wood, upon which was etched a primitive yet elegant visage of an ice wolf. The wolf's head was raised skyward, as if silently howling. This was the proof bestowed upon him by the children of the forest, as instructed by the three-eyed crow. He carefully cradled the carved wooden plaque in his palm, extending it towards the man. His voice, tinged with the raspy timbre of youth and a barely perceptible note of grievance and hope, spoke clearly in the common tongue of Westeros. I am Norton. I come from a faraway place, a city in the east. My mother brought me here. She said my father is Lord Brandon Stark. She passed away, and I was to bring this to seek my family." The man appeared as if struck by a silent thunderbolt. His towering frame jolted, and his hand, resting on the sword hilt, froze instantly. The eyes concealed beneath the shadow of his hood erupted with disbelief, fixating intensely on the wooden plaque inscribed with the image of the ice wolf. Brandon Stark, his elder brother, the noble wolf, proud and fierce as the biting northern winds, had died young. A bastard? Brandon S.? Banyan Stark's thoughts spiraled into chaos. Brandon, in his youth, had indeed been reckless, his exploits reaching across the narrow sea, conceivably leaving a bastard behind. Yet, this child appeared to be around 10 years old. And Brandon had passed over a decade ago. The ages seemed misaligned. However, the mark of the ice wolf, though rudimentary, bore an essence that Banyan knew all too well. This was no ordinary imitation. Moreover, this child claimed his mother was deceased. More critically, the terrifying power he had just exhibited. If he truly was of Brandon's bloodline, did Stark lineage harbor an ancient force, derived from their ancestors, or the children of the forest, unknown even to them? The echoes of ancient legends sent tremors through Banyan's heart. He gazed at the child before him, pale of complexion, with golden eyes reflecting fatigue, fear, and a hint of stubbornness struggling to remain concealed. His slight frame appeared fragile against the biting wind. Regardless, a child bearing the sigil of House Stark, who claims to be the son of Brandon, has found himself in perilous lands beyond the wall, exhibiting such strange abilities that he cannot be ignored. Within the depths of Banyan's mind, a fierce internal struggle ensues. The Night's Watch holds the sacred duty of protecting the realm, remaining vigilant against all threats that dwell beyond the wall. This child is an enigma, a potential threat. Yet he may carry Stark blood, perhaps the only surviving lineage left by Eddard, that stubborn and honor-bound brother. The only course of action that aligns with familial duty and the ethics of the North is to bring him back to Winterfell, where Eddard, the Lord of Winterfell, can pass judgment. Banyan exhaled deeply, a white mist dissipating in the frigid air. He finally loosened his grip on the sword's hilt and took a few steps forward, his imposing figure casting a shadow over Norton. He crouched down to meet Norton's gaze, extending his calloused hand, not to seize the wooden token, but instead gently resting it on Norton's frail shoulder with steady pressure. Child, Banyan's voice remained deep. Yet the cold skepticism was supplanted by a complex emotion imbued with heavy responsibility. I am Banyan Stark, a ranger of the Night's Watch. He paused, his gaze sharp as a blade. What you speak of is profoundly significant and difficult to believe. It requires the confirmation of the Lord of Winterfell, your uncle, Eddard Stark. His eyes swept over the 3 corpses of wildlings on the ground before returning to Norton's face, his expression deepening. As for what transpired just now, forget it until we reach Winterfell and meet Eddard. Do not speak of it to anyone. Do you understand? This is both a warning and a protection. Norton met his gaze, the golden hue of his eyes reflecting Banyan's serious countenance, and nodded vigorously. I understand, my Lord Banyan. He withdrew his hand from the wooden token, carefully placing it back within his cloak. Banyan rose, surveying the swirling snow around them. Can you walk? He inquired. Norton straightened his back with effort. I can. Good. Banyan unfastened his thick spare fur cloak and wrapped it around Norton without hesitation, enveloping him almost entirely, leaving only his golden eyes visible. "Stay close to me. The storm is intensifying, and the path will be treacherous. We must find shelter before nightfall." He turned, striding purposefully towards the south, the direction of Winterfell. The black cloak billowed in the snow, resembling a moving banner. Norton tightened the heavy cloak, imbued with Banyan's warmth, and hurried to follow in the deep footprints left in the snow. The storm seemed to intensify, whipping against his face, yet within him flickered an odd sense of reassurance. The first step was taken. The gates of House Stark were beginning to open for him. Meanwhile, the dormant bronze and firebrand within him, having been roused by the stimuli of violence, appeared to undergo a subtle transformation, akin to the molten lava churning beneath a frozen crust. Chapter 6. The journey home. The snowstorm showed no signs of abating, and the towering figure of Banyan Stark moved like a black fortress, silently cleaving through the oncoming waves of snow. Norton trailed closely behind, swathed in an oversized night watcher's cloak, each step sinking deeply into the knee-high snow. The cloak provided some respite from the biting cold, yet the weightier presence emanating from Banyan, as formidable and scrutinizing as the frozen tundra of the north, loomed larger. In the initial miles, only the howling wind and the crunch of snow beneath their feet accompanied them, though Banyan did not glance back. Norton could distinctly sense a piercing gaze, sharp as an icicle, seemingly capable of penetrating the thick fabric of the cloak, always subtly fixated upon his back. It was the gaze of a hunter, one marked by the vigilance of a night watcher ranger tracking the others or wildlings beyond the wall in dire straits. "Can you keep up?" Banyan's voice suddenly broke the wind's howl, deep and direct. He did not slow his pace. Norton inhaled the frigid air, suppressing the fatigue lingering from his earlier forced exertion and the faint restlessness imprinted within him. "Yes, my lord," he replied, his voice emerging from beneath the scarf, carrying a childlike clarity while striving to maintain steadiness. "Good." Banyan uttered no more, merely adjusting his stride slightly to create footprints more suited to a child's smaller steps. This subtle consideration did little to alleviate the pressure weighing upon Norton's heart. The night had fully descended, and the snowstorm intensified. With an astonishing familiarity of the terrain, Banyan located a shallow hollow partially sheltered by towering rocks, offering a meager reprieve from the wind. He swiftly cleared the snow, unfurling a thick wolf pelt and gesturing for Norton to sit. He then leaned against the cold stone, vigilantly surveying the encroaching darkness veiled in snow. A fire crackled to life, fueled by the special wood soaked in oil that Banyan carried, burning defiantly against the howling winds, providing scant light and warmth. The flickering flames illuminated half of Banyan's face, edged by the elements, while casting a glow upon Norton, cocooned in the cloak, revealing only his striking golden eyes glimmering in the firelight. Silence enveloped them beside the fire, broken only by the crackling wood and the mournful whisper of the wind. To the east, Banyan's voice shattered the hush. He did not look at Norton, his gaze fixed upon the dancing flames, as if studying their forms from a distance. "Your mother, bringing you here, was no small feat." His words struck with the precision of an arrow, brief, yet piercing. Norton felt a warning bell toll within him. He lowered his gaze, observing his fingers reddened from the cold, striving to conjure the fragmented memories implanted by the three-eyed crow, infusing his voice with the bewilderment and sorrow befitting his age. "It was quite far. The ship we boarded rocked violently for an eternity. I was sick many times, as was my mother, yet she held me tightly. After we disembarked, we walked for even longer. The air grew colder, and she coughed terribly." He recounted the hardships of their journey, a genuine sentiment, albeit with the starting point blurred. "What city-state?" Banyan pressed, his tone flat, yet imbued with an undeniable weight. He sought details to corroborate this strange tale. "Pantos." Norton labored to recall the names on the map, his tone laced with uncertainty, as if his mother had once mentioned that the fruits there were exceedingly sweet, yet she did not favor the place, claiming it was overcrowded and too noisy. He cautiously skirted around specific times and individuals, instead painting a picture of vague impressions. Banyan's brow furrowed ever so slightly. Indeed, Pantos had once accompanied Duke Rickard across the narrow sea in his youth, and the route may have passed through Pantos. However, the timing remained an elusive enigma. "Your mother?" Banyan shifted his perspective. What kind of person was she? He wished to understand what manner of woman could traverse half the world alone with a child to reach the north, only to perish silently in the snowstorm. A vague, yet tender and resilient figure emerged in Norton's mind, the mother sculpted by the three-eyed crow. She was gentle, yet remarkably strong, even in illness. She seldom lamented her pain, always insisting that once they reached the north, once they found their father's home, all would be well. Her bright, black eyes lingered in his memory. He hesitated, lowering his voice further. She was very cold at the end, pressing a wooden token into my hand, urging me to survive and find Stark. This sorrow was palpable, not only for the fictional mother who sacrificed herself for his identity, but also for his own uncertain fate. Banyang fell silent. The firelight danced across his face, deepening the angles of his features. He could discern the genuine nostalgia for a mother in the child's words. The pain of losing a loved one felt authentic, not feigned. It resembled the emotions of a child who had endured trials and lost their support. That power. Banyang finally spoke, his voice lowered further, bearing a cold hardness akin to metal scraping against metal. What did you use in the snow? He had finally broached the core of this taboo topic. His gaze, sharp and predatory, locked onto Norton, scrutinizing every flicker of change on his face. The air seemed to solidify around them, the crackling of the fire becoming acutely pronounced. Norton's heart contracted sharply, the mark within him responding to this direct inquiry. Quivering slightly, a wave of heat coursing through his limbs. He lifted his gaze to meet Banyang's penetrating stare, his golden pupils constricting in the firelight, struggling to suppress the tumult of the mark and his instinctual defensive reaction. I don't know. Norton's voice trembled imperceptibly. I was terrified they would come to kill me, and then it just came out. He attributed the source of the power to sheer terror and the instinct for survival. This explanation was the most plausible, a temporary shield against further inquiry, an endowment or curse beyond a child's control, born of bloodline or some unknown encounter. Banyang's gaze remained fixed on him. The fear and apprehension etched on the child's face were genuine, and the sense of uncontrollable power seemed to fit the description. Yet, this explanation did little to dispel his doubts. Born of bloodline, the Stark family had never been associated with the manipulation of flames. The children of the forest? Their magic appeared more aligned with greenery and dreams. The others? Coldness was their strength. The power of fire was fundamentally opposed to that essence. Remember my words. Banyang spoke with an undeniable authority, enunciating each syllable. Before you meet Ned, forget it. Do not allow anyone else to see it. In Winterfell, certain eyes may perceive it as a greater threat rather than a mere blessing. He alludes to the potential for religious fervor, the suspicion of the nobility, and even the watchful gaze of the king. Such circumstances could bring unforeseen calamities upon you and the Stark family. Norton nodded vigorously, his golden eyes reflecting a weighty blend of fear and understanding. I remember, Lord Benjen. I shall refrain from using it unless, like just now, I am on the brink of death. Benjen regarded him with a deep gaze, choosing not to utter another word. He picked up a piece of firewood and stirred the embers, rekindling the flames. Rest. We depart at dawn. We are not far from Winterfell. The night passed in silence, save for the howling winds and the snowstorm ravaging outside the hollow. Benjen maintained the vigilant alertness characteristic of the night's watch, remaining mostly awake, his gaze occasionally drifting to Norton, who appeared to be curled up on the wolf pelt, seemingly asleep. Norton kept his eyes shut, yet he did not truly slumber. The mark within him pulsed slowly in the stillness, akin to molten lava beneath the earth, sensing the pervasive breath of this frigid world, which stood in stark opposition to its essence. He was adapting, striving to comprehend the subtle connection between this dormant power and the laws of the world around him. On the following day, the storm finally abated somewhat, transforming into a fine powder of snow. Benjen continued southward with Norton. As they descended in altitude and distanced themselves from the haunted woods, the environment became less severe, with occasional glimpses of withered grass bravely breaking through the snow. During the latter part of their journey, Benjen's inquiries grew more discreet. He would deliberately choose more arduous paths, observing that Norton's endurance and strength far surpassed that of an ordinary child, yet remained within the bounds of a resilient northern youth. He offered Norton a piece of frozen jerky, noting the effort it took him to chew. His teeth were indeed strong, yet he did not exhibit superhuman strength. He even pointed to a series of tracks in the snow, inquiring if Norton could discern the animal that had made them. Norton could only shake his head in confusion, displaying a fitting ignorance for his age. Benjen's doubts lingered, yet Norton's demeanor resembled that of a child who had experienced hardships, possessing slightly above-average resilience, yet still somewhat precocious. Aside from those striking eyes and the secret of that snowy night, this tilted the balance in Benjen's mind more towards familial responsibility than the vigilance of the night's watch, at least for now, to ensure his safe passage to Ned. As the distant, gray horizon finally unveiled the majestic and ancient silhouette of the great castle, constructed from deep gray stones, it was already the evening of the third day. The towering walls cast long shadows in the twilight, while the main keep's lofty spires reached towards the leaden sky like colossal fingers. At the castle's summit, a banner depicting a dire wolf fluttered fiercely in the cold wind, the solemn and imposing shadow of the wolf set against a grayish-white backdrop. Winterfell. An indescribable complexity of emotions surged within Norton. The mark within him seemed to resonate with something, sending forth a faint yet distinct tremor, as if a slumbering dragon sensed the ancient scent of its lair. Ahead lay Winterfell, the ancestral home of House Stark, the heart of the North. Benjen's voice was low and grave. Remember your identity. You are Brandon Stark's son, Norton. Remember your token. Recall what I have told you about your gift. He deliberately emphasized the term talent, his gaze sharp as a blade. He remained silent, like a lost child returning home, while Duke Ned confirmed your identity and made his decision. Do you understand? Norton looked up at the castle, which appeared particularly heavy and desolate in the twilight, and inhaled deeply the brisk air of the north, tinged with the scent of smoke. His golden-hued pupils sparkled with resolute brilliance under the dimming light. He nodded vigorously, his voice clear. I understand, Lord Benjen. Benjen regarded him for a moment, seemingly to affirm the boy's resolve one last time. Then, he adjusted his hood and urged his horse forward. Go. The hooves shattered the snow as they galloped towards the massive gate adorned with the carved head of an ice wolf. The patrolling soldiers atop the walls seemed to recognize Benjen's figure, and the gates slowly creaked open, revealing the warm glow of lights and vague silhouettes within the castle. The wind and snow appeared to momentarily pause in honor of their arrival. Norton tightened his cloak and followed Benjen, riding through the weighty portal that symbolized the Stark family's millennia of history. Chapter 7. Winterfell. The heavy oak doors gradually closed behind them, shutting out the howling storm and the last traces of twilight. A melange of scents, paraffin, toasted bread, smoke from the hearth, leather, and an underlying chill of stone assailed their senses. An essence unique to Winterfell, steeped in thousands of years of history. The grand hall, constructed of rough gray stone, soared into shadows above, while torches flickered on the walls, their flames casting a dance of light and shadow upon the ice wolf insignia emblazoned on the guard's armor. Benjen Stark dismounted with practiced ease, his black cloak fluttering slightly in the draft. He removed his hood, revealing a weathered face as his keen gaze swept across the hall. The captain of the guard recognized him instantly and stepped forward to bow. My Lord Benjen, you have returned. His eyes then fell upon the child cloaked in an oversized mantle, with only a pair of striking golden eyes visible, his expression betraying unmasked astonishment. Indeed, Benjen replied succinctly, his voice resonating clearly in the vast hall. He handed the reins to the guard and turned, placing a steady hand upon Norton's slight shoulder, the grip firm yet undeniably guiding. Come with me, child. They traversed the hall, their footsteps echoing against the stone walls. Norton endeavored to straighten his back, his gaze curiously and cautiously surveying the legendary castle. The rough stone walls narrated tales of time's passage, while massive beams spanned overhead. Everything exuded a sense of weight, antiquity, and practicality, infused with the North's characteristic rugged strength. The warmth enveloping the air brought a measure of comfort to his dormant imprint, akin to cold metal warmed by the fire. They did not proceed to the bustling great hall, but veered into a relatively secluded side corridor. Benjen's steps eventually halted before a substantial oak door, flanked by two solemn guards. This was the study of Lord Eddard Stark. Announced to the Duke that Benjen Stark requests an audience regarding urgent matters. Benjen instructed the guards, his tone grave. The guard promptly turned and knocked on the door to announce their arrival. Moments later, a deep, steady voice, imbued with the characteristic coldness of the North, resonated from within. Enter. Branwen pushed the door open, leading Norton inside. The study was spacious, yet sparsely furnished. A massive stone fireplace blazed with a vibrant flame, dispelling the chill of the North. Maps of the North and several ancient swords adorned the walls. Behind a large oak desk sat Eddard Stark, the Duke of Winterfell and the North's guardian. Eddard Stark raised his gaze. He appeared more composed than his years would suggest, with a hint of weariness etched upon his features. His square face was marked by pronounced features, and his thick brown beard was neatly trimmed. His gray eyes resembled the winter sky, tranquil yet harboring the weight of responsibility. Clad in a deep gray woolen cloak, he bore minimal embellishment, save for a small silver sigil of a direwolf pinned at the collar. Upon seeing Branwen, a flicker of warmth, reminiscent of brotherly reunion, momentarily lit his eyes, only to be eclipsed by the gravity of Branwen's demeanor and the presence of the unfamiliar child beside him, especially those golden eyes shimmering in the firelight. Branwen. Eddard's voice was steady, his gaze lingering on Norton. You have returned early. Who is this child? He inquired directly, foregoing any pleasantries. Brother, Branwen inclined his head slightly. His voice deep and clear. I encountered him at the edge of the Shadowlands beyond the wall. He hesitated, seemingly weighing his words. He claims to be Brandon's son. What? Eddard's gray eyes suddenly narrowed, his body tensing as though doused in ice water. He rose abruptly, pressing his hands against the desk, his gaze piercing Norton like a tangible icicle. Brandon, his elder brother, whose fiery brilliance had long since dimmed. A bastard? This revelation struck him like thunder, reverberating against his steadfast beliefs in honor. Branwen did not falter. He immediately produced the wooden token engraved with the direwolf emblem from his cloak and stepped forward, gently placing it on Eddard's desk. This is the token he carries. Eddard's attention was instantly drawn to the token. He extended his calloused fingers, hardened from years of wielding a sword, and carefully lifted the token as if it were a fragile treasure. His fingertips traced the ancient wolf head carving, his eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. Familiar. The essence, the feel was undeniably authentic. Brandon had indeed had his share of romantic entanglements in his youth and had ventured to the east, but a child of merely 10? Brandon had been dead for nearly 14 years. The enormity of the mystery and shock caused his grip on the token to tremble ever so slightly. Norton stood beside Branwen, acutely aware of the weighty scrutiny emanating from the Duke of Winterfell and the tempest raging within. He endeavored to maintain his composure, his golden eyes meeting Eddard's with a hint of youthful trepidation and bewilderment. He said his mother hailed from a city in the east, Branwen continued, and she endured great hardships to bring him to the north, only to pass away unexpectedly. Before her death, she entrusted him with the token and revealed his lineage. Eddard inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain his composure. He clutched the token tightly in his palm, his gaze returning to Norton's face, his voice low and thunderous as if from the depths of the earth. Child, what is your name? Norton, my lord, Norton replied clearly. Ned repeated the name, his gaze imbued with a complexity that was difficult to decipher. He turned to Bran, and the unspoken understanding between brothers allowed Bran to immediately grasp Ned's silent inquiry. Is it credible? Bran's own eyes mirrored a similar complexity. He stepped closer to Ned, lowering his voice to a whisper, ensuring that only the two of them could hear. Brother, this child is extraordinary. When I found him, he was being assaulted by 3 ill-intentioned savages. He paused, a flicker of indescribable light passing through his gray eyes. He dispatched them in an instant, in a manner that was nothing short of lethal. Flames, pure, destructive flames. Not from a torch, nor wildfires. It was as though the power erupted from within him. Ned's gray pupils dilated in shock. Flames, erupting from within? This was entirely beyond his realm of understanding. Was it the magic of the children of the forest? Or something darker, more forbidden? The look he cast at Norton was now filled with deeper suspicion and vigilance. A nephew of questionable lineage possessed such bizarre and terrifying power. It was a cruel jest played by the gods. The study fell into a profound silence, broken only by the crackling of the firewood in the hearth. A heavy pressure enveloped Norton as he distinctly sensed the turmoil within Ned's gaze. Nostalgia for his brother, a sense of duty to their bloodline, a commitment to honor, a deep-seated apprehension of the unknown power, and concerns for the safety of the North. All these emotions intermingled on Ned's resolute face. After a long moment, Ned slowly returned to his high-backed chair. He relaxed his grip on the wooden token, placing it gently on the table, producing a soft sound. He closed his eyes briefly, and when he opened them again, his gray gaze had regained its characteristic, ice-like steadiness, though beneath the surface, turmoil still lurked. He did not immediately question Norton about the power. Bran's warning echoed in his mind, and the nature of this power was too alarming to approach recklessly. Norton. Ned's voice returned to a placid tone, yet it was imbued with undeniable authority. Your origins raise numerous doubts. Brandon has been gone from us for a long time. This token is genuine, but it cannot prove everything. His words were direct, devoid of false comfort. Norton felt a slight heaviness in his heart, yet his expression remained calm. This was within his expectations. Before the truth is ascertained, Ned continued, shifting his gaze to Bran, take him to the guest room to rest. Have Maester Luwin examine him and tend to the chill from his travels. Find him some suitable clothing. Yes, brother, Bran nodded. As for you, Ned's gaze returned to Norton, scrutinizing him with a sense of deliberation. Winterfell shall not cast out an orphan who has lost his mother, bearing a Stark token and claiming to be of Brandon-esque blood. However, until your identity is clarified, you shall not enjoy the privileges of a Stark family member. He paused, seemingly searching for an appropriate course of action. The blacksmith shop in Winterfell requires an industrious apprentice. Old Smith Micken is a taciturn yet skilled craftsman. For the time being, you will assist him. Your food and lodging will be provided by the castle. This will allow you to learn a trade for your livelihood and prove yourself through your own labor. The mention of the blacksmith's shop stirred something within Norton. In a realm where metal and flame coalesce, one can only conclude that it is an environment tailored for him. Indeed, Your Grace, Norton bowed his head respectfully. His golden eyes cast downward, concealing a fleeting glimmer of insight. Proceed. Ned waved his hand, appearing somewhat fatigued. He required time to digest the tumultuous news, to investigate discreetly, to weigh his options. Banyong escorted Norton out of the study. The heavy wooden door closed behind them, isolating the interior from the outside world. Alone at his desk, Ned grasped the Ice Wolf wooden token, repeatedly tracing the engravings with his fingertips, his gray eyes fixed upon the flickering flames in the hearth, engulfed in prolonged contemplation. The child of Brandon, imbued with the essence of fire, rendered the northern winds and snows increasingly unpredictable. Chapter 8. The Blacksmith Shop after a night of rest. The following morning, a servant arrived to escort Norton to the blacksmith shop. They traversed the castle's inner courtyard, where the air was infused with a melange of horse, leather, and rust. The blacksmith shop, nestled in a corner of the castle, was constructed of sturdy stone, with a massive chimney billowing thick smoke. Even from a distance, the rhythmic, thunderous clang of hammer against iron, accompanied by the whoosh of the bellows, could be heard. As they pushed open the heavy wooden door, a wave of scorching heat mingled with cold dust, the metallic scent, and the odor of sweat greeted them. The bronze within Norton awakened instantaneously, as if quenched by a long-awaited rain, greedily absorbing the rich fire elemental and metallic essence permeating the atmosphere. A comforting warmth coursed through his being, invigorating his spirit. The interior of the blacksmith shop was expansive, though dimly lit. At its center stood a colossal stone forge, flames roaring, radiating an astonishing heat. A remarkably burly man, his muscles knotted like rock, was bare-chested save for a heavy leather apron. His dark, glistening skin bore the markings of sweat and coal dust. He was the seasoned blacksmith, Mikan. He wielded a massive iron hammer, striking a glowing red ingot with the force of a pile driver, sending sparks flying with each blow. The sound of his strikes resonated with thunderous might. Near the entrance, in a relatively cooler area, 3 figures stood, watching Mikan's work with keen interest. They were evidently not there to labor. Leading them was a boy of about 10, with brown hair and blue eyes, his features handsome. Clad in a warm woolen coat and leather boots, a practiced short sword, unsharpened, hanging at his side. His brow bore the nascent qualities of leadership and the distinctive resolve of House Stark. He was Robb Stark, the eldest son of Lord Eddard Stark and the future Duke of Winterfell. Beside Robb stood a similarly aged boy, slender and with raven black hair. His hair was a deep, pure black, his eyes a dark gray, his countenance refined, dressed in equally fine attire, yet in darker hues, exuding an air of somberness and detachment. He was Jon Snow, the illegitimate son of Lord Eddard Stark. The last youth, somewhat older, around 13 or 14 years of age, possessed black hair and dark eyes, his countenance strikingly handsome. Clad in exquisite leather armor emblazoned with the sigil of House Greyjoy, a monstrous sea creature, he stood with his arms crossed, exuding an air of relaxed nonchalance that bore a hint of deliberate languor. He was Theon Greyjoy, the hostage of the Iron Islands and the youngest son of Balon Greyjoy, the king. The 3 of them were clearly observing the blacksmith's work with curiosity. The servant leading them stepped forward to exchange a few words with Mikan, the aged blacksmith, who paused in his labor, setting down his massive hammer with a resonant clang beside the anvil. He wiped the sweat from his brow with a thick cloth hanging around his neck, his face, chiseled like rock, turning towards Norton. His gaze, heavy as the hammer he wielded, swept over Norton's somewhat slender frame before finally resting on his striking golden eyes. A barely perceptible frown creased his brow. Yet he said little else, merely intoning in a deep, gravelly voice. "A new apprentice, I see. Very well. Go to that corner over there and sort through the scrap metal. Separate the pig iron from the wrought iron. Be careful not to smash your hands." He gestured with his robust fingers toward a disordered pile of rusty metallic debris in the corner. Robb, Jon, and Theon found their attention drawn to the new apprentice, particularly captivated by Norton's golden eyes, which gleamed even in the dim light of the forge. A flicker of surprise and curiosity passed through Robb's eyes as he took a couple of steps forward, displaying the politeness befitting his station laced with a tinge of inquisitiveness. "Are you new here? Have you ever learned to forge before? Your eye color is quite unusual." His tone was direct, devoid of malice, a simple reflection of youthful curiosity. Jon remained silent, observing Norton quietly, his gaze imbued with a subtle scrutiny, and an ineffable sense of resonance, perhaps stemming from their shared status as outsiders. Theon, however, let out a derisive scoff. Sauntering over to circle around Norton, his gaze sharp as a knife, lingering particularly on those golden irises before curling his lips into a mocking grin. TSK, golden eyes? Which mine did you excavate that treasure from? His words dripped with scorn, tinged with superiority and unabashed provocation. The servant who had brought Norton, witnessing the exchange, quickly bowed slightly to Robb and the others before hastily departing. Norton inhaled deeply, the searing air of the forge filling his lungs, and a pleasant hum resonated within him. Seemingly indifferent to Theon's taunts, perhaps even tinged with a hint of disdain, he disregarded Theon, his gaze flitting past Robb and Jon, ultimately landing on the pile of scrap metal as he calmly replied to Robb, "My name is Norton. I have not learned to forge." He did not provide his surname nor elaborate on his eyes. He proceeded directly to the heap of debris, crouching down to begin sorting as Mikken had instructed. His movements were unrefined, even somewhat clumsy, as this was his first genuine encounter with the classification of metallic refuse in this world. Robb was somewhat taken aback by Norton's composed demeanor. He had witnessed many servants exhibiting awe in his presence, and had seen Theon's derision incite anger or submission in others, but Norton's almost indifferent tranquility intrigued him. Jon's gaze, meanwhile, deepened with contemplation. As Zian observed Norton completely disregard him, he felt as though he had struck a blow against cotton, a sense of indignation swelling within him. Just as he was about to utter another scathing remark, he was interrupted by a low, resonant cough from Mikken. The old blacksmith remained silent, yet his warning gaze prompted Zian to petulantly pout, ceasing his provocations. Instead, he crossed his arms and scrutinized Norton's clumsy sorting actions with a more critical eye, seemingly in search of further opportunities to mock. Norton, however, paid no heed to the scrutiny behind him. His fingers grazed the cold, rusted metal, and an extraordinary sensation unfurled from his fingertips, akin to water seeping into sand. He could distinctly perceive the internal structure of the scrap metal, where it was porous cast iron, where it was tainted with impurities, and where a resilient piece of wrought iron lay concealed. This sensation was neither visual nor tactile, but rather an innate awareness bestowed upon him by the branding of bronze and fire, a direct perception of the essence of metal. His sorting speed began to quicken, and his movements became more fluid. He no longer needed to discern rust color or listen for sound upon striking. The moment his fingers made contact, the identity of the metal became clear to him. He accurately tossed one piece of scrap after another into their respective bins. This subtle transformation may have gone unnoticed by Robb and Zian, but Jon, who had been silently observing, along with the seasoned Mikken, exchanged glances of mild astonishment. At that moment, Norton's fingers encountered a piece of irregularly shaped scrap, riddled with rust and pockmarks, resembling furnace slag. The internal structure of this scrap was chaotically disordered, brimming with bubbles and impurities. In Mikken's eyes, it was undoubtedly worthless, fit only for remelting. Yet, as Norton touched its rough, frigid surface, an intense, instinctual urge surged within him to restore it, to refine it, to render it pure. He instinctively tightened his grip on the unsightly scrap, as if it were not cold metal, but a living entity in need of solace. He momentarily forgot his surroundings, oblivious to the presence of Robb, Jon, Zian, and Mikken. Suddenly, a faint but pure warmth, akin to awakening magma, uncontrollably spilled from his clenched palm, enveloping the scrap in an instant. Under the astonished gazes of Robb, Jon, and Zian, and the incredulous glint in Mikken's murky old eyes, the once unsightly, rusted scrap appeared to be enchanted. The corrosion on its surface seemed to be licked away by invisible flames, disintegrating into fine ash. The hidden impurities and bubbles silently vanished under the intense heat, reorganizing. The distorted shape transformed as if reshaped by unseen skilled hands, becoming smooth and even. This entire process lasted but a fleeting few seconds. When Norton instinctively released his grip, a piece of smooth, gleaming wrought iron, with a pleasing form and commendable quality, clattered to the ground beside the cast iron bin with a resounding thud. In the dimly lit blacksmith's shop, illuminated by the glow of the forge, the iron block radiated a perfect and pure sheen, in stark contrast to its previous disheveled appearance. The transformation was nothing short of miraculous. Jon inhaled sharply, his eyes wide with astonishment. Robb's mouth hung agape, his blue irises filled with a pure, incomprehensible shock. Even the ever-mocking Theon stood frozen, his expression akin to that of a man who has seen a ghost, as shock and a barely perceptible fear replaced his usual arrogance. The old blacksmith Mikken took a bold step forward, his calloused and soot-stained hands trembling slightly as he cautiously picked up the pristine iron ingot from the ground. His rough fingertips caressed the smooth, warm surface repeatedly, his murky eyes fixated on the flawless metallic sheen before he abruptly turned to gaze at the golden-eyed youth. His eyes reflecting the awe one might reserve for a walking deity. His lips moved soundlessly, as if articulating, "By the gods, how is this possible?" In the blacksmith's workshop, only the hissing of the bellows and the crackling of the furnace could be heard. An invisible, colossal shock reverberated through the hearts of all present, akin to a boulder plunging into a tranquil pond, stirring tumultuous waves. Norton observed his hands, then glanced at the brand new iron ingot in Micken's grasp. A flicker of confusion crossing his golden pupils, soon followed by a deeper understanding. His earlier actions had not been deliberate. Rather, the power of the imprint had instinctively manifested upon contact with the flawed metal, as natural as breathing. This was a profound mastery over the essence of metal and its reformation. The alchemy belonging to Norton, the king of bronze and fire, revealed itself in this Westerosi blacksmith shop in the most astonishing manner, showcasing but a fragment of its grandeur. He surveyed the astonished crowd, particularly Micken, whose eyes mirrored the disintegration of the world's foundation, and he understood. It seemed that his apprenticeship in Winterfell was destined to unleash an unforeseen tempest. Chapter 9. Identity Confirmation. The oppressive silence enveloping the blacksmith's workshop was shattered by Micken's labored inhalation. Clutching the newly transformed, smooth iron ingot tightly, his knuckles turned white from the strain, and his dark visage flickered in the furnace's glow. His murky old eyes bore into Norton, as if attempting to penetrate his very being to uncover whatever monstrous secret lay within. "Why you?" Micken's voice was gravelly and incredulous, quivering with disbelief. "What have you done?" Rob, finally emerging from his stupor, was filled with a pure and untainted awe reserved for the mysteries of the world. "By the gods, Norton, how did you achieve this? That scrap of iron. It has come to life?" He completely disregarded Theon's earlier mockery, his focus solely on the incredible spectacle before him. Jon's astonishment ran deeper, tinged with a subtle thread of trepidation. He possessed a greater understanding of the world's harshness and strangeness than Rob, and the scene before him transcended his comprehension, invoking memories of the forest children and their green magic from the old nurse's tales. Yet what this golden-eyed youth wielded was clearly the formidable power of fire and metal. This instinctively unsettled him. Theon's expression darkened considerably. Following the initial shock, he was overwhelmed by a strong sense of offense and an inexplicable, gnawing anxiety. His sense of superiority, once a source of pride, was utterly shattered before the monstrous entity unearthed within the mine. He opened his mouth, eager to retort with something more cutting. Yet as he beheld the flawless gleam of the iron ingot in Micken's grasp, his throat constricted, rendering him incapable of uttering anything coherent. And he reluctantly turned his face away. Norton gazed at his palm, a flicker of confusion passing through his golden pupils, soon transforming into a serene understanding. He felt the instinctive stirrings of the brand within him, a natural aversion to imperfect metal coupled with an innate desire for restoration. "I do not know," he said, raising his gaze to meet Micken's scrutinizing stare, his voice imbued with an unusual candor. "I merely sensed it should not be thus, and then it changed." This was not an outright fabrication. The power of the brand indeed flowed as naturally as breath. "It should not be thus," Micken echoed, his voice emerging from the depths of his throat. Having lived nearly 60 years and toiled by the forge for most of his life, he had never witnessed such an extraordinary phenomenon. This was beyond any known forging technique. Was it a miracle or sorcery? His murky gaze darted between Norton's tranquil golden eyes and the flawless iron ingot in his hand. Ultimately, an amalgamation of profound awe, confusion, and an intense curiosity enveloped his heart. "You," Micken turned to Norton, his tone inscrutable, "continue sorting. Without my permission, do not touch the forge, nor any heated iron." He needed time to process this, to observe. This golden-eyed lad carried a significant secret, one that, if mishandled, could invite calamity. Instinctively, he chose to temporarily suppress and observe. Norton calmly acknowledged, "Yes, Master Micken." He turned and walked back towards the pile of scrap, as though the astonishing scene had never transpired. Only the subtle stirring of the brand within him attested to the reality of what had just occurred. Rob, wishing to inquire further, was gently tugged by Jon's sleeve. Jon shook his head slightly, indicating they should depart. Sean, unable to endure any longer, was the first to turn. His face contorted in a manner akin to having swallowed a fly, and he hastily exited the smithy. Rob and Jon exchanged a glance, both laden with shock and bewilderment, silently leaving this suddenly peculiar place. Mycon remained alone beside the forge, the firelight casting his enormous silhouette upon the wall, flickering uncertainly. He lowered his gaze to the flawless iron ingot in his hand, then glanced at the silent, golden-eyed boy sorting through the scrap in the corner, his brow furrowing into a deep frown. The boy's immense shock and desire to share were difficult to fully suppress. During dinner, Robb could not resist mentioning the remarkable new apprentice at the smithy to his father, Ned, though he spoke vaguely, only hinting that the golden-eyed youth, named Norton, seemed to possess a peculiar talent for transforming scrap into something valuable. Jon remained silent, yet his unusually grave demeanor, along with Sean's evident distraction and a hint of trepidation, rendered the atmosphere at the table somewhat tense. Deep within Ned Stark's gray eyes, a storm was brewing. The echoes of Bran's warning lingered, those terrifying flames that consumed the wildlings. In this era, an enigmatic ability to mend metal has emerged. This boy, who claims to be the son of Brandon, is shrouded in mystery and potential peril, with each passing moment intensifying the intrigue. In the stillness of the night, within the study, the flames in the hearth flicker quietly. Ned sits behind his desk, his fingers unconsciously tapping against the surface, while the Ice Wolf's sigil rests silently at his side. Before him stands Maester Luwin, whose wise eyes brim with gravity. Although Robb's description is vague, when combined with the information brought back by Bran, Maester Luwin strokes his beard thoughtfully. My lord, it appears that this Norton truly possesses some incomprehensible power. The flames and metal evoke an ancient legend concerning the Valyrian dragon lords and their sorcery, yet it seems implausible. Valyria has long since perished. Ned's voice is somber, as both dragons and magic have faded into oblivion. Yet, beneath his words lies a hint of uncertainty that he himself cannot dismiss. Brandon's bastard? From the east? The peculiar interplay of flames and metal manipulation? These fragments coalesce into a disquieting narrative. We must ascertain his origins. Ned declares, resolutely. Luwin, I require you to investigate personally. Take trustworthy individuals with you to the place where his mother allegedly passed away, and seek any possible witnesses or clues. As for the east, Pintos, utilize our contacts in the free trade cities to determine whether Brandon truly lingered there over a decade ago, and if he left anything behind. Yes, my lord. Maester Luwin replies with a bow, fully aware of the task's significance. This matter not only concerns the identity of a child, but may also bear implications for the safety of Winterfell and the North itself. Maester Luwin is prompt in his actions. Within days, a capable small party, armed with the Duke's orders, sets forth. In a village approximately half a day's journey from the castle, an elderly shepherd provides a vague clue. About a month prior, amidst a fierce snowstorm, he appeared to see a ragged woman with a child collapsed near the edge of the woods outside the village. He presumed them to be frozen travelers. But when he approached to offer assistance, they had vanished. This clue is exceedingly vague, and while the timeline barely aligns, it is merely a whisper of information. As for Pintos, Luwin leveraged connections in King's Landing and Bravos. Several weeks later, an encoded Raven's message arrives at Ned's study. The contents of the letter cause Ned's brow to furrow, while also resolving certain uncertainties. The letter states that approximately 15 or 16 years ago, Brandon Stark did indeed accompany his father, Duke Ricard, on a brief visit to Pintos, attending a significant trade negotiation. At that time, Brandon was youthful and renowned for his charm, and during his stay in Pintos, he reportedly vanished for several days, allegedly to indulge in exotic experiences. In the inn where he lodged, a washerwoman, descendant of exiles from further east, was said to possess strikingly unique black eyes. Shortly thereafter, this washerwoman departed from Pintos, her whereabouts unknown. These fragments of information, though lacking a direct evidence chain, skillfully interweave the narrative crafted by the three-eyed crow, time, characters, and events. The coincidence is strikingly perfect yet remains unfalsifiable. Bachelor Reuven cautiously expressed in his letter that although there is a lack of solid evidence and eyewitness accounts, the background described by Norton cannot be entirely dismissed given the current information, particularly when considering the character of Lord Brandon in his youth. Ned set down the parchment. Exhaling a long, heavy sigh, he picked up the piece of weirwood carved in the shape of a dire wolf, running his fingers over the engravings. The evidence pointed to possibility rather than certainty. Yet all the doubts seemed to be explicable by coincidence and Brandon's impulsiveness. What of the power within that child? How could that be accounted for? Could it truly be a dormant gift within the Stark bloodline, awakened unexpectedly from ancient ancestry in the distant east? This notion sent a chill down his spine, yet he could find no more rational explanation. He was unable to fully believe, nor could he categorically deny, the identity of Brandon's bastard, when filled by coincidence within the chain of evidence, seemed to become somewhat acceptable. At the very least, Winterfell had a duty to protect this child who might bear the blood of his elder brother. As for that power, it must be strictly restrained and observed. Chapter 10. The dispute. As Ed's internal struggle led him gradually toward the acceptance of Norton's identity, another keen observer sensed the anomaly: Catelyn Tully, the Lady of Winterfell. With her family's signature auburn hair and striking blue eyes, she was both beautiful and wise, possessing a fierce instinct to protect her family. Recently, the sudden return of Benjen, accompanied by a mysterious child with golden eyes, had raised her suspicions. Ed had deviated from his usual practice, neglecting to receive or accommodate the child in the Great Hall, instead dispatching him directly to the smithy as an apprentice. Robb had vaguely mentioned the child's peculiarities. Theon had been oddly sardonic, Jon, unusually silent. Moreover, Ed's recent gravity and frequent private discussions in his study wove an unsettling web of clues. She understood Benjen's character. He would never bring an unknown child back to Winterfell without cause. Resolving to take action, Catelyn entered Ed's study that evening after the children had departed. She approached the desk directly, her sharp blue eyes locking onto her husband's gray ones. Ed, her voice calm, yet imbued with an unyielding strength, tell me, what is the truth about the golden-eyed child Benjen has brought back? Who is he? Ed lifted his gaze, meeting the mingled concern, doubt, and a trace of barely perceptible vigilance in Catelyn's eyes. He understood her keen intuition and her deep concern for the family's safety. He was acutely aware of his own nature. He could not lie to his wife, especially regarding matters that might implicate their lineage and potential dangers. He paused for a moment, the flickering firelight dancing across his face. Finally, he spoke slowly, his voice low and sincere, laden with a profound weariness and resignation. Catelyn. Benjen found him beyond the wall. He claims, Ed hesitated, picking up the piece of weirwood from the table, he claims to be Brandon's son. What? Catelyn's exclamation was sharper than when Ed had first heard it. The color drained from her beautiful face, and her eyes brimmed with shock and disbelief, swiftly overtaken by an onslaught of anger and fear. Brandon, the man to whom she had once been briefly engaged. A flame that had burned brightly only to extinguish too soon. His illegitimate son. A sudden appearance in Winterfell. This was inconceivable. Catelyn's voice trembled as she spoke. Brandon had already been there, and the timeline did not align. Reuven investigated. Ed's voice remained somber. Brandon indeed visited Pentos back then. The timeline barely aligns. There is a woman who fits some descriptions. He refrained from mentioning the coincidences, merely stating the superficial conclusions from Reuven's report. He bore this token. He extended the wooden plaque to Catelyn. She took it, the cold touch sending a shiver through her fingertips. The familiar wolf head engraving pricked her eyes like a needle. Evidence. What sort of evidence was this? She shot her gaze upwards, her eyes ablaze with fury. Is this all you have? An unknown child, a piece of wood, some vague rumors? Ed, are you really going to allow a potential fraud, perhaps even someone with sinister intentions, to remain in Winterfell? To be near our children? Robb. Sansa, Arya, Bran. Catelyn. Ed's voice rose slightly, imbued with the authority of a duke, yet laden with anguish. I did not immediately acknowledge his identity. I placed him in the smithy, to keep him away from the keep, away from the children. I ordered an investigation. Reuven's report may not be conclusive, but the possibility exists. He stood, moving before Catelyn, his gray eyes locked onto hers. Brandon is my brother. If this child truly bears his blood, even if only a slight chance exists, Winterfell is his rightful home. I cannot turn him away, leaving him to wander or perish in some forsaken corner. This is my duty, Catelyn, a duty to our family. Duty? Catelyn's voice dripped with sharp sarcasm. Duty to Brandon? What about our children? What about the responsibility to this family? Ed, have you seen his eyes? Those are not Stark eyes. I have heard he has been behaving strangely at the smithy. Did Benjen bring him back merely because he might be Brandon's illegitimate son? Did he tell you anything else? She keenly sensed the unspoken insinuations in Ed's words. Ed's body stiffened slightly. He could not deny Catelyn's perceptiveness. He could not reveal the truth regarding the flames and manipulation of metal, as it would only deepen her panic and opposition. He chose to remain selectively silent. Benjen believes there is something unusual about him, Ed said vaguely, but is still observing. Catelyn, I understand your concerns. I will watch him, closely monitor him, until his identity is fully confirmed and his safety assured. He will simply be the apprentice at the smithy, Norton. He will not enter the family domain, nor approach the children. I assure you. Catelyn gazed at her husband's weary yet resolute face, understanding that once Ed made a decision, particularly concerning family honor and responsibility, it was exceedingly difficult to alter. She clutched the cold wooden plaque tightly, her knuckles turning white. Anger, resentment, fear of the unknown, and concern for the safety of her children swirled within her heart. She could not accept the existence of a possible illegitimate son of Brandon, nor could she tolerate the idea of a dangerous individual with peculiar traits lurking in Winterfell. Norton. She murmured the name as if chewing on a piece of ice. Very well, Eddard. I shall temporarily trust your judgment. However, her blue eyes glinted with the sharpness of an icicle. Remember your promise. He must stay away from my children. If he poses any threat to this household, regardless of whether he is Brandon's son or not, I will personally cast him out of Winterfell. Winter is coming, Eddard. We cannot afford any risks. With that, she forcefully returned the direwolf plaque to Eddard's desk and turned to leave the study, her red hair trailing behind her in a decisive arc, leaving Eddard alone, his figure appearing particularly heavy and solitary in the flickering firelight. On the desk, the wooden plaque etched with the direwolf lay quietly, the wolf's eyes shimmering with a mysterious and unfathomable glow in the fire's reflection. The cloud of uncertainty surrounding Norton's identity was temporarily concealed by a web of coincidental evidence. Yet his very existence, along with the dormant power within him, had already stirred an unquenchable undercurrent within the ancient wolf's den of Winterfell, much like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Chapter 11. The first signs of brilliance. The harsh winter of Winterfell was isolated from the clamor of the smithy. The massive furnace roared, its crimson flames licking the dark walls. The heavy breathing of the bellows intertwined with the thunderous clang of the hammer striking the anvil, creating an eternal symphony. Norton stood at the center of this tempest of heat and strength, feeling an odd sense of belonging. The slumbering imprint of authority within him greedily absorbed the pervading fire elements and metallic particles, providing profound sustenance. Yet beneath this comfort, invisible chains tightened silently, Banyang's warning. The scrutiny of Duke Eddard, and especially the concealed vigilance of Master Mikken. All of these pinned him firmly in the most humble corner, sorting through a mountain of discarded rusted iron. With each touch of his fingertips against the metal, Norton could hear their internal groans, loose pores, stubborn impurities, and distorted lattices. The instinctive urge to mend them surged within him, yet he suppressed it beneath a calm exterior. During the day, he performed only the most basic tasks, sorting, cleaning, and operating the heavy bellows that required immense strength. Master Mikken's imposing figure loomed before the furnace, his murky gaze sweeping over Norton like an iron claw. Remnants of the shock and lingering vigilance from the day of the refuse anomaly etched in his eyes. Only in the depths of night did the suffocating tension begin to ease. These people are far too cautious, Norton thought as he gently caressed a small piece of discarded scrap. Gathering his focus, a trickle of authority flowed through him like a gentle stream. The pores silently sealed, rust pits quietly smoothed over, and the subtle changes seamlessly melded into the heap of refuse, unnoticed by anyone. How long must I be treated like a thief? The forge indeed nourished his strength, yet the reality starkly contrasted with his initial imaginings. He once believed that the worst fate would be to incur the disdain of the Duchess, at least possessing a clear identity like John's. However, now, even stepping out of the forge felt as if unseen eyes were glued to his back. Left with no choice, he could only heed the wisdom of his forebears and maintain a low profile, quietly adapting to the subtle shifts of bronze and the dominion of fire in this world. As time passed imperceptibly, Norton's modesty did not completely conceal the wonder of his hands. Master Mikken, this new apprentice, Norton, he has crafted a truly remarkable hoe, exclaimed an old farmer, returning the tools, his weathered face etched with astonishment. The hardened clods of frozen earth were easily sliced. The blade remained impeccably sharp. Both lightweight and sturdy, it felt effortlessly wielded. After being meticulously maintained and polished by Norton, the weapons of the Winterfell guards were astonishingly sharp and enduring. The chainmail links became exceptionally agile and resilient. Those who wielded the tools Norton had tended experienced a marked difference. Soldiers shared their admiration in hushed tones. Hey, that golden-eyed lad. Norton, could he be the Smith, manifesting his divine prowess? One of the 7 gods come to apprentice? In the tavern, soldiers jested half-heartedly. A smith transformed? Huh. Yet someone, sipping their ale, remarked earnestly, those hands of his, the iron they have touched, possess an inexplicable charm. Beneath the playful banter, a silent recognition and respect for his craft quietly flourished. On what seemed to be yet another tranquil day, Norton had just finished clearing a pile of iron smelting scraps when the workshop door creaked open. A visibly anxious knight cautiously cradled an oilcloth bundle. Unwrapping the layers revealed a broken brass falcon hilt, exquisitely designed, yet one wing's base lay grotesquely fractured, barely held together by a twisted copper wire. Master Mikken, a family heirloom, bearing our ancestral honor. I implore you, find a solution." The knight's voice quivered with desperation. Mycon took the hilt, his brow instantly knitting into a furrow. The brass was soft, and mending such a delicate fracture while preserving its original strength and elegance posed a formidable challenge. He held his breath, focusing intently, attempting to solder, his sweat-soaked apron bearing witness to his labor. Yet, the joints either appeared crookedly ugly or were feeble to the touch. The furnace-esque glow illuminated his increasingly agitated countenance. The knight's hope flickered like a candle in the wind, nearly extinguished. Norton's gaze had long since been captivated by the hilt. The sight of the fractured metal lattice tore at his insides, igniting an insatiable desire to restore it, akin to a wildfire raging forth. He could only suppress his urges, awaiting Mycon's endeavors. After a series of failures, Mycon, in frustration, slammed his tools onto the anvil, the resounding clang echoing in the workshop. His despairing glance swept across the space, ultimately fixing upon the silent, golden-eyed youth by the bellows. Norton's eyes burned with an insatiable focus, fixated on the shattered hilt, as if molten lava surged beneath the surface of his golden irises. A reckless thought seized Mycon. "You." His voice rasped, laden with undeniable command. As he pointed decisively at Norton, "Come here." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he had ceased to regard the youth, abruptly turning to forcefully pull open the heavy bellows lever. In that moment, Norton comprehended. His heart raced wildly as he lunged forward, seizing the small hammer and precision steel tongs, swiftly and deftly inserting the fractured tip of the gauntlet into the very heart of the furnace, where the heat was most intense and ferocious. With a rush, the furnace temperature soared under the steady yet wild rhythm of the bellows. The flames transformed from a deep crimson to a blinding, ghastly blue-white. Every fiber of Norton's being was focused on that singular point of brass. The power of the imprint no longer subdued, morphing into an unparalleled state of concentration and perception. Just as the brass approached its melting point, he sharply flicked his wrist. The gauntlet, radiating a blinding light, was precisely placed upon the specially crafted iron anvil. "Hammer! Strike! Here!" It felt as if molten lava raged within his heart. The tip of the quenching tongs was perfectly aligned with the core, the most fragile point of the fracture. In swift succession, the hammer fell. Clang! The strike was flawless. The force was exquisite. An invisible field of willpower, born from the imprint, enveloped that point instantaneously. Under Mycon's astonished gaze, the metal at the fractured surface, heated to its limits and in a state of peculiar plasticity, underwent a microscopic flow that transcended ordinary comprehension. It was not mere melting. Under a miraculous guidance, the torn lattice seemed to be meticulously restructured, drawn closer, seamlessly mended. Impurities were instantly expelled to the edges, and the structure became as dense as steel in an instant. "Quench! Quickly!" Mycon's roar was almost a shriek. Norton's movements were so rapid they left mere afterimages. He grasped the nearby tempering oil at the perfect temperature and deftly immersed the freshly repaired area. Hiss! A plume of blue smoke erupted violently. Mycon nearly lunged forward, seizing the gauntlet, disregarding the astonishing heat. His calloused fingers, laden with strength and a near-manic reverence, fervently caressed the repaired section. Smooth, cold, solid, flawless. The joint was perfectly seamless, a harmonious whole, at the base of the falcon's fractured wing. Even the minute textures of the feathers appeared to have been flawlessly restored by an unseen hand, regaining their former elegance. Only a faint, hairline trace remained, akin to the natural growth rings of the metal. What resonated deeply within his soul was the brass at the repair site, emanating an indescribable vitality and resilience. Its strength seemed to far surpass that of the gauntlet's original state. Mycon's breath came to a complete halt, his chest heaving violently, the veins in his hand bulging, his knuckles turning pale. He abruptly lifted his gaze, his eyes burning like red-hot iron, fixed intently upon Norton. The youth had stepped back, beads of sweat soaking his brow. Breathing slightly labored, yet within the depths of his golden eyes, the molten glow gradually receded, returning to tranquility. The old blacksmith's lips moved with fervor, producing guttural sounds from his throat, and ultimately, all the extreme shock, confusion, awe, and the overwhelming discovery of the incandescent brilliance forged in the crucible of iron and fire coalesced into a low, hoarse murmur, as if squeezed from the depths of his soul. "Well done, lad." The hammer fell, and he paused momentarily, seemingly at a loss for words. Ultimately, he could only muster a fervent exclamation. "Incredible." Without further ado, he extended his trembling hand, solemnly returning the rejuvenated gauntlet, now even more splendid than before, to the knight. who was nearly speechless with joy. The knight gushed incoherently about Master Mycon's exceptional craftsmanship. Mycon, however, merely waved his hand wearily, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Norton, his expression as complex as the flames dancing in a furnace. The fire continued to blaze brightly, reflecting the tumultuous waves of awe in the old blacksmith's eyes, an awe stemming from the transcendent artistry that defied comprehension. A deep reverence for the profound enigmas embodied by the youth before him, and an undeniable anticipation for the blade that had now been drawn, glowing with the brilliance forged in the crucible of iron and fire. In that decisive moment, Norton's brilliance began to emerge. Chapter 12. Thunder in the training yard. I have been blacksmithing for half a year now, Norton thought mechanically, striking the iron armor with rhythmic precision. Is this identity arranged by the three-eyed crow truly reliable? If this drags on, I might as well take a risk and head directly to King's Landing to seize the very bones of the bunker. Just as Norton voiced his frustrations, Robb Stark, the brown-haired youth increasingly exhibiting the demeanor of a future duke, bypassed the usual sword practice in the training yard. Instead, wrapped in a thick wolfskin cloak, he strode directly into the blacksmith shop. Norton, Robb's voice, bright and youthful, pierced through the clamor of the forge. Upon hearing his name, Norton looked up to see Robb and, setting down the horseshoe he was working on, bowed respectfully. My lord Robb. There's no need for such formality. Robb waved his hand, approaching Norton with keen interest in the dull, gleaming horseshoes. Did you craft all of these? Under Master Mycon's guidance, Norton replied, his composure unshakable. Robb picked one up, weighing it in his hand before tapping it, producing a crisp sound. Quite impressive. I hear you've made tools that can't even be damaged by stone. The soldiers say swords you've maintained can slice through 10 wooden stakes. Master Mycon claims he has never encountered an apprentice with your extraordinary talent. Surely, you cannot truly be the embodiment of a blacksmith? Norton merely smiled calmly. You flatter me. It is Master Mycon's excellent teaching and the quality of the materials. Robb, evidently unsatisfied with such pleasantries, surveyed the blacksmith shop and lowered his voice slightly. That day in the forge, when Theon spoke oddly, he later gestured at that piece of iron. What was that about? I later asked John, and he couldn't clarify either. How long has it been since that incident? And yet he still remembers. Norton felt a shiver run through him, but maintained his composure. My lord Robb, perhaps the furnace was too lively, and everyone became momentarily dazzled. I was merely sorting through scraps. Robb scrutinized Norton's calm, almost imperceptible golden eyes for a few seconds before breaking into a broad smile, the characteristic joviality of House Stark shining through. Very well. If you choose not to speak, so be it. However, he gestured toward the well-defined muscles of Norton's arms. With such strength, merely blacksmithing is a waste. Would you care to learn something truly worthwhile? Such as this? He patted the practiced long sword, which hung at his waist, unsharpened. A stirring within Norton took hold. As a skilled member of the execution department, his combat instincts and yearning for mastery over strength had never waned. He nodded, and a flicker of genuine emotion shimmered in his golden eyes, a desire to engage. But my identity complicates things. What does that matter? Robb exclaimed, thumping his chest with bravado. I'll speak to Sir Roderick. He is the finest instructor. You can practice the fundamentals alongside the squire, and no one will dare to speak out. Robb felt an inexplicable bond and trust towards Norton, perhaps stemming from the vague shock of that day, or perhaps from Norton's calm demeanor, which belied his youth. With Robb's fervent recommendation, the old instructor, Sir Roderick Castle, though skeptical about allowing a blacksmith's apprentice onto the training grounds, reluctantly acquiesced, swayed by the presence of the young lord. Thus, in Norton's life, alongside the hammer and the forge, wood swords and sweat were now included. The training ground was situated in a spacious corner of the castle's courtyard. Clad in the same coarse training attire as the other squires, Norton wielded a heavy oak sword, following Sir Roderick's commands to practice the most fundamental strikes, blocks, and footwork. He learned swiftly. His movements transitioned from initial stiffness to a fluidity that conformed to the standards of mastery. His control over strength surpassed that of ordinary individuals, with each strike resonating heavily, causing his opponent's wooden sword to vibrate and his hands to tingle. Within a week of rigorous practice, Norton understood that in this world, even a power-oriented hybrid could easily attain legendary status, let alone himself. In just a few days, he had subtly emerged as the strongest among the youths. As was customary, the sparring practice commenced. Norton faced a boy named Harris Howood, the second son of the Earl of Howood. He was significantly taller and more robust than his peers, with a rather arrogant demeanor. Harris had long viewed the suddenly interjected, reticent yet rapidly improving blacksmith with disdain, particularly irritated by the peculiar golden eyes that unnerved him. Hey, Blacksmith. Harris deliberately elbowed his way in front of Norton during the pairing, lightly tapping the shoulder guard of Norton's armor with his wooden sword, producing a dull thud. His tone laced with provocation. Don't come crying to your forge later. The training ground isn't a place for you to play in the mud. Norton glanced at him, remaining silent, merely tightening his grip on the wooden sword, his golden eyes betraying no emotion. Such provocation held no real threat. The bout commenced. Harris, relying on his height and strength, launched an aggressive assault from the outset. His heavy wooden sword sliced through the air, aimed directly at Norton's head with sheer force, evidently intending to intimidate him. The surrounding squires slowed their movements, captivated by the unfolding confrontation. Norton intended to employ the defensive techniques taught by Roderick to deflect the force. But Harris's strike was swift and ruthless, angled maliciously. The sharp whistle of the wooden sword slicing through the air jolted Norton's senses, and his combat instincts swiftly overrode rational restraint. He could not afford to be injured. In the instant the wooden sword neared its target, a flash of golden light ignited in Norton's eyes. He no longer held back. His entire being erupted with the ferocity of a slumbering volcano suddenly awakened. Rather than opting for a delicate parry, he boldly countered with an equally swift and powerful diagonal strike, aimed directly at the pressure point of Harris's wooden sword. The movement was succinct and direct, imbued with a primal and savage sense of strength. With a thunderous clang, far surpassing the ordinary clash of wooden swords, a sound akin to a thunderbolt shattered the din of the training grounds. Under the astonished gazes of all present, the sturdy oak training sword in Harris's grip shattered into two pieces as if it were nothing more than a fragile twig at the point of impact with Norton's sword. The upper half spun away, crashing heavily onto the frozen earth. But this was merely the beginning. The immense force not only shattered the wooden sword but surged like a relentless tide, mercilessly slamming into Harris's arm through the splintered handle. Harris felt an overwhelming strength wash over him. His right arm went numb in an instant, the webbing of his hand ruptured, and blood poured forth. He barely managed to let out a half-formed scream before being struck by the force as if a frenzied bull had collided with him, his feet leaving the ground as he was sent flying backward. With a thud, Harris's robust frame crashed onto the frozen ground 6 meters away. Rolling several times before coming to a stop, he curled his body, cradling his agonizingly painful, swollen, and dislocated arm, emitting groans of suffering, his face as pale as parchment, cold sweat streaming down his forehead, clearly having lost consciousness. Silence. The entire training ground fell into a profound hush. Even the wind seemed to cease its howling. All the trainee knights, along with a few observing formal knights, stood as if petrified, their eyes wide in disbelief, gazing at the golden-eyed youth in the center, who maintained his chopping stance while slowly retracting his wooden sword, alongside the broken sword at his feet and the crumpled, moaning Harris in the distance. Rob's mouth hung agape, his eyes filled with pure, incomprehensible shock. Beside him, Jon Snow's deep gray pupils constricted sharply, his grip on the wooden sword tightening involuntarily. Even the typically acerbic Theon Greyjoy momentarily forgot his mockery, disbelief, and a hint of barely perceptible trepidation etched across his face. Sir Roderick Castle was the quickest to react. The seasoned veteran instructor's expression shifted dramatically as he darted to Harris's side, swiftly assessing his injuries. He abruptly raised his head, his white beard trembling slightly with anger and shock, his hawk-like gaze locking onto Norton with piercing intensity. His voice cut through the air like the icy winds of the north. Boy, do you intend to kill him? That is no strength befitting a mere human youth. Wild, reckless, utterly devastating. Norton stood his ground, slowly exhaling a breath of white vapor. The wooden sword in his hand remained unscathed, as if the cataclysmic blow had drained it of all its power. He met Roderick's furious gaze, his golden eyes now devoid of the molten fury that had erupted moments before, replaced by an unfathomable calm. Sir, his voice remained steady, carrying a metallic resonance. I struck too fiercely. I merely defended. Defended. Roderick, filled with fury yet unable to suppress a sardonic smile, pointed at the shattered sword and the groaning Harrys in the distance. Is this your idea of blocking? Someone, take him to the maester's tower. Quickly. He commanded the astonished apprentices to hoist Harrys away, then strode before Norton, his towering figure exuding an immense sense of authority. From this day forth, you are permitted only to practice basic movements. You are not to engage in any sparring exercises. Your training will be overseen by me personally. Should I witness you abusing that strange strength of yours again, I shall cast you back to the forge, and you shall never touch a sword again. Do you understand? Norton nodded silently. Chapter 13. The mischievous Arya, the reverberations of thunder from the training grounds still lingered. As tales of the blacksmith apprentice Norton and his extraordinary strength spread like wildfire throughout Winterfell, eclipsing even his reputation as a smith. Awe, curiosity, and detachment intertwined in the gazes directed at Norton. Under Sir Roderick's stern supervision, Norton's martial training was strictly confined to fundamental movements and physical conditioning, devoid of any combat. He resembled a blade sheathed, its brilliance momentarily concealed. Yet, this very blade drew the attention of a fearless little wolf, Arya Stark. The wild and unruly second daughter of Lady Stark, at approximately 6 years of age, was akin to the most restless wind across the northern plains. She loathed needlework, yearning instead for the legends of knights and the freedom of the forests. The various rumors about Norton, his strange golden eyes, his extraordinary forging skills, and the terrifying might that had sent Harry's flying in the training yard, conspired in her youthful imagination to weave the most thrilling narrative. Norton possessed magic. He was akin to the mysterious and powerful sorcerers from tales. She was convinced that those golden eyes were proof of his magical prowess. Arya fully embraced her talent for mischief and the privilege of her Stark lineage. She adeptly seized upon every opportunity when Norton found himself alone, in the corners of the forge piled high with timber, in the secluded corridor leading to the storeroom for ore, and even on the paths returning to the servants' quarters after training. Like a nimble little wolf, she would leap forth from behind pillars or the shadows of porches, obstructing Norton's path. Norton! Norton! Arya's voice rang out, bright and tinged with mischievous determination. Her chestnut hair tousled from her running. They say you are a blacksmith incarnate. Is that true? Can you perform magic? Norton continued walking, though he found great amusement in her spirited nature. In reality, he merely wished to evade her. Lady Arya, I am but a humble blacksmith apprentice, he said, cornered against the wall, exasperated. You're lying, Arya insisted, her persistence unwavering. I saw it. Your eyes. That day in the training yard, the golden light. And Harry's sword. No ordinary person possesses such strength. It must be magic. With arms outstretched, she once more blocked his path, her gray eyes sparkling with eagerness. Show me. Just once. A little fireball? Or make something float. Please, Norton. Lady Arya, please don't jest, Norton replied, waving his hand in resignation, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. That is mere rumor. I must return to my work. Humph. What a miser. Arya puffed out her cheeks, but with a quick shift of her eyes, she donned a mischievous smile. If you want to show me, I shall tell Mother that you performed magic tricks in the blacksmith shop, and that you secretly taught Robb and the others strange antics. She was acutely aware of Catelyn's vigilance regarding Norton, and this threat struck a vital chord. Norton, observing the tenacious and whimsical girl before him, felt a headache coming on. He knew Arya was quite capable of following through. With a sigh, he glanced around. They were in the lower level of an abandoned tower within the castle, cluttered with broken furniture and debris, thick layers of dust covering everything, a place rarely visited. Arya. Norton's voice was hushed, his golden eyes unusually serious. I can show you something. But you must swear. By the honor of your father, Duke Eddard, and by the dire wolf of House Stark, you must vow never to tell a soul, not Robb, Jon, Sansa, especially not your mother. Otherwise, you shall never see magic again, and I shall never speak to you again. Arya's small face flushed with excitement, and without hesitation, she raised her right hand, mimicking a knight, her expression gravely solemn. I, Arya Stark, swear by the honor of my father, Duke Eddard Stark, and by the dire wolf of House Stark, that I shall never reveal Norton's magic to anyone. Otherwise, may the old nurse's tales become reality, and let the White Walkers take me away. To her, this vow was sufficiently grave. Norton observed her earnestness. Knowing this was the most solemn promise Arya could offer, he confirmed once more that they were alone, then took a deep breath. What a showcase. Fireballs were too perilous, and telekinesis too conspicuous. He needed a gentle yet impactful display. Norton slowly raised his right hand, palm facing up, fingers slightly splayed as if cradling something. His mind sharpened. He delved into the intense heat within him. He guided the energy, not unleashing a violent flame, but rather condensing pure light and warmth. Word of the blazing sun. A deep, rhythmically enchanting syllable escaped his lips. In an instant, a sphere of pure white light, the size of a fist, materialized above Norton's palm without warning. It floated steadily, radiating a soft yet overwhelmingly bright glow, not scorching, yet resembling a miniature sun cradled in his hand. The dim corners of the abandoned tower were instantly illuminated as if it were midday. Dust particles danced vividly within the beam of light. The glow reflected in Norton's focused and tranquil golden eyes, as well as in Arya's wide gray eyes, filled with shock and exhilaration. By the gods! Arya's mouth formed a perfect circle, all sounds caught in her throat. There was no explosion, no flames, yet this magic, forged solely from light, astonished her more than any fireball could. The radiance was so warm, so sacred, brimming with a power beyond her comprehension. So beautiful. She finally regained her voice, uttering dreamlike whispers, her small hand yearning to reach out and touch the luminous sphere, yet reverently halting midair. Norton maintained the orb for about 10 seconds, its stability unwavering. Then, with a mere thought, the orb of light dissipated as silently as it had appeared, leaving only a lingering warmth in the air and a bright glimmer in Arya's eyes that refused to fade. "Remember your vow, Miss Arya." Norton's voice drew her back to reality, reminding her that it was merely a small trick, not magic. He intentionally downplayed it. Arya nodded vigorously, her small face flushed with excitement, her gray eyes sparkling with an infinite longing for the mysterious power and the immense joy of sharing secrets with Norton. "I know. This is our secret. The best secret." From that moment on, Arya's gaze towards Norton transformed entirely. In her heart, he was no longer just the strong apprentice who forged iron, but a true mentor who wielded mysterious powers. Her visits to Norton increased, though the conversation shifted from watching magic to learning it, a pursuit Norton resolutely rejected. This unique bond quietly flourished under Lady Catelyn's watchful eyes. Meanwhile, in another shadowy corner of the castle, Jon Snow observed in silence. He noted Arya's unusual closeness to Norton, as well as Norton's calm and strength that remained unshaken after the outburst on the training grounds. As a bastard, Jon felt the alienation of being outside the core of the family more acutely than anyone, along with the coldness reflected in Lady Catelyn's gaze. Norton's strength and humility evoked a subtle resonance and admiration within him. On a snowy dusk, after finishing his training and returning to his quarters, Norton encountered Jon, who was leaning against the railing, gazing at the falling snow. "Norton," Jon's deep voice shattered the silence. Norton halted. "Jon." Jon turned, his dark gray eyes meeting Norton's, devoid of the usual gloom, replaced instead with a candid sincerity. Harris deserved what he got on the training grounds. He didn't hold back. He paused. "Arya is quite fond of you." Norton remained silent, his weary eyes simply observing Jon. Jon gestured towards the castle. "It sometimes feels like a giant ice cavern, externally splendid, but cold within." He offered a self-deprecating smile, tinged with an incongruent desolation for his age. "We are not meant to sit by the hearth." Norton understood the loneliness in Jon's words. His golden pupils flickered slightly in the twilight before he finally nodded. "The snow is falling heavily. Let us head back, Jon." Without excessive words, Norton comprehended his thoughts. It was merely a sense of shared sympathy, believing they were both bastards. Now, he had little time to engage in heartfelt conversations with Jon, for who knew what mischief that rascal Arya might conjure up next. Chapter 14. Identity Confirmation. The astonishing display on the training grounds and the secret of magic shared with Arya were like two stones thrown into the tranquil waters of Winterfell, the ripples of which had yet to settle, while a deeper undercurrent surged beneath the ice. The enigma surrounding Norton deepens, marked by his extraordinary golden eyes, an almost miraculous affinity for metal, the formidable power unleashed on the training grounds, and Arya's fervent attachment to him. All these elements converge into an unavoidable scrutiny, directed towards the Lord of Winterfell, Duke Eddard Stark. Eddard sits resolutely behind his desk, his countenance as tranquil as the winter walls of Winterfell. Yet within the depths of his slate-blue eyes lies a seething undercurrent of molten emotion. The warnings from Benjen, the stunned silence after Mikken's revelations, Sir Roderick's reports of inhuman strength, his wife's anxious concerns, and their youngest daughter's unusual closeness. All clues lead to this mysterious youth. While he does not doubt Catelyn's instincts, he places greater faith in facts and responsibilities. The Guardian of the North seeks truth, not conjecture. "I understand your concerns, Catelyn." Eddard's voice is low and steady, imbued with a soothing authority, yet undeniably firm. "But we cannot make judgments based solely on speculation and rumors. We require something more concrete." "Concrete?" Catelyn's voice rises slightly, tinged with suppressed fervor. His very existence is a riddle. Those eyes are the most evident anomaly. "Eddard, think of Brandon. Think of Lyanna. Our family cannot endure another." Eddard's voice suddenly deepens, cutting off his wife's impending taboo thoughts. Lyanna's name remains the deepest wound in his heart. The study descends into an oppressive silence. Eddard inhales deeply, subduing the tumult within. "I will handle this. Give me time. Until I ascertain the truth, I will not allow anyone to harm him, nor will I permit him to inflict harm upon anyone." This is my responsibility. Caitlin gazes into her husband's unwavering determination. Recognizing that further debate would be futile, she tightens her lips. The storm in her brown eyes has not calmed, merely forced into temporary submission. Rising, she exits the study without a word, her skirts trailing a chill in the air. The heavy wooden door closes behind her, leaving only the crackling of the hearth in the room. Eddard wearily leans back in his high-backed chair, fingers pressing against his brow. His elder brother Brandon, a man as fierce and wild as fire, had his affairs not shrouded in secrecy. The rumors from his journey south had reached even Winterfell. At that moment, a gentle knock interrupts the solitude of the study. The figure of Maester Luwin, slightly stooped, appears at the door, cradling a dusty, antiquated oak box. Its copper fittings tarnished and blackened. "My lord Eddard," Maester Luwin's voice carries a weight of seriousness. "You previously instructed me to organize the family's archives, seeking any potential clues related to unusual population movements. I discovered this at the bottom of an old chest containing Lord Brandon's belongings from before his departure south. It was buried beneath a pile of discarded ledgers and maps, and the box itself bears no markings." Eddard's gaze sharpens instantly. What lies within? Maester Luwin carefully opens the lid of the box. Inside, there is no gold or silver treasure, only a few yellowed letters and some scattered notes, long devoid of significance. He extracted a letter pinned on thick parchment, the wax seal long shattered, leaving only faint traces of dark red wax, the emblem upon it rendered indistinct. The paper itself bore the hallmarks of age, its edges slightly frayed, yet it remained relatively intact. "This is the one, my lord." Ruin carefully laid the letter before Eddard on the desk, its contents deeply personal. Without a doubt, it was the handwriting of Lord Brandon, dated shortly before his journey south to King's Landing. A heavy weight settled in Eddard's heart. He was all too familiar with his brother's script, bold and unrestrained, imbued with Brandon's distinctive flamboyance. He found himself holding his breath as he read through it word by word. The letter was brief, its phrasing characterized by Brandon's characteristic candor, even a hint of recklessness, directed at a childhood companion or servant he evidently trusted. It recounted an encounter during his last journey south on behalf of their father, when he passed through Pintos and spent a night filled with exotic allure and potent spirits, engaging with a local woman in a fleeting romance. Initially, he had dismissed it as a mere tryst of travel. However, approximately 6 months later, he received an ambiguous message, claiming that the woman might be with child. Brandon expressed his shock and a touch of regret in the letter, but more so, a sense of responsibility as a Stark. He wrote of immediately dispatching the reliable old Roger to discreetly deliver funds to Bravos, attempting to ascertain the situation and provide support. Yet, subsequent news ceased. Old Roger reported that the woman seemed to have left her home, her whereabouts elusive. Coupled with the ominous clouds of the usurper's war beginning to cast their shadow over Westeros, the tensions in the south escalating, and Brandon himself summoned urgently by their father to prepare for the rescue of Lyanna, the matter was regrettably set aside, becoming an unresolved enigma that haunted him. In the letter's conclusion, Brandon revealed a rare heaviness. Should that child truly exist amidst such turmoil, he pondered the fate that awaited them. The child might bear a token of their lineage. May the gods grant them safety, far from the ravages of war. This secret rests with us. Let it not be spoken of again. The letter closed with Brandon's flamboyant signature. Eddard's fingers unconsciously traced the familiar script on the parchment, each curve and nuance resonating with memories of his brother's hand. The letter's antiquity, the ink's oxidation, even the specific time mentioned and the vaguely yet pointed location described, formed an irrefutable chain of evidence. Scholar Ruin, standing beside him, added solemnly, "My lord, the dating of the paper and ink aligns with the date inscribed. I can vouch for the handwriting's age. Without a doubt, it is Lord Brandon's own." The old Roger referenced in the letter likely referred to Roger Riswell, the servant who accompanied Lord Brandon during his first journey south and tragically perished in the subsequent wars. Eddard remained silent, a profound silence enveloping him. The flickering flames cast shifting shadows across his face, beneath the seemingly reckless exterior of his elder brother. A sense of responsibility occasionally emerged, manifesting a profound reverence for their bloodline, intertwined with the concerns and helplessness expressed in the letter. This essence seamlessly aligned with the golden-eyed youth, Norton, and his extraordinary traits, perfectly coinciding with the moment he was found abandoned in the snow near Winterfell. The immense strength he possessed? Brandon himself was incredibly powerful, and it was not without precedent for exceptional talents to occasionally surface within the Stark lineage. All the enigmas appeared to find their most direct and logically coherent answers within this long-buried letter. Norton was indeed the bloodline left behind by his brother Brandon and Pentos, a bastard who had endured the ravages of war and miraculously returned to the north. Summon Norton, he commanded. Ed's emotions were tumultuous, filled with guilt, a heavy sense of duty, a confirmation of familial lineage, and a certain relief regarding Catelyn's concerns. Slowly, he raised his gaze, his expression complex as he looked at the golden-eyed boy standing in the center of the study, brought forth by Ser Roderick. Norton bore the confusion and slight unease characteristic of youth, his golden eyes cast downward as if burdened by an immense weight. Truth often surpasses fiction in its strangeness. Ed's voice, laden with deep exhaustion and a resolute gravity, indicated the pivotal letter he held, though he refrained from revealing its contents. This letter was penned by Brandon himself. It elucidated your origins. Your very existence serves as the finest testament to your lineage. He paused, each word heavy as lead, stating that Winterfell would acknowledge your bloodline. Henceforth, you shall no longer be known as the nameless apprentice, Norton. You are Norton Snow, son of Brandon Stark. Norton Snow, he repeated, the surname of a northern bastard, his complexion seeming to pale slightly, while a flicker of indescribable complexity shone briefly in the depths of his golden eyes, soon obscured by bewilderment and acquiescence. He lowered his head slightly, yet within, a sense of relief washed over him. After such a long time, that three-eyed crow had finally pieced together the last fragment of the puzzle. Chapter 15. Preparing to thwart the bandits, time flowed like a fleeting shadow. The seasons in Winterfell transitioned through snow and brief bursts of green. Over the span of 3 years, Norton transformed from a silent, frail golden-eyed child into a tall, resilient youth akin to a verdant pine. Although he now had a new home, he still occasionally forged weapons at the smithy, his apprenticeship long since outgrown. Under the intentional and unintentional guidance of Mikken, paired with the imprint of his integration into the forging craft, the weapons and armor he crafted bore no resemblance to the agricultural tools of yore. The name Stark's Blade began to circulate among the guards of Winterfell and the neighboring minor noble knights. Although Ed did not publicize Norton's identity, for reasons unknown, the word of Norton, the bastard son of Brandon Stark, spread nonetheless. The ancient heirloom sword he restored gleamed sharper than ever, the long sword he forged, while perhaps lacking in ostentation, proved exceptionally resilient and keen, reliable in the heat of battle. The chainmail he helped reinforce was lightweight and agile, yet possessed extraordinary protective capabilities. A veteran who survived the conflict against the mountain tribes once pointed to a scar on his chest, a remnant of a blow from a poorly forged axe, saying to anyone who would listen, "Do you see this? This armor was touched by Norton. It saved my very life." His tale spread like the northern wind, sweeping through Winterfell and even reaching the distant shores of White Harbor and the city of Carhold. What began as a jest about the blacksmith has now transformed into a profound respect. Robb Stark has matured into a spirited young man. Upon discovering that Norton is the son of his late uncle, he regards Norton as an indispensable ally and cherished friend. Robb frequently visits Norton's abode, where they engage in discussions about the affairs of the northern houses, territorial management, and he even humbly seeks advice on the merits and maintenance of weaponry and armor. Norton's occasional insights, reflecting a metalworking knowledge far beyond his time, often leave Robb in awe. Meanwhile, Arya, the 9-year-old daughter of the dire wolf, has become an inseparable shadow to Norton. She remains captivated by his prowess, but is even more eager to learn the art of combat from him. Norton, unable to resist her persistence, teaches her the fundamentals of power application, footwork, and quick reflexes in secluded spaces. Arya absorbs knowledge with fervor, growing increasingly agile, much to the chagrin of the Septa and Lady Catelyn, who are responsible for imparting her ladylike manners. Catelyn Stark's unease has reached its zenith, exacerbated by Norton's rising reputation and his closeness to her children. The information she gathers pierces her maternal instincts like icy needles, the renown of Stark's Blade. The blacksmith's fame is deeply entrenched among soldiers and common folk, wielding a considerable influence. Robb's trust in Norton surpasses even that he extends to his own brothers, which stirs her concerns about Norton's potential impact on the future Duke of the North. Furthermore, Arya increasingly resembles a tomboy, her dexterity distancing her from the path of a refined lady, a transformation rooted in Norton's tutelage. Most alarming is the unabashed admiration and dependence Arya exhibits towards Norton. Moreover, there are whispers of Norton's formidable strength, shrouded in vague rumors. The shadow of his identity as a bastard of Brandon Stark is a persistent thorn in the heart of Stark legitimacy, becoming ever more pronounced with Norton's growth. In Catelyn's eyes, Norton is no longer merely a potential threat. He has become a tenacious weed, thriving in the crevices of Winterfell, with roots delving deeper. Perpetually jeopardizing the future she has painstakingly safeguarded for her family and children. She could wait no longer. On a frigid night when the children were peacefully asleep, Catelyn entered Eddard's study. The flickering firelight danced, illuminating her beautiful yet grave countenance. Eddard, her voice was calm, yet as unyielding as tempered steel. It has been 4 years. That Norton, his name is spread across half the north. Robb trusts him more than he does his own brothers, and Arya idolizes him as if he were a woodland spirit. He looms like a shadow, deepening his grasp over Winterfell and our children. Eddard set down the parchment, lifting his gaze, his gray eyes heavy with fatigue. Catelyn. Norton is also Robb's brother. He is merely fulfilling his duty. The weapons and armor he forges have indeed protected many soldiers. Duty? Catelyn's voice suddenly rose, laced with uncontainable anger and fear. His duty is to remain quietly in the forge, not to earn a title like the Sword of Stark, not to be treated as Robb's advisor, and certainly not to turn Arya into a wildling. Eddard, can't you see? His power, his influence, and that illegitimate status. He is like a wildfire, ready to ignite at any moment. Eddard fell silent, his fingers unconsciously tapping the table. He was not unaware of Catelyn's concerns. Norton's growth had indeed exceeded his initial expectations. He cannot remain here, Catelyn declared firmly. The North is never at peace. The wilderness and mountains are always plagued by marauding bands that harass villages, plunder caravans, and slay the vassals. He is skilled in combat and familiar with ironwork. Those soldiers under him hold him in high esteem. Rather than allow him to amass power within the castle and influence our children, it is better to send him out. Assign him a team to root out the bandits. She stepped closer, her blue eyes sharp as icicles, locking onto her husband's gaze. First, it will rid the North of threats, demonstrating the Stark family's commitment to protecting their vassals and rallying public support. Second, it will distance him from the core of Winterfell, draining his excess energy and allowing him to exercise his strength in the wilderness. Third, if he truly possesses capability and successfully dispatches the bandits, he could bring tangible merit and prestige to House Stark, silencing those who whisper about his lineage. This is a multifaceted solution, Eddard. Eddard gazed deeply into his wife's eyes, seeing the unwavering resolve and profound worry reflected there. He understood how fiercely Catelyn wished to protect their children. Battling bandits was indeed a customary duty for the lords of the North, with a relatively controllable risk, and a traditional avenue for young knights to prove themselves and gain renown. Allowing Norton to temporarily step away from the vortex of power in the North might provide a reprieve for everyone. The study fell into a prolonged silence, punctuated only by the crackling of the fire. Eddard's eyes swept across the wooden sigil of the dire wolf on the desk, as though he could see Robb's trusting gaze and Arya's innocent smile. Finally, he nodded slowly, the weight of his decision evident in his weary voice. Very well. I will make arrangements. Catelyn's taut shoulders relaxed slightly, though the coldness in her eyes remained. She turned to leave, leaving Eddard alone before the flickering flames, his silhouette elongated and strikingly solitary. The chill of winter seemed to invade the study prematurely. Chapter 16. Departure. The Duke's command, like the biting winds of the North, swiftly and directly reached Norton's ears. At 16, Norton had already grown into a figure reminiscent of an adult man, standing tall like a sentinel upon the walls of Winterfell. Years spent in the company of fire and iron had bestowed upon his skin a healthy bronze hue, his musculature streamlined and imbued with a sense of strength, concealing a latent explosive power far beyond his appearance. The innocence of youth has long since faded, and his golden-hued eyes are calm and profound, akin to frozen lava, with only the occasional flicker of light betraying the intense heat within. Dressed in freshly washed coarse linen trousers and shirt, he wears a dark wool vest over it. Standing quietly before Duke Ed, his demeanor respectful yet not servile. Norton. Ed's voice is deep and steady, his gray eyes scrutinizing the young man before him. There is a band of marauders near Wolfwood, approximately 30 in number, mostly consisting of fleeing soldiers. Their leader, a notorious brute named Splitjaw Dag, has taken refuge in an abandoned hunter's watchtower, plundering passing merchants and assaulting nearby villages with ruthless tactics. He pushed forward a rudimentary map, marking the potential areas of the bandits' activities and the location of the watchtower. I hereby appoint you as the temporary captain, to lead 15 soldiers from Winterfell's guard to eradicate this threat, rescue any civilians who may have been captured, and reclaim the stolen supplies. Ed's gaze is as sharp as a blade. Norton calmly accepted the parchment and the map, his eyes swiftly scanning the contents. There was no surprise, no excitement. only a profound serenity that suggested a deep understanding. He slightly bowed, his voice clear and steady. "My lord, I shall fulfill this task." His succinct reply bore the weight of 1,000 promises, devoid of unnecessary oaths. The news rippled through Winterfell like a stone cast into a lake. Robb was the first to find Norton, who was finalizing his equipment check at the smithy. He clapped Norton on the shoulder with vigor, his blue eyes reflecting a mix of excitement and concern. "This is a great opportunity, Norton. Show the North what you are capable of. Remember, you are my brother, Robb Stark. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to ask." He gifted Norton a magnificent northern warhorse, robust and full of endurance, equipped with a brand new water pouch and provisions. Arya burst into Norton's modest quarters at the castle's corner like a gust of wind. Her small face taut with anxiety, her gray eyes brimming with reluctance and worry. Without a word, she thrust into his hands an exceptionally sharp steel arrowhead, its tail meticulously wrapped in non-slip leather. "Take this. Use it to pierce those villains." Her voice was somewhat strained, but then she lowered it, resolutely adding, "You promised to teach me the ways of combat. You must not go back on your word." Norton regarded the arrowhead, warmed by the girl's touch, and solemnly stowed it in his satchel, nodding. "Yes, I will return." Jon encountered Norton the evening before his departure, beside the stable. The two stood in silence for a moment, watching the battle horses exhaling clouds of vapor. Jon's dark gray eyes gazed toward the leaden sky, his voice low and sincere. "Prove it to them." As a fellow bastard, he understood profoundly what this mission represented for Norton, both exile and opportunity. Norton merely responded with a quiet acknowledgement, the unspoken bond between them palpable. Master Micken's response was particularly striking. On the eve of departure, he summoned Norton to the deepest part of the smithy, clearing away a pile of debris to reveal a heavy oak chest. Inside lay a set of well-maintained gear, glimmering with a muted sheen. The scale vest and arm guards, crafted from lightweight steel plates interconnected seamlessly, with key areas embedded with ultra-thin, high-tensile alloys. Meticulously refined by Norton and forged countless times through alchemical processes, their defensive capabilities far surpassed their outward appearance. The longsword, a standard Northern Knight's blade, elongated and elegant, forged by Norton himself and tempered under the guidance of Miken. The spine of the sword is straight, and its edge shimmers with a cold, watery radiance in dim light, revealing faint, intricate patterns reminiscent of naturally formed dark clouds. The dagger, also fashioned by Norton, short and narrow-pointed for ease of concealment. The helmet, a standard half-helm, its interior subtly adjusted by Norton with the power of imprinting, ensuring a snug and comfortable fit. Miken grasped the long sword, his fingers grazing the cold blade, casting a complex glance at Norton before uttering a solitary command: "Return alive. Do not squander good things." He then pushed the box towards Norton. At the city gates, the atmosphere was tense. 15 formidable northern soldiers had assembled, clad in leather armor, draped in thick winter cloaks, long swords at their sides, and longbows slung across their backs. Their gazes were sharp, embodying the indomitable spirit characteristic of the North. They regarded Norton with a variety of expressions: curiosity, scrutiny, doubt towards the young captain, and a subtle reverence for the reputation of the Stark blade. Sergeant Card, a middle-aged man with a scarred face and steady eyes, stepped forward and said gravely, "Captain, the squad is assembled." Theon Greyjoy, arms crossed, leaned against the stone wall of the gate, wearing his usual sardonic smile. "Ah, our blacksmith incarnate, the Stark blade. Dressed like that, you truly fit the part. What? Off to the mountains to become a butcher? Don't let those wildlings stew you like a rabbit." His words were as sharp as ever. Norton did not spare him a glance, focusing instead on checking his gear and securing the longsword gifted by Miken to his saddle. Eddard, Robb, Jon, and Arya, tightly grasped by Catelyn, stood atop the city wall. Catelyn's gaze was as cold as frost, fixated intently on Norton. With a swift and practiced motion, Norton mounted his horse, casting one last glance at the imposing Winterfell, his golden eyes sweeping over the figures on the walls. Lingering momentarily on Catelyn's stern visage, he then tightened the reins, turning his steed towards the pale, waning winter sun and the vast, uncharted northern wilderness ahead. His voice rang clear and steady, imbued with undeniable authority, cutting through the morning chill. "Let us depart." At his command, hooves thundered against the thin snow and frozen ground. Echoing dully, a dozen riders surged forward like arrows released from a bow, led by Norton, bursting through the massive gates of Winterfell. Braving the biting cold and the rising sun, racing toward the depths of the Wolfwood, toward the stronghold of banditry. Thus, The journey of the warrior Norton officially commenced across the vast, snow-laden plains of the north. With the sword in his hand and fire within his soul, he would fight to prove his worth and etch his mark upon this harsh yet magnificent land, an indelible sign of a powerful, illegitimate son of the Stark lineage. The winds of the north herald the first genuine encounter with the razor-sharp edge of this unsheathed blade. Chapter 17, The Journey Home. The biting winds of the north gnaw at every exposed inch of skin, penetrating the crevices of chainmail, freezing the very marrow within. Norton rides at the forefront of the company, the deep gray cloak of Winterfell billowing behind him like a solidified shadow. Beneath him, the northern steed, gifted by Robb, exhales heavy clouds of white vapor, muscles undulating robustly beneath its glossy chestnut coat. This place is truly inhospitable, Norton laments weakly. And after commanding the company to rest, he retrieves the map of the north to contemplate their next course of action. Captain, ahead lies Widow's Wail. Sergeant Card approaches, his bronze face etched with the marks of time and a prominent scar. His rough voice is torn by the wind. He gestures towards a seemingly flat expanse of freshly fallen snow, covering a hollow below. Upon hearing Card's words, Norton closes his eyes, allowing his consciousness to sink into the sensations of the terrain ahead. The sounds of the world are instantly filtered, the wind, the whinnying of horses, the subdued breaths of soldiers fade into the distance. In their place, a faint hum resonates from deep within the earth, an echo of the skeletal rocks and the sleeping veins of, or within the frozen soil. However, beneath this widow's wail, Norton discerns a starkly different hollow resonance, akin to a vast cavity slowly writhing beneath the ice, mingled with the muffled sounds of turbulent liquid flow. There are indeed undercurrents beneath the widow's wail. Should he insist on crossing here, a cold bath would surely await him. While he trusts in his own safety, these dozen or so ordinary soldiers would likely suffer the consequences. Let us take a detour. Norton's voice is low yet penetrates the biting wind, reaching the ears of every soldier. He points towards a jagged slope of loose stones to the left of the hollow. Captain, the veteran Donarok rides forward, his grizzled brows knitted together, his weathered face etched with doubt. That rocky slope looks treacherous. This hollow is frozen solid. What could possibly go wrong? A detour would cost us at least an hour. A few young soldiers behind him display impatience, stamping their frozen feet, eager to reach the campsite and warm themselves by the fire. Norton does not meet his gaze. His eyes remain fixed on the seemingly innocuous snow. He dismounts with the fluidity of a poised snow leopard, drawing a spare spear from the saddle and weighing it in his hands. He offers no explanation, silently striding towards the edge of the hollow. The soldier's eyes are fixed upon him. Curiosity, confusion, and a subtle scrutiny of youthful authority flicker within their expressions. Norton inhales deeply, his arm muscles taut, and with a sudden twist of his waist, the spear slices through the air towards the center of the hollow. With a soft thud, the spear easily pierces through the deceptive layer of new snow and the less than half-palm thick shell of frozen earth, akin to puncturing a layer of decayed leather. Immediately follows the jarring crack of ice fracturing. Without support, the spear plunges downward, disappearing completely. Norton withdraws quickly, his movements swift and decisive. As he withdrew, the punctured opening suddenly caved inward and expanded. The soft layer of snow and the thin frozen soil cascaded down like quicksand, revealing a vast, impenetrable abyss below. Shrouded in darkness, a bone-chilling wind, laden with a pungent scent of water, surged forth from the gaping maw, accompanied by the distant roar of rushing water colliding with ice walls. A deathly silence enveloped the party, as even the horses seemed paralyzed by the sudden emergence of the ominous void, nervously scraping their hooves. The skepticism etched on Donarok's face instantly transformed into a pallid mask of fear, cold sweat beading upon his brow. He opened his mouth, but only a faint croak emerged from his throat. The young soldiers who had earlier complained now stood pale, gazing at the abyss that had swallowed their spear, as if they beheld their own grim fate within the icy depths. Norton brushed off non-existent dust from his hands and mounted his horse. His voice steady, proceed over the rocky slope. This time, no one dared to question him. Card was the first to turn his horse around, his eyes filled with reverence. Donner followed closely, and as he passed Norton, the weathered veteran bowed his head, his tone unusually sincere. Captain, I was blind to the danger. An invisible trust began to blossom within this small band, akin to fragile shoots pushing through the frozen earth. As the leaden sky descended into complete darkness, the party finally set camp beneath a low rock face shielded from the wind. The campfire flickered to life with great difficulty, its orange flames dancing erratically in the fierce gusts, threatening to extinguish at any moment. The soldiers huddled around the fire, wrapping their cloaks tightly around themselves, sharing the cold. Hard jerky and coarse black bread, the sound of their chewing swallowed by the howling wind. "This damned wind cuts right through to the bone," a young soldier complained, shivering as he held his frostbitten hands close to the feeble flame. "Be grateful, lad," rasped Donarok, tossing a dry twig into the fire, its glow illuminating the crevices of his weathered face, his gaze profound. "This wind pales in comparison to the fires ignited by that rabble from the Iron Islands. Those flames could turn iron red." Donner took a swig of inferior ale, the fiery liquid failing to dispel the chill lurking in his bones. "Oldwell. He came from the same village as I." He charged ahead, and I watched helplessly as 3 iron men surrounded him, a blade slashing his throat, blood spraying high. The firelight danced across his face, the flickering shadows evoking the gruesome scene once more. His head rolled on the ground, eyes still wide, staring in my direction. A heavy silence fell around the campfire, broken only by the wind's lament and the faint crackling of the firewood. The young soldier ceased his chewing, his complexion turning ashen. Even Card bowed his head in silence. The brutal shadow of war had never truly receded from the lives of the men of the North. Norton sat a short distance away on the opposite side of the fire, leaning against the cold rock, listening intently. In the world of dragons, although there were skirmishes among mixed bloods, the common folk were seldom embroiled in such conflicts. Yet in this world reminiscent of medieval Europe, the lives of the lower classes were perpetually shaped by the specters of war and famine. Norton extended his hand, his fingertips seemingly resting casually upon a cold rock beside the campfire. In an unnoticed moment, a faint yet pure warmth quietly emanated from his fingertips, akin to an invisible stream, precisely flowing into the heart of the flames. The flickering ember, which had been struggling against the wind and on the verge of extinguishment, suddenly quivered as if infused with a potent tonic. The fire surged vigorously, its hue transforming from a dull orange to a bright, warm gold red. The steady warmth enveloped the area around the fire like an unseen cloak, instantly dispelling the biting chill. The soldiers collectively exhaled a barely audible sigh of comfort, instinctively drawing closer to this unexpected warmth. None knew the cause, attributing it merely to a lull in the wind or the addition of dry twigs by Donner. As Donner's tale concluded, a heavy, oppressive silence settled around the campfire, mingling with an instinctive fear of death and a sorrow for fallen comrades. Norton's gaze swept across the faces illuminated by the firelight, revealing youth or weariness in equal measure. Silently, he unfastened his rations, withdrawing 2 pieces of his slightly warmed, smoky jerky, rising to approach Donner, offering it forth. The old soldier lifted his gaze, his murky eyes tinged with blood and unhealed grief, staring in bewilderment at the food presented before him, then shifting to Norton's tranquil visage. "Eat." Norton's voice, though soft, shattered the heavy silence like a stone cast into an icy lake. "Live to return." These simple words, devoid of elaborate consolation, bore a weight forged through experience, striking directly at the heart. Donner's throat constricted as he trembled slightly, calloused hands accepting the warmth of the jerky. He met Norton's gaze, which held lingering shadows of blood, profound fatigue, and, at that moment, a complex, ineffable light. He bit into the jerky with determination, as if to chew through the weighty emotions that clung to him, mumbling yes. Live to return. An invisible bond quietly strengthened in the frigid night. Not born of noble lineage, but rather from a shared yearning for survival and an appreciation for the flicker of warmth and hope beneath the cold shadow of death. Norton resumed his place, withdrawing his fingertips from the rock, while the campfire continued to burn steadily, warming the group of northern warriors venturing into the unknown battlefield. Chapter 18. The Wolf Pack and the Blizzard. The following noon, the sky loomed ominously, resembling an inverted iron pot, with leaden clouds pressing low against the earth. The band of bounty hunters trudged laboriously along a narrow ridge path blanketed in thick snow. Steep slopes flanked them, with dead brush and exposed black rocks menacingly jutting through the snow. The cold wind whistled sharply through the glades, whipping fine flakes against the soldiers' faces. "Wolves! So many wolves!" cried a young soldier on the flank, his voice distorted by fear. The ranks stirred instantly. The metallic clatter of drawn swords echoed sharply amidst the snow and wind. Below, amidst the chaotic heap of stones on the slope, a dozen pairs of eerie green lights flickered to life like will-o'-the-wisps. A ravenous pack of Arctic wolves. They were far larger than their southern counterparts, with the lead wolf being particularly imposing, its shoulders nearly reaching the waist, a vicious scar slashing across its left eye. The remaining right eye fixated intently on the group, gleaming with primal greed and ferocity. "Steady. Form a defensive line. Archers, prepare." Cade bellowed, striving to quell the rising panic. Veteran Donner swiftly unsheathed his blade to protect the flank, his expression as grave as iron. Yet, the ridge was so narrow it felt suffocating, rendering the formation ineffective. "Calm." Norton's voice thundered, instantly drowning out the cacophony. He charged forward a few paces on horseback, his towering figure nearly shielding the group from the wolves. He tore off his hood, allowing the biting wind to lash against his face. His golden pupils suddenly shone under the gloomy light. No longer were they the tranquil hue of molten gold. Deep within the irises, it seemed as though fierce magma surged wildly, roaring. An ancient and violent pressure emanated from the pinnacle of life, exploding from Norton as if it were an invisible cataclysmic tsunami centered around him. This pressure disregarded the snow and distance, delivering an absolute declaration against the apex of predators, crashing violently into the pack. The lead wolf, the one-eyed giant, froze mid-lunge. In its eerie green eye, the greed and savagery shattered like ice struck by a heavy hammer, instantly submerged by an unfathomable, primal fear that surged from its very marrow. It emitted a brief, piercing whine, as if seared by a red-hot branding iron, its massive body uncontrollably recoiling, its tail tucked tightly between its legs. The entire wolf pack erupted into chaos. Deep growls transformed into terrified wails, the fierce Arctic wolves, as if lashed by an unseen whip, tucked their tails and retreated in fear, some even collapsing in the snow, their legs giving way. The lead wolf cast one last terrified glance at Norton, its gaze akin to witnessing a terrifying entity resurrected from ancient glaciers, releasing a despairing howl before turning tail and fleeing down the mountain. The pack followed suit, vanishing in the blink of an eye into the shadows of the rubble and dead wood, leaving behind a chaotic array of paw prints and several pungent patches of wolf urine in the snow. On the ridge, a deathly silence fell once more. Only the wind continued its relentless howl. The soldiers stood in stunned silence, their hands gripping their weapons stiffly, the fear etched on their faces not yet fully dissipated, replaced instead by a profound confusion and disbelief. What had transpired? Those ravenous wolves, capable of tearing a man to shreds, had fled in terror, merely from a single glance from their leader? This was entirely beyond their comprehension. Cade gazed at Norton's upright figure, then towards the direction the wolves had vanished. Swallowing hard, his expression fraught with complexity, Donner slowly sheathed his sword, his calloused hands trembling slightly, his gaze towards Norton a mixture of profound shock and almost reverent curiosity. "Move forward." Norton's calm voice broke the stillness, as if the heart-stopping scene had never occurred. The team stirred once more, silently trailing behind Norton. The atmosphere had become exceedingly heavy. Awe permeated the frigid air, overshadowing fear and all doubts. The name Norton Snow had quietly adorned itself with a shroud of mystery and power in the hearts of the soldiers. However, not long into their march, a feather-like blizzard descended without warning. The world was abruptly engulfed by a furious wight. The howling wind whipped the snowflakes against their faces like a blade, visibility plummeting to less than 10 paces. The cries of men and the whinnies of horses were utterly drowned by the tempest's roar. The team resembling ants ensnared in a white quagmire, struggling to advance amidst the peril of separation and freezing to death. "Captain, we cannot proceed. We will get lost and freeze." Cade shouted hoarsely against the wind, snowflakes instantly filling his mouth and nose. How could a simple mission to eliminate bandits be fraught with such unforeseen calamities? Norton gazed at the sudden wrath of nature, momentarily at a loss for words. He quickly focused, extending his metallic senses, invisible tendrils penetrating the howling blizzard to scout ahead. Soon, a distinct outline of a protruding mountain revealed a hollow within. "Follow me," he decisively commanded, turning his steed around, and, relying on his extraordinary sense of direction and perception, he laboriously guided the team toward the mountain's embrace through the near-impenetrable storm. The soldiers stumbled along behind, supporting one another, while their steeds, trembling with fear, trudged through the knee-deep snow. At last, a dark entrance, partially concealed by thick snow, emerged beneath the rocky overhang. The opening was modest, wide enough for 2 horses to walk side by side, emanating a stale, cold scent of damp earth mingled with a faint hint of rust. "It's an abandoned mine. Quickly, let us seek refuge from the storm." Cade immediately recognized it, hoarsely directing the soldiers to usher in the horses, who streamed inside. The interior was even more foreboding than the outside. The air was cold and damp, mingled with dust, decayed wood, and an indescribable oppressive odor. The space was slightly larger than the entrance suggested, but remained constricted and suffocating. Several rotting, broken beams, covered in mold, leaned precariously against the ceiling. as if they might groan and collapse at any moment. Scattered across the ground were rusted mining picks, remnants of dilapidated carts, and the skeletal remains of some unknown small beasts, casting eerie shadows in the flickering light. The soldiers huddled together, igniting a few torches they had brought along. The flickering flames projected colossal, distorted silhouettes against the uneven, damp rock walls, resembling phantoms engaged in a chaotic dance, further intensifying the oppressive and unsettling atmosphere. This cursed place won't collapse on us, will it? A young soldier's voice trembled, his eyes wide with fear as he gazed at the sagging, decaying supports above. Bah, you harbinger of doom. Donovan spat, though his gaze was also rife with concern. He tightened his grip on the hilt of his knife, vigilantly scanning the darkness that the firelight could not penetrate. Norton paid no heed to the soldier's panic. He evaded the throng, guided by the flickering light of the torches, and approached a relatively stable corner of the rocky wall, distant from the perilous wooden beams, seemingly inspecting the solidity of the stone. His fingers glided slowly over the cold, rough surface of the rock. On a level imperceptible to the soldiers, his metallic perception, akin to the most delicate probe, penetrated the surface of the stone. A peculiar, faint yet remarkably clear resonance returned, not the chaotic hum of ordinary iron ore, but rather a metal characterized by an unusually dense structure and an extraordinarily regular arrangement. Like silent stars in the darkness, it harbored vast energy and infinite possibilities. Was it the high-purity Valyrian steel, or perhaps some unknown alloy, more attuned to his dominion? Norton's heartbeat quickened slightly. The value of this unexpected discovery far surpassed the mere achievement of subduing bandits. He discreetly memorized this location, leaving an exceedingly subtle mark, akin to the natural striations of the rock, at an inconspicuous protrusion on the wall. Having completed this, he turned around, his gaze steadily sweeping across the anxious crowd within the cave. Cad arranged for shifts to guard the cave entrance and remain vigilant to changes in the storm. Norton's voice resonated with clarity and strength in the vast, cold cavern, imbued with an unusual calming power. Everyone gather here. This wall is the most robust. Far from those rotting timbers. Norton gestured toward the safe corner he had just examined. The soldiers, as if finding their anchor, promptly gathered as instructed. The warmth brought by their proximity and the undeniable certainty in Norton's words slightly dispelled the chill and fear that had settled in their hearts. Leaning against the frigid rock wall, Norton sat down, closed his eyes, and endeavored to calm the restlessness of his blood, stirred by the exertion of draconic might and profound perception. Outside, the blizzard raged furiously, akin to the roar of a colossal beast shaking the mountains. Inside the cave, the soldiers huddled wearily, the torchlight flickering over their faces etched with exhaustion and lingering terror. Donner cradled his sword, eyes closed in meditation, yet his ears remained alert. Cat, meanwhile, fixed his gaze on the tumultuous curtain of snow at the cave entrance, unwilling to relax for even a moment. Time slipped by, entwined with fatigue, cold, and a sense of complacency, as Norton's consciousness sank into profound darkness. Chapter 19, The Watchtower, Part 1, Following the Blizzard. The relentless trek brought the bandit-slaying squad deeper into the wolf-infested forest, a shadowy realm where even sunlight struggled to penetrate. Towering ancient trees twisted and gnarled, resembling the contorted arms of a giant beast, obscuring the sky and leaving only mottled fragments of light. The ground was blanketed with years of decaying matter and thick snow, producing a jarring crunch with each step. The cold wind whistled through the woods, emitting a mournful howl that added an eerie ambience. Leading 15 northern soldiers, Norton navigated through this forest shrouded in the shadow of death, guided by Sergeant Cad and veteran Donner Locke. As they drew closer to the abandoned Hunter Watchtower area, where intelligence indicated the bandits had made their lair, ominous signs began to multiply. Initially, it was sporadic, discarded rags and remnants of campfires strewn about carelessly. Subsequently, they stumbled upon the first of the charred woodland cabins. The ashen beams, blackened and askew, reached toward the heavens, while the remnants of walls still bore the marks of scorching flames. The air was thick with the acrid scent of burnt wood, mingled with a faint, almost imperceptible hint of blood. Beasts, spat the veteran, Donner, as he pushed aside a mound of ashes with the hilt of his sword, revealing a charred fragment of what could barely be discerned as human remains. The faces of the surrounding soldiers paled, their grips on their weapons tightening. As they ventured deeper, the scene grew increasingly harrowing. On the edge of a slightly cleared glade, they were confronted with a hellish tableau. Several villagers' corpses hung from withered trees in a grotesque display of cruelty. Some had been eviscerated, their entrails trailing upon the ground. frozen in pools of blood. Others lay contorted in unnatural angles, their faces frozen in expressions of utter anguish and terror. Among them was a child, no more than 10, whose small body was impaled upon the trunk of a massive fishlammu tree, resembling a shattered doll. Scattered across the clearing were remnants of shattered belongings, blood-stained garments, and gnawed bones. A profound silence enveloped the scene, as if even the wind had ceased its movement. Only the labored breaths of the soldiers and the grinding of their teeth punctuated the stillness. A cold aura, infused with rage and dread, permeated the ranks. Norton stood at the periphery of the clearing, his golden pupils narrowed to slits. A tempest of furious, annihilating wrath surged within him, akin to a volcano poised to erupt. Straining against the confines of his reason, he felt his blood boil, the power beneath his skin thrumming with frenetic energy. Forcing himself to quell the impulse to charge forth and rend those beasts asunder, he dug his nails deeply into his palm, the sting anchoring him to composure. The voice of Sergeant Card, laden with suppressed fury and tremors, broke through. It was the Dags. Only they could be so inhuman. Norton inhaled the frigid, blood-laden air deeply, battling the tumultuous urge to kill, but his golden gaze had turned as cold as ancient ice. Count the traces, determine their retreat direction and numbers. Donner, take 2 men and meticulously search the area around the watchtower for possible scouts and traps. The rest of you, remain vigilant and bury the villagers' remains. Norton's voice was low and steady, yet carried a metallic edge that involuntarily tightened the soldiers' nerves. The soldiers sprang into action, their fury transforming into the impetus for movement. Card scrutinized the chaotic yet distinct tracks in the snow, hoofprints and dragging marks, estimating that the bandits numbered around 30, retreating toward the abandoned watchtower with their plundered goods and captives. Donner, drawing on his extensive experience, identified several rudimentary but lethal traps along the path to the watchtower, cleverly disguised pits and triggering spikes. Norton approached the tree that bore the child, silently extracting the bloodied arrow. The shaft was rough, the tip forged from inferior iron. He gripped the arrow tightly in his hand, the cold metal searing his palm as he steeled himself for what lay ahead. The power of the brand roared silently, urging him to tear apart and obliterate. As night fell, the darkness of the wolf forest enveloped everything like thick ink. The soldiers huddled behind a wind-sheltered rock, the flickering campfire unable to dispel the chill and fury within their hearts. Card spread out a crude map, illuminated by the firelight, pointing to the location of the abandoned watchtower, precariously perched on the edge of a steep cliff, accessible only by a narrow, rugged path, easily defendable yet challenging to assault. The cost of a direct attack would be exorbitant. Card furrowed his brow, aware that they were at a disadvantage given the elevated terrain, where arrows could inflict significant casualties upon them. "Shall we set it ablaze?" suggested a young soldier. "No, there may still be captured villagers inside." The group fell into a heavy silence. Norton's gaze, illuminated by the dancing flames, appeared particularly profound. He closed his eyes, honing his senses to their utmost potential, listening intently to the subtle sounds carried by the wind and inhaling the lingering scent molecules in the air. After a moment, Norton opened his eyes, his golden pupils gleaming faintly in the darkness. They should be few in number. The surrounding supplies could hardly sustain a garrison of 30. The watchtower, long neglected, had a back cliff that was not an impassable barrier. He pointed to the steep cliff behind the tower on the map, noting its weathered rocks, fissures, and protruding boulders that could be climbed. The primary armory and the holding cells for captives should be located in the lower levels of the tower and the stone chamber adjacent to the mountain wall. His conclusions were drawn from a vague sense of the tower's structure and keen observations of the environment. Climbing the cliff? Card and Donna were taken aback. It was far too perilous. Visibility was virtually non-existent at night. "We need not many," Norton replied decisively. "It will be myself, Card, and 2 others with agility, who will scale from the back cliff. Donna, you lead the remaining men. Feign an assault at the front gate half an hour later, making as much noise as possible to draw their attention and the archers. Once chaos ensues within the tower, you will launch a vigorous assault along the narrow path." It was a bold and risky plan. Yet, gazing into Norton's calm yet sharp golden eyes amidst the darkness, and feeling the undeniable confidence in his words, Card and Donna exchanged a knowing glance before finally nodding in agreement. The 2 chosen soldiers, one named Wights, skilled in climbing, and the other, Oru, a taciturn son of a hunter, tightened their grips on their weapons, their eyes ablaze with fury. As the inky night deepened, their mission commenced. Norton and his 3 companions melded into the shadows like phantoms, silently maneuvering to the base of the cliff behind the watchtower. Looking up, The steep cliff cast a massive shadow in the moonlight, resembling the fangs of a colossal beast. Norton took a deep breath, the first to place his hand upon the icy crevice of the rock. The strength and precision granted by his mixed heritage manifested brilliantly in this moment. His fingers, like iron hooks, found the most secure grip with each hold. His steps were steady and powerful, traversing the slick rock face as if it were firm ground. Card Wireless and Oru followed closely behind. Though the ascent was arduous, under Norton's silent guidance and occasional timely assistance, the four miraculously scaled the nearly vertical cliff, silently landing at a breach in the collapsed wall behind the watchtower. From within the tower, the coarse laughter and insults of the bandits mingled with the sound of a woman's weeping and the crack of a whip. A glint of cold light flashed in Norton's eyes, akin to a solitary wolf fixating on its prey. He drew the long sword gifted by Mycon, its dark cloud patterns gleaming with an unspoken intent to kill under the frigid moonlight. For reasons unknown, an inexplicable anticipation filled his heart for the impending battle. The blood and fire of the wolf forest were about to be ignited by this lethal cold blade from the precipice. Chapter 20. The Watchtower, Part 2. The feigned frontal assault by Donald commenced. Now was the moment. Norton's low growl was swallowed by the howling wind, with only Card closest to him capturing the metallic resonance of his voice. For shadows, like the silhouettes of night owls, stepped into the watchtower alongside him. The soles of their boots crunched over the frozen droppings of crows, producing a faint, nauseating crackle. The upper watchroom was thick with the noxious stench of inferior beer, mingled sweat, and decaying flesh. 3 bandits, their backs turned to the cliff, were laboriously pushing a bubbling cauldron of steaming oil towards the edge, cursing the stark pups below with vulgarity. Norton moved, his sword, barely reflecting the dim light, struck like a viper, sinking instantaneously into the throat of the outermost bandit. The man managed only a strangled gasp before scalding blood erupted, splattering against the rim of the boiling pot with a sizzle. The second bandit, startled by the commotion, turned just in time to see Norton's dagger, like a bolt of black lightning, pierce through his eye socket, embedding itself deep. The last remaining bandit barely unsheathed his short axe when Norton advanced, his elbow crashing with precise force into the man's throat. "Enemies above!" cried a bandit huddled in the corner, desperately attempting to ignite a signal fire. The tinder quivered in his trembling hands as sparks flew, igniting the oil-soaked pile of wood. At that moment, the flames illuminated Norton's face. Amidst the intertwining of blood and fire, an ancient and ferocious will, rooted deep within his bloodline, awakened suddenly, as if a dormant volcano had erupted into life. Norton's pupils contracted under the fiery glow, transforming from a deep brown to a chilling, reptilian golden slit. His golden eyes blazed fiercely in the tower's dim shadows, resembling the peering gaze of a furnace from hell. The disturbance above drew the attention of other enemies. Heavy footsteps and roars echoed from the staircase as a towering bandit draped in a filthy bear skin charged up. Without even glancing back, Norton deftly flicked his foot. Seizing a short axe from the ground, he spun around and swung. The axe whistled through the air with a mournful sound, cleaving away half of the assailant's skull. Blood and brains splattered against the mottled stone wall, creating a gruesome abstract mural. Tendrils of white steam rose from the gaps in Norton's heavy breastplate as his body temperature soared amidst the slaughter and sudden fury, as if magma were surging and roaring through his veins. Suddenly, the wooden door was shattered by a tremendous force. The bandit chief, Jawbreaker Dag, burst in, his necklace of fangs bouncing wildly upon his thick neck. The last scene he beheld was Norton, with a single hand, gripping a thug's neck as though he were slamming a tattered sack, forcefully hurling him against the stone wall, the sickening thud of shattered skull echoing amidst the scattering debris, blooming grotesquely into a grisly crimson flower upon the wall. Those cold, molten gold slit pupils turned towards him, devoid of any emotion. The monster Dag's scarred visage twitched, genuine terror flickering in his murky eyes. While Donovan led his soldiers in a fierce assault, Norton, the beast, loomed behind. Without a moment's hesitation, Dag fled towards the cellar, with Norton hot on his heels. Predictably, Dag, familiar with the terrain, reached the cellar entrance first. He swung his blade with ferocity, severing the rope that dangled at the entrance. The heavy iron gate emitted a piercing groan before crashing down, thundering against the stone steps. A cloud of dust enveloping the area, momentarily obstructing Norton's pursuit. From behind the iron bars, Dag spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva at Norton, a desperate smirk twisting his face, taunting, "The tender flesh in there is more than enough for me to toy with until reinforcements arrive." His bravado was abruptly silenced as Norton's figure blurred, vanishing, In the next instant, he appeared before the iron gate like a specter. The sword's molten light flickered in the shadows, slicing through the bars as if they were mere butter. What followed was the destruction of Dagg's famed heavy mace. The coarse iron chain connecting the head snapped like decayed wood, the severed end glistening with a blinding dark red. At this moment, within Norton's molten gold pupils, there resided only pure, unrestrained fury, a desire to annihilate everything. Dagg, heart pounding with terror, let out a ghastly shriek, tumbling down the steep stone steps into the abyss of darkness. Open the door. Release the hounds. Tear this wretch apart. Dagg's hoarse cries echoed with the desperation of a cornered beast, resonating in the depths of the cellar. A more potent stench assaulted his senses. Yet beneath this nauseating odor lurked a peculiar, cold metallic sweetness that, like an invisible hook, ensnared Norton's boiling blood. As Norton descended a few steps, that primal rage, ignited by the peculiar scent, erupted like a flame doused in oil, consuming him wholly. The thirst for slaughter and the hunger to devour completely dominated his consciousness. 3 robust, drooling hounds, shadows of death, surged forth from the corners of the cellar, propelled by a gust of foul wind. In an instant, the sword slipped from Norton's grasp, clattering to the stone steps as his bloodlust overwhelmed his reason, reverting to its most primal instinct. Sidestepping the first hound's lunge, Norton's hands shot out like iron claws, seizing the upper and lower jaws of the foul beast, muscles straining, bones cracking, and then, with a tremendous force, he pulled in opposite directions. The horrifying sound of tearing leather reverberated through the air. Fangs, tongue, and part of the windpipe were violently ripped from the lower jaw. A deluge of blood mingling with shattered internal organs sprang forth. As the second creature bit into his calf, Norton did not even glance. With a swift motion, he thrust his finger, akin to a blade, deep into the beast's eye socket, unleashing a surge of force that clawed and stirred, instantly extracting a warm, viscous mass of brain matter. The third beast lunged from the side, but Norton pivoted, delivering a powerful kick infused with the raw strength of his mixed heritage, sending its massive body flying like a ruptured sack, crashing violently against the hard stone wall. The unmistakable sound of shattering bones echoed, and the hound slumped down, leaving a glaring streak of crimson on the wall. Just as the gods above seemed to take their time, Cade, who had rushed down, froze at the entrance, his bloodied battle axe trembling in his grasp. The rookie, Wights, collapsed to the ground, while mixed with gastric fluid spilling from the corners of his mouth, his body trembling like a leaf caught in the wind. Dagg was utterly astonished by this inhuman display of strength, the last trace of color drained from his face, leaving only a desperate madness. He seized the hair of a barely conscious captive girl, suspended by iron chains in the corner. "Stay back," he screamed hysterically, his eyes fixed on the 2 golden vertical pupils approaching from the darkness, resembling molten gold. "Or I will kill her." Before he could finish, a muffled thud echoed, akin to a ripe watermelon being crushed by a hammer. The darkness posed no barrier to Norton, whose form surged through the shadows like a bolt of lightning. With a single punch, his fist penetrated Dagg's broad chest, armored in chainmail, without hindrance. Muscle, bone, and viscera crumbled before the absolute force, fragile as paper. As his fist emerged from Dagg's back, his fingers clutched the bloodied heart, still quivering in madness. With a gentle squeeze, Dagg's still beating heart exploded between Norton's fingers, releasing a final torrent of scalding, viscous blood that splattered across Norton's cold visage. Chapter 21. The Watchtower. 3. Burn him. Burn this monster. On the opposite side of the cellar, several brigands, utterly shattered by this inhuman spectacle, shrieked, hurling their flaming torches like javelins towards the haystack soaked in oil that lay beneath the suspended captives. The flames erupted like a famished beast, leaping greedily into the air, crackling and popping, rapidly spreading into a wall of fire. The dancing light illuminated the pale faces of the terrified captive girls suspended above, rendering them voiceless in their extreme fear, while also casting a ghastly reflection of Norton's visage, half stained with blood, half dominated by the molten golden pupils, making him appear as a demon risen from the depths of hell. Strangely, the flames did not harm Norton in the slightest. Instead, they seemed to be drawn to him by an invisible force, swirling around him in a docile manner. This phenomenon appeared to ignite a long-buried switch within Norton, an ancient, formidable power, imbued with an inexorable will for destruction, broke free from all constraints, shattering the shackles of his voice, transforming into a syllable that tore through the air. Y'all. Dragon language. Fire. Boom. In an instant, the flames that had once encircled Norton with docility were imbued with life, and the will of a king, violently converging and compressing around him. A searing blue-white flame, so intense that it was blinding, erupted from Norton with a roar, reminiscent of the most lethal breath of a legendary dragon. It carried with it a terrifying intent to incinerate all, sweeping through the cellar with ferocity, consuming nearly half of it in an instant. The brigands who had hurled torches were unable to even register a final flicker of astonishment before the overwhelming heat obliterated them in a fraction of a second, reducing them to mere wisps of charred ash that scattered with the wind, leaving no trace behind. The thick iron chains binding the captives melted silently in the wake of this cataclysmic tide, akin to wax thrown into a furnace, breaking apart and dripping like molten iron, hissing as it seared through the grass and stone below. The captives, propelled by the scorching shockwave, tumbled into a safe corner, their cries of panic echoing as they landed. Miraculously, aside from gasping and trembling in the aftermath, they remained untouched by the precise and violent flames. However, the cost of wielding such immense power, far beyond his current limits, became immediately apparent. Norton felt as if his mind had been struck by a heavy hammer, a sharp pain exploding within. A thick, warm stream of blood began to flow uncontrollably from the corner of his right eye, tracing a glaring red line across his pale cheek. As his vision blurred with crimson, an overwhelming sense of exhaustion washed over him, and the once surging power within him suddenly turned sluggish and chaotic. Most critically, the blue-white flames that had once obeyed his command and accurately annihilated targets lost their core control at the moment Norton experienced mental agony and power disruption. No longer tamed breath, they morphed into a wild conflagration, the frenzied energy scattering aimlessly as it began to spread violently around them. The first to be threatened were Cade, who stood close by, and the new soldier, Willis, who lay incapacitated on the ground. A rogue, serpent-like tongue of blue-white flame, as thick as an arm, surged towards Willis's position, hissing like a snake freed from its cage. In that moment of peril, a thunderous roar rang out. "Get down!" Cade, embodying the instinct and valor of a seasoned northern warrior, leaped into action without a moment's thought. His massive frame erupted with astonishing speed, akin to a moth flinging itself into the flames, as he tackled Willis to the ground, shielding the youth with his own back and shoulder plates. The horrendous sound of searing flesh accompanied by the acrid stench of charred skin filled the air as the uncontrolled flame licked fiercely at Cade's steel shoulder armor. The resilient plates emitted a piercing hiss under the extreme heat, melting and warping instantly, leaving behind horrific, charred distortions. Even more terrifying was the heat that penetrated the seams of the armor, causing intense agony as Cade's flesh carbonized, eliciting a stifled groan from him. Beads of sweat mingling with blood seeping from his clenched jaws. Fortunately, this flame, devoid of its core power, after showcasing its final ferocity by melting the armor and scorching his flesh, ultimately dissipated reluctantly into the heated air. The air was suffused with the acrid odor of molten metal and the putrid stench of charred flesh. Card, enduring the excruciating pain piercing his left shoulder, struggled to rise partially to his knees, his gaze involuntarily fixated on the shattered corpse of Dag just a few paces away. The body, penetrated by a single punch from Norton, still emitted wisps of smoke and ember-like sparks, as if connected to a terrifying infernal furnace. The color drained from Card's face, leaving only the daze of surviving a catastrophe and the profound horror and bewilderment stemming from witnessing such inhuman might. The courageous instinct to save had been utterly obliterated by the scene before him. The cellar descended into an even deeper silence. Only the faint sound of ash swirling in the heated aftershocks and the stifled, neurotic sobs of a few survivors in the corner could be heard. Among them was a rescued girl, clad in tattered rags, curled up in the shadows not far from Norton. She lifted her grimy face, her vacant gaze piercing through the drifting ashes and lingering smoke, settling upon Norton, upon the bloodied half of his cheek, and upon his eyes, which, although the flames had extinguished, still retained a horrifying molten golden vertical pupil. Suddenly, the corners of her mouth twisted grotesquely upwards, forming a smile that no human could ever produce. Immediately after, a high-pitched, sharp cackle erupted, reminiscent of a night owl having its throat grasped, utterly devoid of human quality. This laughter reverberated through the blood-soaked stillness of the cellar, carrying an unsettling madness that pierced the eardrums of all present. Willis was hoisted up by Card, who bore the pain with stoic resolve, trembling like a withered leaf in a tempest, his teeth chattering. His fingers quivered, instinctively tracing the sacred sigil of the seven-pointed star repeatedly across his chest, his gaze unfocused and vacant. Murmuring in a trance-like state, was he a judgment sent from the gods or a demon crawled forth from hell? Norton slowly lifted his heavy arm, using the back of his hand, stained with dags and his own blood, to wipe away the viscous trail of crimson on his right cheek. The seething golden glow in his eyes gradually dimmed, reverting the vertical pupil to its normal state, yet deep within, a flicker of unquenchable fury and a chill of dread still smoldered. He lowered his gaze, contemplating the bloodied palm of his hand, his knuckles quivering slightly from the recent violent exertion. Beneath the skin, he could still sense the fiery pulse of his bloodline and the emotion of rage that had nearly consumed him entirely. The uncontrollable flames and the near-fatal moment for his comrades were the sinister consequences of this while breaking free during his moment of weakness. On the stone wall of the cellar, the strange dark red patterns, reminiscent of molten metal, which had manifested in resonance with his power, were now cooling rapidly, fading into obscurity, ultimately leaving behind charred and twisted remnants, akin to ancient scars seared by the fires of hell, silently narrating the events that had just transpired. Chapter 22. The Watchtower, Part 4. The silence of the cellar was shattered by the stifled sobs of the captives, Willis's dreamlike prayers, and the intermittent, owl-like laughter of the girl in the corner. The foul stench of charred flesh, blood, and molten iron permeated the air. Donald arrived just in time with the remaining soldiers, dispersing the suffocating atmosphere. Count the casualties. Tend to the wounded. Move quickly. He rushed towards Cad, whose face was as pale as parchment, beads of sweat mingling with blood rolling down his brow. The gaping wound on his left shoulder was a grotesque sight, the charred flesh curling back as the melted edges of his armor clung to the raw flesh, emitting a repugnant odor. Hold him down, Donald shouted to a relatively composed soldier beside him, drawing his dagger to cut away the stuck armor plates. The soldiers, roused from their stupor, began to spring into action. His gaze swept across the cellar. Dag's chest bore a horrifying, smoldering hole, wisps of smoke and dark red embers still escaping. Several corpses of bandits lay charred beyond recognition. Broken, melted chains lay scattered. They had not witnessed Norton tearing apart the mastiffs with his bare hands, nor the terrifying scene of shattered hearts and uncontrolled flames. They only beheld the aftermath. Lord Norton had decisively slain the bandit leader with thunderous might, vanquishing all who dared resist. Thus, their eyes brimmed with the joy of victory, mingled with reverence and awe for Norton's formidable power. Lord Norton is valiant. Look at that beast's chest. Even a descended deity would pale in comparison. Thanks to the Lord. How many lives must we sacrifice to seize this accursed place? The soldiers busied themselves while murmuring, their tones imbued with a sense of relief and genuine admiration for Norton. Willis, supported by his companions, trembled violently, his complexion scarcely better than Cat's. His gaze involuntarily flickered to Norton, who stood alone in the center of the cellar, silently wiping the blood from his face. Yet, his eyes were filled with an indescribable fear, starkly contrasting with the surrounding soldiers. He had witnessed that inhuman power and the uncontrollable flames. Cad's glance occasionally drifted towards Norton, laden with deep concern. Norton inhaled deeply, the mingled sense assaulting his senses. At this moment, he could distinctly hear the faint lament of the cooling molten patterns on the stone walls, and more acutely perceive the subtle essence of metal emanating from the scattered weapons. Yet, more overwhelming was the unquenched heat pulsating through his veins and the surging tide of violent emotions. He forced himself to avert his gaze from the molten pit in Dag's chest, a warning to himself. He approached the cowering captives huddled in the corner. Most were ragged, emaciated women, their eyes hollow, bearing the marks of prolonged captivity and abuse. The girl who had laughed sharply was now unconscious, instinctively separated by the other women. Do not be afraid. We are from Winterfell, soldiers of Lord Eddard Stark. Norton endeavored to lower his voice, concealing the fierce glint in his eyes, attempting to soften his tone. However, the dried blood on his face and the lingering, faint heat radiating from him still caused the captives to recoil in terror. At that moment, a faint yet remarkably clear voice emerged from an inconspicuous corner, infused with incredulous excitement and a hoarse timbre. Lord Norton? Is it truly you? The voice was dry, akin to the rasp of sandpaper. Norton and Donald simultaneously turned towards the sound. In the shadows curled a young man, or rather, a young lad. He too was clad in tattered garments, smeared with filth, and his exposed arms bore the scars of fresh and old whip marks as well as frostbite. Yet, his slate blue eyes shone with an extraordinary brightness beneath the grime, fixed intently upon Norton, brimming with shock and a flicker of fragile hope. He struggled to sit up, but the movement tugged at his wounds, eliciting a muffled groan of pain. Norton hastened forward and crouched down. A soldier approached with a torch, the flickering light illuminating the boy's visage. Despite his torment and haggard appearance, the straight bridge of his nose, sharply defined jawline, and those defiant slate blue eyes, even in his weakened state, were unmistakable to Norton and Donald. "Clay!" Donald exclaimed in astonishment, his voice tinged with disbelief and fury. "Clay 7. By the gods above, how did you come to be here?" Before them stood this beggar-like captive, none other than the nephew of Count 7, Clay 7. As Clay recognized the confirming glances from Donald and Norton, the tension in his body collapsed. A tumult of profound humiliation, fear, and the relief of survival intertwined, causing his voice to quaver. "Why, yes, it is I, Lord Norton. We were ambushed at the edge of Wolf Forest by these beasts. The guards fought valiantly, but they all perished." He painfully shut his eyes, his body trembling violently at the recollection. "They imprisoned me and the others here, claiming they would use me to extort a ransom from my aunt, or—" His voice faltered, unable to continue. Yet the terrified expressions of the other captives in the cellar and the scars upon Clay's body silently conveyed the inhumane torment he had endured. This revelation struck like a thunderclap. Norton suppressed the tumult of emotions within, his voice deep and steady, imbued with undeniable authority. "You are safe now, Clay 7. By the name of Stark, we shall take you home." He gestured to the two most reliable soldiers. "Be cautious. Assist young Master Clay to his feet. Provide him with water. Find him the cleanest cloak to wear, immediately." The soldiers promptly approached, their movements exceedingly gentle, imbued with the respect due to a member of the noble family and a hint of trepidation. Clay's taut body relaxed slightly upon hearing the words home. Yet his gaze towards Norton was a complex tapestry of emotions, gratitude intertwined with an inescapable undercurrent of fear. At that moment, the preliminary tally of the outcome was reported. The veteran, though mad, responsible for the count, spoke with the fatigue of battle, yet more so with the exhilaration of victory. "Lord Norton, in the tower battle, we suffered the loss of 2 men, Hack and Ben, who fell in combat. 5 were lightly wounded, mostly from grazing arrow strikes. In the cellar battle, the bandit chief Dagger has been vanquished, and all 21 resisting brigands have been eradicated. The captives rescued." He glanced at Clay and the group of women, totaling 9, including young Master Clay. He paused. "The spoils are quite bountiful, with plenty of provisions, weapons, and goods seized from passing caravans." "Very well," Norton nodded, the losses being less than he had anticipated. He cast a glance at Cad, his brow furrowed. Cad bore the gravest injuries and required immediate attention. Norton approached Cad's side. Although he was nearly incapacitated by pain, a flicker of light struggled to emerge from his murky eyes upon seeing Norton. "This time, I owe you, Cad." Norton spoke with an uncommon, weighty sense of apology. His gaze swept over Willis, who abruptly lowered his head. Norton surveyed the soldiers. "We cannot linger here. Dagg's severed head must be taken as evidence of our victory over the bandits." "Understood." The soldiers responded, their efficiency remarkable. The joy of triumph and reverence for their leader dispelled the lingering gloom. Norton cast one last glance into the depths of the cellar, where his still simmering wrath was firmly suppressed within him. The inhuman strength often comes at a cost, accompanied by misunderstanding. The soldier's admiration was genuine, yet the concern in Cad and Willis's eyes was equally palpable. Chapter 23. Out of control as loyal vassals of House Stark. Escorting Clay 7 back to Seven City became the next task for Norton's team. The party had emerged from the oppressive silence of the Wolfwood and the storm's fury. The journey home after vanquishing the bandits should have been joyous. Yet, even as sunlight pierced through the clouds, it failed to disperse the chill that permeated the group. This chill did not stem from the weather, but rather from the intermittent, stifled sobs and bone-deep terror conveyed by the few surviving villagers. They surged forth like wild beasts, unable to be restrained, with one woman named Gree standing out in her fervor. Dag, that cleft-jawed monster. He was right there laughing like a madman. Once in the watchtower. It was hell. Gree's voice suddenly escalated, filled with uncontrollable terror. They stripped the captured women bare and took turns with them in the hall, a fire blazing nearby. They cried out for mercy while Dag sat there drinking, watching, and cheering them on. Tears of fear welled in Gree's eyes. There was a merchant's daughter, barely of age. She bit one of those beasts, Dag. He walked over, and with his chipped cleaver, he just chopped off her head. Blood sprayed everywhere. He even held it up, laughing, saying this was the thrill of it. Norton rode alongside the injured wagon, and deep within his golden pupils, the once calm molten gold began to churn. He listened in silence, his fingers gripping the reins tightly enough to turn pale, the violent emotions subtly surfacing. The soldiers surrounding the wagon, even the seasoned veteran Donner, turned ashen, their eyes ablaze with furious indignation and suppressed revulsion. They tightened their grips on their weapons, knuckles cracking ominously. The men of the North were accustomed to the cycle of life and death, yet such a boundless depravity, viewing slaughter as entertainment, surpassed their threshold of endurance. It was more than that. Gree's tears mingled with snot as her voice grew hoarse. They captured an old man who refused to part with the last of his rations, binding him to a post outside the watchtower. They used a red-hot iron rod to scorch him, mercilessly interrogating him about where the food was hidden. The old man screamed through the night, ultimately succumbing to the agonizing cold, and the next day, Dag had him fed to the ravenous dogs they had raised. Enough. A deeply suppressed growl erupted suddenly, akin to a beast's roar, immediately interrupting Gree's lamentation. It was Norton. He abruptly tightened the reins, and his warhorse reared up, emitting a loud neigh. With his back turned to the crowd, his shoulders tensed like iron, and his deep gray cloak billowed violently in the wind. All the soldiers felt an indescribable, suffocating pressure emanating from him, expanding with a thunderous force. It was a pure, almost annihilating rage. The air seemed ignited, and even the winter chill was repelled somewhat by this fiery wrath. Norton slowly turned his head, his golden eyes no longer calm as molten lava, but now ablaze. Within the depths of his pupils, tangible golden flames danced wildly, roaring. As his gaze swept across the gathered soldiers, even the bravest instinctively averted their eyes, their hearts gripped by an invisible giant hand. The deathly guards reveled in slaughter, their minds eroded by dragon blood, transforming them into beast-like entities. Yet these marauders, still capable of thought as humans, chose to act with such primal savagery, a behavior that Norton could neither fathom nor forgive. Cade's heart trembled. It seemed that Norton's previous loss of composure was about to resurface, the boiling intent to kill nearly coalescing into a physical form. He opened his mouth to offer comfort, but found his throat dry, unable to utter a single word. The procession continued in suffocating silence, the oppressive atmosphere surrounding Norton making it hard for anyone to breathe. His burning golden eyes served as two guiding flames of vengeance, fixated intently ahead. This repressed, impending volcanic eruption soon discovered an outlet. Just a half-day's journey from Seven City, at the edge of a sparse birch forest, scouts detected an anomaly. About 6 figures clad in tattered iron armor, wielding bloody blades and axes, were rummaging through an overturned, dilapidated cart. Beside the cart, 2 bodies of civilians dressed in coarse fabric lay in a pool of blood, 1 man and 1 woman. The woman's clothing had been torn, indicating she had suffered indignities before her death. The marauders emitted crude laughter, competing to seize a few copper coins and a small sack of grain from the corpses. Marauders. The scout's voice was laced with fury and a slight tremor. There was no need for commands. The moment the scout's words fell, a figure tore through the stagnant air. It was Norton. He sharply dug his heels into the horse's sides, and the steed launched forward like an arrow released from a bow. He didn't even draw his sword. His entire form was hunched over the horse's back, moving so swiftly that he left a blur in the soldier's eyes. His golden pupils locked onto the target, resembling the gaze of death itself. "Captain," Donald shouted in horror, immediately waving his hand, urging, "Quick, follow the captain." However, it was too late. Norton had already plunged into the midst of the marauders. The first brigand, upon hearing the sound of galloping hooves, turned in astonishment, only to see a fist clad in iron gauntlets rapidly enlarging in his field of vision. A dull thud echoed, reminiscent of a sledgehammer, as the fist struck the brigand squarely on the face. His nasal bone shattered instantly, collapsing inward, his visage resembling a crushed watermelon, splattering red and white in a gruesome display. The brigand emitted not a sound, his head tilted at an unnatural angle as his body flew backward like a broken sack, colliding heavily with a birch tree before sliding down silently, lifeless. The scent of blood permeated the air instantaneously. The remaining brigands stood frozen, paralyzed by the sudden and terrifying assault. They could scarcely perceive a figure cloaked in gray, akin to a specter, darting past the fallen comrade with astonishing speed. The second brigand instinctively raised his bloodied axe. Norton, without sparing him a glance, swiftly grasped his wrist with remarkable precision. The brigand felt an irresistible force coursing through him, the sound of his wrist bone fracturing resonating sharply. His anguished scream remained trapped in his throat as Norton's right hand, with fingers poised like a blade, infused with the terrifying power of his hybrid lineage, struck mercilessly at his throat. With a crack, the Adam's apple and cervical vertebrae were obliterated, silencing the brigand's shriek as his eyes bulged in horror, collapsing in spasms. The massacre reached its zenith in an instant. Norton dismounted, weaving through the throng of brigands. Each pause was accompanied by the dull thud of impact or the sharp crack of shattered bones. no longer suppressing his might. The full ferocity of his hybrid nature was laid bare. One brigand lunged from the side with a knife, yet Norton merely tilted his body slightly, the blade grazing his cloak as he seized the assailant's arm with the grip of a vice. The sound of tearing flesh pierced the air as the arm was wrenched from the torso. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, and the brigand emitted a chilling scream that was anything but human. Norton, unfazed, grasped the remaining arm, wielding it like a rag doll, and hurled it toward another advancing brigand. With a resounding crash, the two bodies collided, the sound of cracking bones echoing clearly. They fell as though struck by a colossal stone, blood spewing from their mouths. Collapsing helplessly to the ground, their chances of survival evaporating. The last two brigands, now utterly terrified, shrieked and abandoned their weapons, fleeing in haste, cursing themselves for not possessing a swifter escape. Norton harbored no semblance of pity in his gaze. With a deft flick of his foot, he retrieved the bloodstained axe from the ground. Without aiming, relying solely on his extraordinary perception and strength, he swung his arm with ferocity. The heavy axe spun through the air, striking with unerring accuracy into the back of a brigand who had managed to flee a short distance. The immense force propelled the brigand's lifeless body forward, pinning it to the earth. The remaining brigand, upon hearing his comrade's anguished cry, was seized by terror and stumbled. Falling to the ground, he turned around in terror, only to behold a pair of eyes ablaze with molten gold flames, devoid of any human emotion, and a metallic hand slowly rising as if to seize the very throat of his fate. "Spare me. Please, have mercy." The bandit wept profusely, his groin instantly soaked, a foul stench permeating the air. Norton halted before him, his towering figure casting a shadow of death. He gazed down upon this wretched creature, writhing on the ground like a maggot, with flames of fury flickering in his eyes. The burning golden orbs silenced the bandit's pleas, leaving only the sound of his chattering teeth. Chapter 24. Wrath. Aside from the soldiers tending to the injured, Donna and the others hastened to the scene, gasping at the sight before them. In mere moments, 5 ferocious bandits had fallen like wheat before a tempest, meeting their gruesome demise in a myriad of horrific ways. Severed limbs, shattered skulls, and impaled corpses filled the air with a stench as thick as that of a slaughterhouse. Norton stood silently at the center of the bloodied scene. The hem of his gray cloak splattered with dark crimson, a few droplets staining his face. He breathed heavily, a faint white mist rising around him, the result of intense exertion and seething rage causing his body temperature to soar in the frigid air. Though unarmed, his bloodied, knuckled hands now appeared more fearsome to the soldiers than any blade. He slowly crouched down, addressing the nearly fainting bandit with a voice that was eerily calm. "Do you recognize the name Nidhogg?" The bandit nodded vigorously, as if pounding garlic. Yes. Yes. Please, have mercy. I'm just a lowly errand boy trying to make a living." "Excellent." Norton nodded, his golden pupils narrowing slightly, a ghostly, frigid smile tugging at the corner of his lips. He slowly drew forth the dagger from his waist, a lethal gift from Mycon, designed with a poisoned groove. The icy blade glinted with an eerie blue shimmer in the pale light of winter. "Your voice," Norton spoke in a low and deliberate tone, carried a curious, almost dreamlike quality that froze the blood in one's veins. "It seems you take pleasure in stripping others of their modesty and warmth, exposing them naked to the cold wind and your filthy gaze." The bandit's muddied eyes widened in terror, completely unable to grasp the logic behind the words of this harbinger of death, reduced to instinctual, desperate pleas for mercy. Norton gently tapped the bandit's filthy, tear-streaked cheek with the cold flat of the dagger, his touch delicate as if caressing a lover, yet his words plunged all into an icy abyss. "You say? If I were to use this knife," the tip slowly descended, resting just beneath the bandit's collarbone, lightly grazing the skin, sending tremors coursing through the bandit's body. "Slowly, piece by piece, peel away your skin as one would with a rabbit's hide, witnessing the separation of flesh from the bone and hearing your own anguished screams." Norton's voice, imbued with an almost academic calmness, harbored the deepest cruelty. "Do you believe," cracked jaw Dag, "and your companions who have descended into hell, that witnessing this scene and hearing this sound would evoke a sense of satisfaction? An amusement? No. You are a devil." The bandit emitted a desperate howl akin to a dying beast, excreting in terror, the stench overwhelming. A profound fear shattered him completely, his eyes rolling back, his body convulsing violently, on the brink of death from sheer fright. "Captain." Donald could no longer contain himself. He could not remain a mere observer. With a swift stride, he lunged forward, exerting every ounce of strength to grasp Norton's wrist, which clutched the dagger. The grip felt as unyielding as iron. the power surging beneath the skin akin to molten lava on the verge of eruption, searing and ferocious. Donald's heart raced, aware that he could be flung aside at any moment by this inhuman force, yet he could not relinquish his hold. His voice, infused with unprecedented urgency and pleading, cried out, "Enough, my Lord Norton, enough. This worm deserves but a single stroke. It is unworthy of soiling your hands, far less deserving of transforming you into one of their kind." He lowered his voice, nearly shouting, "You are of the Stark family, not the butcher of the Bolton clan." The words Stark and Bolton cascaded over Norton's seething fury like ice water. His burning golden eyes abruptly focused. He glanced at the soldiers around him, their expressions a medley of reverence, fear, and a hint of indescribable detachment. A chill coursed up his spine, quelling the fiery wrath within. Norton looked down at the wrist Donald gripped tightly, feeling the tremors of his fingers from exertion. Rather than forcefully breaking free, he merely rotated his wrist slightly, employing a subtle strength that conveyed not restraint but a sense of urging. This minute gesture lightened Donald's heart, signifying that the most perilous moment had passed. Norton inhaled deeply, drawing in the frigid air, forcibly suppressing the turbulence of rage within. The golden flames in his eyes gradually quelled, reverting to deep, molten depths. Yet within that magma simmered an unmistakable weariness and a cold self-loathing. In the next moment, Norton's hand moved with the dagger. A dull yet crisp sound echoed. The dagger's ethereal blue tip swiftly plunged into the heart of the bandit, who had long ceased to convulse, embedding itself to the hilt. The action was clean, efficient, devoid of any unnecessary torment, concluding the final physiological response of this body and the unimaginable agony that transcended hell itself. Norton, expressionless, withdrew the dagger. Thick, warm, dark red blood dripped from the blade, falling onto the snow with a faint patter. Casually, he wiped the blade on the filthy, tattered garments of the bandit, erasing most traces of blood, before flicking his wrist as the dagger silently slid back into its leather sheath at his waist. Throughout the entire ordeal, Norton did not cast a single glance at the lifeless bodies strewn upon the ground, as if they were merely refuse awaiting disposal. "Clear them away. Expedite the process," he commanded, pausing momentarily to survey the tragic remains of the innocent civilians who lay beside the overturned carriage. A tinge of sorrow infused his voice as he added, "Find them a sunlit, sheltered resting place for a proper burial. The snow is too cold." The final words escaped his lips so softly that they were nearly whisked away by the wind. He turned and strode towards his warhorse, his silhouette appearing particularly desolate against the winter desolation. Donald watched his retreating figure, exhaling a heavy sigh of relief, his back drenched in cold sweat. In that fleeting moment, he genuinely believed that Norton might succumb to the violent actions he had alluded to. The soldiers silently commenced the grim task of clearing the scene, the oppressive scent of blood and the chill invoked by Norton's last remarks lingering in the air. Crasaven sat atop the carriage, peering through the curtain's gap at Norton's blood-streaked back. Beyond fear, he now grappled with an ineffable complexity of emotions. This golden-eyed warrior who had saved him was as formidable as legendary heroes, yet perilous, akin to treading upon a blade of ice. Norton mounted his steed, grasping the reins. The seething rage that had nearly ignited his very soul, that morbid and darkly sadistic impulse, ebbed away like a receding tide, leaving behind a profound coldness and weariness, along with an even deeper sense of vigilance. He felt an unsettling unease. The sensations coursing through his body were extraordinary, as if every emotion had been amplified, particularly his wrath. For a brief moment, he perceived himself as an observer of the unfolding drama, his body instinctively responding to the chaos. It seemed that the authority bestowed by the system was anything but pure. "I must learn to better control my emotions," Norton murmured. Chapter 25. The banquet. The scent of blood still lingered at the tip of his nose as the hooves of the horses struck the snow-dusted wilderness, producing a dull resonance. Leading the procession, Norton escorted the wounded and the homeless civilians, departing from the forest that harbored both malevolence and fury. As the White Blade River emerged like a gleaming silver ribbon on the horizon, the outline of Savin City materialized against the skyline. Unlike the imposing ruggedness of Winterfell, Savin City nestled beside the river, its walls constructed from neatly arranged pale gray stones, exuding an air of refinement and compactness. The castle, modest in scale, was meticulously planned, with the main tower soaring high, adorned with the Savin family's banner, a deep blue background emblazoned with crossed silver battle axes. At the river port outside the city, several inland barges lay anchored, hinting at a semblance of commercial prosperity. The arrival of the convoy had already been noted by the sentinels atop the city walls. When Norton and his party reached the city gates, the heavy oak doors swung wide open. A middle-aged man clad in a deep blue robe with silver trim, resembling a steward, emerged with a cadre of neatly attired guards, his countenance betraying evident anxiety and anticipation. Upon seeing the carriage's curtain lifted to reveal Cressaven's pale, yet familiar visage, he visibly exhaled in relief, followed by a surge of overwhelming joy. "Young Master Cressaven, may the gods bless us." The butler hurried forward, his voice brimming with excitement. Butler Hawood responded weakly, struggling to sit up, but gently restrained by a soldier beside him. The butler's gaze then fell upon Norton, the golden-eyed youth who, despite clad in blood-stained armor, stood resolutely at the forefront of the group, exuding an undeniable aura of calmness. "This must be Lord Norton, the valiant warrior of Winterfell. The Seven family is immensely grateful. The esteemed count awaits you in the main hall. Please follow me." The streets of Seven City were neat and orderly, with few pedestrians. Yet, upon witnessing the return of this party, bearing wounded comrades and spoils of war, as well as their young master, curious and grateful glances were cast their way. As Butler Hawood led the way, he quietly expressed the family's heartfelt gratitude to Norton, briefly recounting the family's distress following Master Clay's abduction. The main hall was considerably smaller than that of Winterfell, yet it was adorned with exquisite detail. Tapestries depicting scenes of hunting and harvest adorned the walls, and a roaring fire in the hearth dispelled the damp chill of the riverside. In the center of the hall, a middle-aged woman clad in a deep blue velvet cloak, with a gaunt visage and sharp, yet weary eyes, paced anxiously. She was Countess Maggie Seven. Upon seeing the butler ushering Norton and the others inside, she immediately halted, her gaze locking onto Clay, who lay on the stretcher. Upon seeing his kin, Clay's cracked lips moved, emitting a faint sound, while tears welled in his gray-blue eyes. A tumultuous surge of emotions that mingled feelings of grievance, fear, humiliation, and the relief of finally being safe. Countess Maggie quickly stepped forward to examine Clay's injuries. As she beheld the horrifying wounds, a flicker of pain and icy anger flashed in her eyes, yet it was overshadowed by an overwhelming sense of solace at his return. She grasped Clay's hand tightly, her voice deep and resolute. "You are safe now, my child. You have returned to the land of Seven Castle, and that means safety. You are safe now." In those few words lay countless sentiments, promise, protection, and the profound relief of having weathered the storm. She then turned to Norton, bowing deeply, her demeanor exceedingly humble. "Lord Norton," Countess Maggie's voice resonated with heartfelt gratitude, "you have saved Clay's life, and in doing so, you have preserved the future hope of the Seven family. This debt of gratitude will never be forgotten." The noble countess, extending such courtesy to an unacknowledged illegitimate son, spoke volumes of her sincerity and fervor. Norton gracefully sidestepped, returning the gesture with calm composure. "Your Grace, you overstate the matter. Eradicating banditry and rescuing the innocent is the Duke of Ade's command and my duty. Young Master Clay is indeed fortunate. No, without your valor and decisiveness, Clay would have had no chance of survival." Countess Maggie straightened, her gaze piercing as she looked at Norton, unmasked admiration shining in her eyes. On the journey back, though weak, Clay had recounted in awe the harrowing battle in the Watchtower's cellar, describing how Norton had burst forth like a god of war, delivering a chillingly ruthless judgment upon the bandit leader, Dag. Every detail elevated the Countess Maggie's appraisal of the golden-eyed youth. Although Clay ultimately remarked that Norton had controlled flames to incinerate several bandits, it was merely a figment of this child's imagination, conjured amidst overwhelming fear, pain, and an environment of asphyxiation. After all, a warrior capable of slaying the mighty Dag with his bare hands igniting the combustible materials amassed in the cellar, leading to the ensuing conflagration, is a perfectly reasonable explanation. Supernatural powers? Such tales are merely the fabrications of minstrels meant to beguile children. That evening, a grand banquet was held at Seven Castle to welcome Norton and his companions. A pristine white linen adorned the long table, silver candlesticks casting a warm glow upon an array of sumptuous northern delicacies. A golden roasted whole suckling pig, aromatic venison stew, fresh river fish, warm black bread, and the rich ale brewed by the Seven family. Countess Maggie occupied the seat of honor, with Norton placed immediately to her right, a position of utmost distinction that spoke volumes of his importance. Clay, unable to attend due to his grievous injuries, was nonetheless toasted by the Countess throughout the evening, her heartfelt words brimming with gratitude. The atmosphere at the table was vibrant. Countess Maggie appeared in exceptionally high spirits. She was not merely the hostess, but also a fervent admirer of heroes, frequently raising her glass to extol Norton's valor, wisdom, and calm leadership. She embellished Clay's account of the battle, igniting the passion of the assembled knights, who gazed upon Norton with awe. However, not all initially accepted him with open hearts. A few seasoned knights and officials of the Seven family harbored subtle doubts and unspoken disdain for such a young bastard captain. The Countess observed all of this keenly. She noted Norton's composed demeanor during the meal. Although he lacked the ostentatious elegance of southern nobles, he possessed a steadiness and poise of his own. His words were few but substantive, characterized by clear logic. More impressively, he exhibited no arrogance commonly seen in those who suddenly attain great fame, maintaining a serene disposition. This was no ordinary individual. A thought crystallized further in Countess McGee's mind. Chapter 26. The olive branch. The banquet concluded amidst a jovial atmosphere. Countess McGee personally escorted Norton to her study. Within, the flickering firelight danced, casting their shadows upon the bookshelves. A servant presented steaming spiced red wine before retreating, closing the heavy oak door behind. Only the two remained in the study. The Countess's smile softened, replaced by a more earnest and heartfelt expression. She gestured for Norton to sit by the fireplace and took her seat as well, her fingers lightly caressing the smooth surface of her wine glass. "Lord Norton, please," she toasted, raising her glass. "This wine is a tribute to your courage and wisdom, which, like the tumultuous currents of the Whiteblade River, have cleansed the filth of wolfwood and brought back a glimmer of hope for the Seven family." She sipped, her gaze penetrating as it met Norton's golden eyes. "The shadows of wolfwood have dissipated, yet the brilliance that emanates from you reveals a future even more resplendent. A warrior such as yourself, possessing the stark bloodline and talents bestowed by the gods, ought not to languish under the confines of an anvil or the shackles of an ordinary knight. To do so would indeed be to squander the divine favor and diminish the glory of the North." Norton inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement, quietly savoring the red wine as he awaited the Countess's continuation. Countess Maggie leaned forward, her voice low and earnest. "Though the Sevan family may not be the oldest towering oak, our roots are firmly entrenched by the banks of the Whiteblade River. Loyal to the winter snows of Winterfell, unwavering in our fidelity." A flicker of sorrow and relief crossed her eyes. "You have seen him, Cray. His temperament flows more like a gentle stream than a rushing river. Yet the gods are merciful. They have granted me a precious gem, my young daughter, Joris. At the tender age of 13, she awaits in her chamber, her grace and purity akin to the blue lotus that blooms by the riverbank after the spring thaw." With this preamble, Countess Maggie's gaze turned gravely serious. "My Lord Norton, the stark blood flows within you, and your valor and wisdom are sufficient to illuminate the crest of any house. If you would not disdain the threshold of the Sevan family, I am willing to witness, in the name of the gods and our ancestors, the betrothal of Joris to you. Let the battle axe of the Sevan family shine in concert with your stark claws. The Sevan family shall devote itself wholeheartedly to being your staunchest shield and support, assisting you under the banner of the Winterfell direwolf to attain the honor and status befitting your extraordinary abilities." She portrayed the union as a sacred covenant, a powerful endorsement of Norton's future, subtly expressing the political investment of the Sevan family. The study fell into a brief silence, punctuated only by the crackling of the firewood in the hearth. Countess Maggie's eyes burned with intensity, akin to a hunter awaiting the capture of prey, imbued with sincere hope. Norton set down his wine glass, his golden pupils shimmering in the firelight, as if molten gold flowed within them. He rose, not with arrogance, but with the respect due to a noble countess. He bowed slightly, his movements fluid and graceful, his voice steady as the frozen earth of the north. "Esteemed Countess Maggie, your commendation is akin to the warm currents of the Whiteblade River, leaving me both astonished and overwhelmed. I begin with humility, yet I must gaze directly into your eyes. Please forgive my hesitation and the difficult choice I must make." Norton's voice was deep and clear. "Though I enjoy the protection of Winterfell, the mists surrounding my bloodline have yet to be fully dispelled by the holy light of the Seven. I cannot allow the Sevan family's battle-axe crest to be tarnished by even a whisper of possible dust due to my actions." He paused for a moment, his conviction undeniable. "Honorable Countess, with the deepest respect and regret for both you and Miss Joris, I must earnestly request that you retract this invaluable proposal. This is by no means a slight against the Sevan family. Rather, it arises from a profound appreciation for this bond that compels me to make this challenging decision. May the gods witness my sincerity and helplessness." The fervor on Countess Maggie's face ebbed away like the tide, replaced by a profound regret. With a sigh, she expressed her lament, tinged with a hint of relief. Rising from her seat, she approached Norton and placed a firm hand on his shoulder. Lord Norton, I comprehend. The deities have paved distinct paths for each individual, which cannot be forcibly altered. As for yours, the Seven family has not been bestowed that honor. Her tone grew bold. But do remember, the gates of Seven City shall forever remain open for you. The waters of the Blade River flow incessantly, and the friendship of the Seven family is as enduring as this river. You shall always be the most esteemed guest of the Seven family, and a warrior recognized by me, Lady McGee 7. May the seven gods guide your path, and may your sword's edge be invincible. Thank you for your understanding and generosity. Your Excellency, Norton responded with solemnity. The friendship of the Seven family, akin to the steadfast rocks beside the Blade River, shall forever be etched in my heart. Although the union did not come to fruition, Lady McGee's invitation remained unwavering. On the following morning, before Norton and his party prepared to depart for Winterfell, the Count personally bid them farewell, presenting generous tokens of gratitude, along with a heartfelt letter of thanks penned by Count McGee to Duke Ed. Extolling Norton's achievements and virtues with lavish praise, Clyne 7 insisted on being assisted to the city gate to see them off. His complexion remained pale, as if the fear he felt that night regarding Norton's power had transformed entirely into reverence. He grasped Norton's hand tightly, his voice weak yet resolute. The life-saving grace shall be remembered by Clyne. Norton accepted the gifts and bid a formal farewell to Count McGee and Clyne. He mounted his steed and led the group onward once more. The Seven City gradually diminished in the distance, while the Blade River shimmered with glistening reflections. This journey not only eradicated the Dag Gang, but also solidified an enduring friendship with the Seven family and garnered high praise from the Count. Though the benefits were plentiful, the previous two experiences of losing control lingered in Norton's mind with trepidation. Reflecting on the dragon lineage, where King Norton epitomized wrath, he understood that this blend of bronze and fire was not easily tamed. He resolved to absorb more dragon bones to fortify himself, enabling better mastery over this formidable power. He silently vowed to seek an opportunity to leave the north and pursue the dragon bones. Chapter 27. The night leading a party laden with honor and the friendship of the Seven family, Norton trudged through the muddy thaw, finally returning to Winterfell. On the gray walls, the banner of the Ice Wolf fluttered in the cold wind, seemingly welcoming the returning warriors. The soldiers' triumph, particularly Norton's return, stirred great waves within the lower levels of Winterfell. As Norton rode in on the chestnut steed gifted by Count McGee, clad in the silver-trimmed leather armor of the Seven family, and with the dark cloud-patterned long sword at his side, he was met with the soldiers' awestruck gazes, restrained cheers, and hushed discussions. The emblem of the Seven family, adorned with lightning motifs, upon his chest silently conveyed another weight of significance. Eddard Stark stood upon the steps of the main fortress, his gray eyes fixed upon the returning party. When Norton dismounted and knelt on one knee to report, Eddard could distinctly perceive the aura radiating from this golden-eyed youth, starkly different from when he had departed, a chilling sharpness imbued with blood and glory, akin to a sword drawn and thirsty for blood. He accepted the sheepskin scroll presented by Norton, in which the words of Count Maegor were earnest and replete with praise. Listening to Norton's succinct yet powerful report on the eradication of bandits and the rescue of young Clay from the Seawind lineage, he remarked, "You have performed admirably, Norton." Ed's voice was deep and solemn, carrying the weight of a duke's authority. "You have upheld the honor of House Stark and fulfilled the duties of a knight. The North shall remember your deeds." He waved his hand dismissively, instructing Norton to take his leave, as Maester Luwin would arrange for the care of the wounded and the settling of the rescued civilians. The grisly details of the bloody battle within the watchtower had already spread throughout the camp and stables, embellished by the accounts of the surviving soldiers. Norton's superhuman strength, his cold judgments, and the wisdom of his strategic deployments were rendered almost legendary. Similarly, the terrifying power Norton exhibited in the cellar was reported to Duke Ed by Sergeant Cad. Upon hearing this, the Duke merely ordered Cad and Wyllis to refrain from discussing the matter further and strictly forbade any dissemination of the information outside. Days later, as Norton's renown echoed throughout the castle, Duke Ed reached a decision. The news spread like thunder, instantly reverberating through the entire fortress. The Duke would hold a solemn ceremony for Norton in the sacred grove, beneath the heart tree that had witnessed the rise and fall of House Stark for a millennium. In the sacred grove, the air was crisp, infused with the earthy aroma of soil and timber. The massive heart tree stood pale as bone, its trunk carved with faces that seemed to gaze down with tearful eyes. Ed Stark, donned in a formal deep gray Duke's attire, stood before the heart tree. Robb, Sansa, Jon, Arya, Bran, Rickon, along with other significant members of the castle. Knights, and a portion of the soldiers, stood quietly in solemnity around him. The atmosphere was grave and dignified, punctuated only by the whispering of the wind through the leaves. Norton stood before Ed, clad in clean leather armor and draped in the gray cloak of Winterfell, the sigil of the Seawind house glimmering in the soft light filtering through the trees. He stood tall, his golden eyes appearing particularly serene in the dimness of the grove. Ed's voice resonated loudly and clearly, echoing through the stillness of the sacred grove. In the name of Eddard Stark, Duke of Winterfell, Protector of the North, under the gaze of the old gods, and in the presence of the Heart Tree, today, I declare, Norton, you are of the bloodline of my brother, Brandon Stark. The blood of the direwolf flows within you. Your identity is beyond question. A slight stir rippled through the crowd, reverent gazes converging upon Norton. Robb's eyes shone with pure joy. Jon's expression was complex, his fists clenched slightly. Arya's face flushed with excitement, while Catelyn's countenance darkened like the sky before a storm, her nails digging deeply into her palms. Ed continued, his voice rising in fervor. He has cleansed the wolf's wood of its filth with the valor of a knight, vanquished the bandit Scourge, and safeguarded the people of the North. He has, with the fidelity of a knight, rescued the son of an ally, upholding the honor of House Stark. His accomplishments are remarkable, and his character resplendent. Ed slowly drew his sword. Ice, though it remained sheathed, its symbolic weight immeasurable. He gently laid the sword flat upon Norton's left shoulder, then moved it to the right, his movements imbued with solemnity and sanctity. Norton, son of snow, echoed Eddard's voice, resonant like a great bell, rich with strength and expectation. In the name of the warrior, I command you to be brave. In the name of the Father above, I command you to be just. In the name of the Holy Mother, I command you to protect the weak and the innocent. In the name of the maiden, I command you to safeguard all women. In the name of the smith, I command you to be strong. In the name of the crone, I command you to be wise. In the name of the stranger, I command you to face death. With each invocation of the divine names, the sword lightly tapped Norton's shoulder. Arise. Under the watchful gaze of the old gods, rise. Sir Norton, may your blade ever be pointed toward justice, and may your heart remain forever loyal to your vows. Norton rose slowly, his movements as steady as a mountain. He lifted his gaze, his golden eyes sweeping over the crowd, lingering briefly on Eddard's gratified yet heavy gaze, Robb's beaming smile, Arya's exuberance, and Catelyn's icy, penetrating stare. He placed a hand upon his chest and proclaimed with clarity and conviction, in the name of the old and new gods, I swear, I shall uphold the knightly way, remain loyal to my family, and protect the North. The solemn echoes of his oath seemed to linger in the crisp forest air, as if the old gods themselves were listening. Duke Eddard nodded slightly, his eyes reflecting a weighty sense of relief. The murmurs of the crowd gradually subsided, their awestruck gazes still fixed upon the newly anointed knight. As the ceremony concluded, the austere atmosphere softened. Robb Stark was the first to stride forward, his face radiant with unrestrained excitement and pride. He clapped Norton on the shoulder with vigor, his blue eyes sparkling like flames beneath a frozen lake. Norton, you did splendidly. The entire Winterfell is singing your praises. That scoundrel Dagger and his wretched minions, you swept them aside like autumn leaves. Tell me, how did you single-handedly charge into the cellar and dispatch Dagger? The soldiers say you moved like a shadow, with strength enough to topple a horse. Robb could scarcely contain his eagerness to hear his brother recount the legendary details of his valiant battles, to share in the glory that belonged to House Stark. Jon Snow's voice was low and sincere, imbued with the distinctive chill of the North. You have proven that those like us can leave their mark upon the North. Norton observed the contrasting fervor of Robb and the serene composure of Jon. His golden pupils reflected their figures, just as he was about to respond. A small form suddenly darted forth like a gray arrow from beside Lady Catelyn, crashing into Norton's embrace. Norton, Arya exclaimed, her voice imbued with urgency, entirely disregarding the decorum of nobility and the solemnity of the occasion. She fumbled at the leather armor upon his chest, her gray eyes brimming with concern. Are you hurt? They said it was a brutal fight. So much blood. Did Dagger injure you? Let me see. She stood on her toes, eager to inspect his neck and face, her actions both reckless and filled with genuine care. I am well, Arya. I am perfectly fine. Not a scratch upon me. Norton displayed an exceedingly faint, soothing smile, assuring Dag that he posed no threat. Do not worry. Robb observed this scene with a grin, while Jon's lips subtly curved upwards, the tense atmosphere dissipating entirely under Arya's childlike concern. More nobles and soldiers gathered around to extend their congratulations to the newly minted Knight Norton. Chapter 28. The decision to depart the title of Knight Norton spread like wings, swiftly permeating every corner of Winterfell. Yet, by the warm hearth of the Great Hall, little joy could be felt. The revelation of his identity had transformed Catelyn's deepest fears into a stark reality. In the study, she could no longer maintain the composure befitting a lady. Her voice, sharp with anger and anxiety, pierced the air. Eddard, did you see? He is now a Knight Norton, the good son of Brandon. The soldiers regard him as a deity. Even Arya wishes to sneak away to the training grounds to watch him practice. He is like a poisonous vine, his roots embedded within the very stones of Winterfell, entwining around our children. Now that he possesses a title and a status, what comes next? Does he aspire to Robb's position? Or perhaps more? Her blue eyes brimmed with dread for the future. Eddard, we cannot harbor a wolf that may turn against us at any moment. He must be sent away. The farther, the better. Or let him guard the wall. He is Brandon's child, a scion of House Stark. Eddard wearily rubbed his brow, feeling Catelyn's concerns prick at his heart like icy needles. The honor of the family does not permit me to act thus. I shall not interfere with his future. To everyone's surprise, Norton sought an audience. He still donned simple attire, yet his knighthood lent him an air of composure. He stood before Eddard, his golden eyes calm and unwavering, and spoke directly. My lord. His voice steady and powerful, the dust of the wolfwood has settled, and the greatest menace in the north is temporarily quelled. However, a knight's sword must not rust in its scabbard, and a knight's vision should not be confined to the icy realms of the north. Eddard's gray eyes lifted, signaling him to continue. I request your permission. Norton inclined slightly, his demeanor respectful yet imbued with undeniable resolve, to journey southward, to King's Landing, and to explore the broader Seven Kingdoms. He articulated his reasons with clarity. The Bard's Knights traverse far and wide, expanding their horizons. The Iron Throne in the Red Keep of King's Landing, the wisdom of the Citadel's tomes, the deserts and rivers of Dorne, the golden roses of Highgarden, and the stormy cliffs of the Stormlands, all are ancient arenas of trial. Should I remain confined to the north, my perspective will be that of a frog at the bottom of a well, incapable of becoming a true guardian. He paused, his voice lowering slightly, tinged with sincerity. Moreover, there is the harmony of the family. I am not oblivious to the complexity that flickered in your eyes, Eddard. My presence is akin to a stone cast into a placid lake. Departing from Winterfell may bring peace to my lady, allowing Robb, Arya, and the others to grow in a more tranquil environment. Perhaps this is the wisest choice at present. Winter is coming, and the Stark family requires internal unity above all else. My journey, should it bring tranquility to the stronghold, is indeed worthwhile. The rationale is ample, encompassing the noble aspirations of a knight, while also considering the familial harmony that Eddard holds dear. Eddard remained silent for an extended period, the flickering flames of the hearth dancing upon his visage. He gazed upon the meticulous and far-sighted golden-eyed youth before him, his heart a tempest of emotions. At last, he nodded gravely. I comprehend. Take my personal letter, should the need arise. Seek the protection of King Robert, or pay a visit to Duke Hoster Tully of the Riverlands. Exercise utmost caution. The whirlpool of King's Landing is far more perilous than confronting bandits. I shall heed your command, my Lord Duke, Norton replied with a bow. The news reached Arya's ears like a thunderclap on a clear day. In a fit of rage akin to a furious little wolf, she stormed into Eddard's study, only to be sternly reprimanded by Catelyn and subsequently locked in her room. Late that night, Norton evaded the guards, appearing like a specter at Arya's window. Norton, Arya cried, rushing to the window, her gray eyes brimming with tears and defiance. Take me away. I implore you. I do not wish to learn needlework. I want to embark on an adventure with you. Arya, Norton's voice was low and gentle, yet imbued with undeniable resolve. It is too dangerous in the south for you. It is no place for a little wolf. But, listen, Norton interrupted, retrieving an object from his breast. It was a small badge, crafted from a peculiar dark metal that seemed to contain starlight, adorned with an exquisite relief of an ice wolf. Embedded in the wolf's eyes were two minuscule yet remarkable crystals, within which golden lava appeared to flow slowly. Take this. Norton pressed the badge into Arya's hand. It felt warm to the touch, exuding an unusual warmth. This is our deepest secret, more significant than magic. Arya clutched the badge tightly, as if it were a lifeline. Remember, Norton said, his voice lowered significantly, his golden eyes shimmering in the darkness, when King Robert Baratheon's retinue arrives at the massive oak gates of Winterfell. And you can clearly see the king himself or his golden stag banner at the gate. Grasp this badge firmly, close your eyes, and concentrate all your spirit, thinking solely of the 3 words, he has come. Regardless of my location, be it in distant Essos or amidst the storms of the narrow sea, I shall sense it. Arya's eyes sparkled with incredulity and delight. Really? Just like magical communication? Indeed, Norton nodded, but remember, only once. Only at that specific moment. If used prematurely or for another purpose, it shall lose its potency forever, vanishing like melting snow. Can you manage that? Arya immediately raised her right hand. Her expression solemn. I, Arya Stark, swear upon the honor of the Ice Wolf, to use it only at the moment King Robert arrives at the gates. Otherwise, let all the stories from the old nurse turn into nightmares. For her, this was the gravest of oaths. Safeguard it, protect our secret. Norton gazed deeply at Arya and promised, upon my return, I shall regale you with tales of adventures more thrilling than all the stories of the old nurse combined. True adventures. Arya nodded vigorously, pressing the badge tightly against her chest, as if it were her most treasured possession. Beneath the cold metal, the flowing golden light of molten lava seemed to signify a promise connecting 2 worlds. Chapter 29. Farewell. The day of departure was set on a morning when the biting wind had subsided and the leaden gray clouds had begun to disperse. Before the massive gates of Winterfell, an atmosphere of melancholy enveloped the scene. Several guards, rubbing their hands together, exhaled puffs of white vapor that dissipated in the frigid air. Their gazes filled with complex emotions as they beheld the figure preparing to embark on a journey. Norton's travel attire was simple, a sturdy satchel containing a few changes of clothing, the funds and letters bestowed by Eddard, and a set of leather armor designed for ease of movement. He wore warm woolen garments, draped in a deep gray travel cloak, with a scale vest gifted by Mikken worn beneath. At his waist hung a long sword adorned with dark cloud patterns and a finely crafted dagger from House Seaworth. A longbow and quiver rested upon his back. He caressed the smooth coat of the chestnut warhorse gifted by Count Mage with a steady hand. Robb strode forth, his boots crunching on the thin layer of snow, and embraced Norton with fervor. His youthful face was etched with reluctance and fervor. Brother, take care. Show those Southerners the might of the North's dire wolves. Remember, no matter where you go, you are a Stark. Winterfell will always stand as your bastion. He pressed a bulging coin pouch and an exquisite silver flask filled with fine mead into Norton's hands, advising, take a sip when the cold sets in. Robb's booming voice drew the attention of nearby stablemen who paused their work. Jon Snow stood silently at a distance. When Norton's gaze fell upon him, he approached, offering no embrace but a firm grasp of Norton's arm. In his deep gray eyes lay an understanding shared by those on the periphery. An unspoken support. Your path stretches wider than ours. May fortune favor you on your journey. Norton nodded in acknowledgement, their bond conveyed in silence. Old blacksmith Mikken also arrived. He uttered no words, but silently pressed a heavy, oilcloth-wrapped parcel into Norton's hands. Upon opening it, Norton discovered several beautifully shaped metal ingots. Shimmering with an unusual luster, remnants of scrap metal he had restored with his forging skills, cherished by Mikken all this time. You will find use for these. Leaving them with me would be wasteful, Mikken stated succinctly, patting Norton on the shoulder before turning away, his demeanor as stoic as ever. Of course, Theon Greyjoy could not miss such an occasion. Leaning against the stone pillar by the gate with arms crossed, he wore his customary sardonic smirk. Oh, our knight Norton is finally off to seek his fortune. Be careful, the southern roses are prickly, and you wouldn't want to return weeping with a punctured finger. Or worse, left as nothing but bones by the hounds of King's Landing. Norton appeared oblivious to the jibe, meticulously inspecting the girth straps of the saddle. Eddard Stark stood upon the steps of the great keep, his gray eyes fixed upon his departing nephew, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. There was a sense of shame, intermingled with a profound relief. He merely nodded at Norton, his voice grave as he instructed, remember your oath, Ser Norton. Tread cautiously on the roads of the Seven Kingdoms. Should you encounter adversity in King's Landing, seek out Robert with the token and letters I have entrusted to you. He will assist you. Though his words were succinct, they bore the weight of earnest counsel. Lady Catelyn stood beside Eddard, her auburn hair meticulously arranged. Her gaze, sharp as icicles, was coldly fixed upon Norton, devoid of warmth, offering only scrutiny and a hint of icy relief. Her posture silently conveyed her sentiments. It was best he depart. Within a chamber of the castle, Arya pressed her small face against the frigid glass of the window. She observed Norton as he prepared to embark, her gray eyes betraying no tears, only stubbornness and a subtle, barely perceptible worry. Beneath the heavy drapery, her right hand clutched tightly the sigil of the dire wolf pinned to her chest. feeling its cool surface and the peculiar warmth that flowed gently from within. Silently, she mouthed to Norton's retreating form, "Return soon." Norton mounted his steed with a fluid grace, casting one last glance at the ancient fortress built of imposing gray stone. Winterfell, the stronghold that had once offered him sanctuary, suspicion, growth, and a sense of identity. His gaze swept over the figures atop the battlements, Eddard's solemnity, Catelyn's chill, Robb's wave, and Jon's silence. Ultimately, his eyes seemed to pierce the stone walls, landing upon the small figure at the window. Taking a deep breath of the brisk and familiar northern air, he tightened the reins and turned his horse's head. "Go," a gentle command, and the chestnut stallion stepped forth with steady strides, traversing the King's Road, layered with gravel and thin snow. Alone in his solitary ride, the gray cloak billowed behind him, reminiscent of a lone wolf straying from the pack. There was no grand procession to bid him farewell, only the vast shadow cast by the castle and the complex gazes lingering atop the walls. A few seasoned soldiers, stationed at the gate, watched his receding silhouette, murmuring among themselves, "Norton seems different now." Indeed, he did not appear to be venturing forth for leisure, but rather for battle. May the old gods protect him. The south is a treacherous place. As Norton journeyed along the expansive King's Road, the sound of his horse's hooves resonated distinctly in the tranquil morning. Heading southward towards the unknown of King's Landing, towards the fabled crypts that housed the bones of dragons, and further still, to the distant and enigmatic ruins of Valyria. Moving resolutely onward, the winter wind seemed to pursue him from behind, stirring up remnants of snow. Ahead lay a land entwined with power and intrigue, a realm where legends and strength lay dormant within ancient relics. Thus, the saga of Ser Norton Stark commenced, heralding the onset of a grander and more tumultuous chapter as he bid farewell to the icy clutches of the north. Behind the window, Arya lingered until the gray silhouette completely vanished at the end of the road, slowly releasing her grip on the badge, her palm indented with the deep outline of the ice wolf. Chapter 30. Unexpected gains. The biting cold wind whipped against Norton's cheeks. Yet he did not embark upon the King's Road southward. Instead, he turned his horse's head and charged directly into the vast, snow-laden wolf forest, heading for the mine he had marked as his immediate destination. For years in Winterfell had etched the specter of the Harishwood incident into the minds of its inhabitants. Few dared to provoke Norton. Even the sharp tongue of Shaun was confined to mere words, with only Robb and Jon occasionally seeking to spar with him. As for Arya, the young girl persistently clung to him, yearning to learn the arcane magic and combat techniques that belonged to another realm. Until that fateful encounter with the bandits, Norton's life had been disturbingly tranquil, almost numb. The fury that obliterated everything surged within him, like untamed lava whispering madly, nearly consuming Norton whole. "Dragonbone, dragonblood," Norton murmured, the frigid air biting into his lungs. Only by continuously devouring the power of his own essence could he tame the ferocious beast within. The resonant object sensed within the mine was but the first step. The vastness of the North's wilderness was capable of swallowing souls, accompanied only by the howling wind and the cawing of cold crows. Upon reaching familiar terrain, Norton deftly tethered his horse to a wind-sheltered rock, meticulously erasing his tracks. Taking a deep breath, the dormant warmth within him became vividly clear, like an invisible thread steadfastly pointing toward the heart of the storm. The entrance carved by his previous team was now mostly buried beneath fresh snow, leaving only a shadowy aperture. A mingling scent of metallic rust and rocky dust wafted from within, yet deeper still lingered a faint, pure warmth that had settled for an unknown duration. Norton's heart raced. This was it. He unsheathed his northern longsword, and with a flicker of thought, a flickering ember of orange flame ignited in his palm, bravely dispersing the bone-chilling cold at the cave's mouth. Though its glow was feeble compared to a torch, it sufficed to illuminate the immediate ground beneath his feet. Holding this flicker of life aloft, he bent low and slipped into the darkness. The cave twisted and turned, its walls icy and piercing. Norton pressed deeper along the increasingly palpable warmth. The air grew drier, the temperature subtly rising, as if approaching a dormant hearth. The flame in his palm burned steadily, casting immense and distorted shadows upon the rocky walls, serving as a silent guide. Time became an enigma in the dark, until ahead, a broader cavern unfolded before him. Under the orange glow, the cavern's center was strewn with numerous deposits, gleaming with a dull metallic luster. Precisely the target he had sensed previously. Norton strode forward, picking up a piece of ore that felt cold and heavy in his hand. He attempted to infuse the faint flicker of flame within him into it. Buzz! The ore seemed to awaken suddenly, warmth surging through it, glowing with a dark red radiance, its resilient texture conveying an astonishing affinity and conductivity for fiery energy. What fine material! A spark of brilliance flickered in Norton's eyes. He immediately set to work, carefully prying the ore from the rock face with his sword and stacking it up. Lacking the aid of flames, his progress was slow. Yet he possessed the patience of a hunter. Just as he gathered enough to prepare for departure, the dormant core of authority within him suddenly quaked violently. A summons, 100-fold, 1,000-fold stronger than the ore, seized his soul like a burning iron hook, pulling him deeper into the darker recesses of the cave. There lay a passage. Without a moment's hesitation, Norton followed the pulsation that resonated from the depths of his bloodline, squeezing into a narrow crevice barely wide enough for a single person. The passage descended, the temperature rising sharply, the air thick with an almost tangible heat. Eventually, he found himself in a wondrous natural stone chamber. At the center of the chamber stood a grayish-white stone, roughly the size of a whole cow, quietly erect. It appeared unremarkable, akin to the most ordinary limestone. Yet, with a thunderous roar, the flame of authority within Norton surged, howling and exulting. An instinctual and profound desire emanated from the stone, nearly suffocating him. Dragon bones. And scattered around, the hearts thumped like drums, blood ignited. This was the sustenance of his power. He slowly extended his hand, his fingertips brushing against the cold, rough surface of the fossil. The dormant volcano within him erupted with a deafening roar. An energy flow, more violent and ancient than that from the ice dragon cave 4 years prior, surged into him through his fingertips. No longer a warm current, but a searing pain that tore flesh and burned marrow. Chaotic fragments of memory collided with his consciousness, dragon roars that incinerated the wilderness, the arrogance of overlooking ants, and the deep-seated resentment buried beneath the bronze city. Ark. Norton emitted a beast-like howl, one knee crashing heavily onto the searing ground. Beneath his skin, veins bulged like coiled dragons, glowing with a molten gold-red hue. The scattered ore within the chamber ignited under the surging, uncontrollable power, casting a blinding dark red light that illuminated the entire chamber like a furnace of hell. The excruciating pain threatened to tear apart his nerves. His body felt like a skin bag forcibly inflated to its limit, on the verge of bursting. Stop. Merge with me. Norton gritted his teeth, the metallic taste of blood filling his mouth. He summoned his entire will, akin to harnessing a rampaging dragon, frantically guiding, suppressing, tearing, and consuming this violent torrent. A subtle bronze sheen flickered across his surface. The uncontrollable flames erupted around him, leaping and melting the rocky floor into sizzling pits. Sweat, as soon as it surfaced, was instantly vaporized into white steam. This was a tug-of-war of excruciating agony. Time lost its meaning, each second stretched into eternity. Finally, that violent torrent was forcefully subdued. Torn apart, and with great difficulty, it merged into the core of his authority. The golden flames in his eyes gradually receded, the bulging veins calmed, and the heart-wrenching pain ebbed like a receding tide, leaving behind an unprecedented sense of fullness and strength, as if he had been reborn. Exhaustion lingered, yet the fiery power coursing through his veins became robust and surging, akin to a torrent of molten lava. His perception and control over fire suddenly sharpened, multiplying in clarity. He could even faintly sense the vast, majestic veins of fire flowing silently deep beneath the earth. His gaze fell upon the dragon bone fossil, now stripped of all its mystique, transformed into a gray-white stone marred by spiderweb cracks. A gentle touch from his fingertip reduced it to a fine powder, scattering in the breeze. Not enough, Norton murmured softly, his voice tinged with a raspy edge from the surge of power. He closed his eyes, concentrating fully. After absorbing the fossil, his dominions seemed to be polished anew, rendering his perception of the shared essence extraordinarily acute. Several remarkably clear and intense directional signals ignited within the depths of his consciousness, like lighthouses piercing through the night, pointing southward. Across the sea, there lay the source potent enough to facilitate his complete metamorphosis, allowing him to truly harness this cataclysmic power. After resting for a considerable time, Norton suddenly rose, his gaze sweeping across the stone chamber and landing on the scattered special ores. Flames once again surged from his palm, the orange glow more radiant and stable than before. With the core temperature elevated, cautiously, he enveloped the ores in flames. This time, the ores softened and melted at a rate several times faster. With an even more meticulous control, the dark metallic liquid was shaped, stretched, and ultimately cooled into a heavy, resilient, dark red broad-bladed sword blank, adorned with natural, flame-like serpentine patterns along its length. Norton weighed the sword blank in his hands, sensing the affinity of the fire contained within, and softly bestowed it a name. This marked the first weapon he had truly forged through magic in this world. With the weighty sword blank and the remaining oars in tow, Norton departed from the mine that had bestowed upon him yet another opportunity for growth. Outside, the biting cold winds remained as sharp as blades, yet they could no longer pierce his skin. A newfound, more potent flame blazed within him. He mounted his steed and cast a final glance towards the direction of Winter City. There was no longing, no hesitation. With a sudden squeeze of his mount's flank, he turned its head southward, towards the heart of the Seven Kingdoms, galloping away with determination. The vast, desolate wilderness of the north rapidly receded behind him, resembling a colossal gray shroud unfurling towards a future brimming with flames, authority, and the abyss of the unknown. Chapter 31. The bronze throne raindrops began to patter upon the hardened earth of King's Avenue, their rhythm intensifying, yet failing to overshadow the restless flame igniting within Norton's being. He could now distinctly perceive that the dragon bone fossil, deeply buried beneath the earth, had not only ignited the fire within his bloodline, but was also refining the vessel that bore that flame. If the ice dragon bone from beyond the borders had rekindled Norton's hybrid power, then this dragon bone was what breathed new life into him. The power of dragon blood no longer trickled in mere droplets. It began to flow like a gentle stream through the crevices of his bones and nerves. Suddenly, Norton felt a familiar surge of energy ripple through his body. He tightened the reins, allowing his steed to come to a halt on the muddy path. Close your eyes and allow your spirit to immerse itself in the sea of ignited bronze and flames. The power of the fire remains docile at the core. Yet what captivates his entire attention now is a force far heavier and more resilient. It flows through his very marrow, entwined around his tendons, as if invisible metallic threads are weaving his flesh and blood. The name of the bronze throne whispers silently to him, imbued with the chilling essence of another world, yet perfectly resonant with his current experience. It embodies the tremendous strength of the bronze scepter, the cornerstone of an immortal form. Dismounting, he fixes his gaze upon a boulder by the roadside, standing half his height. Taking a deep breath, he delves into the depths of his bloodline, summoning that dormant power. A hum, not an earth-shattering transformation. No golden radiance, no sudden growth in stature. Only Norton's bare arm, exposed to the rain, instantaneously glistens with an almost imperceptible bronze sheen, as if veiled by a fine layer of bronze patina. The muscles beneath his skin tighten abruptly, as if countless minuscule metallic fibers are constricting in unison. He emits a low growl, not from his mouth, but with the entirety of his being. His right fist clenches tightly, channeling the raw power derived from the dragon's spine, the essence of bronze, striking down upon the immense rock before him with a force akin to a battering ram. Boom! A dull, heart-stopping echo. At the moment of impact, it was as though two solid metals collided in the most savage manner. The surface of the hard stone, centered around his fist, erupted with a spiderweb of cracks, extending a good half-foot. Shattered stone fragments mingled with rainwater, splattering in all directions. A tremendous recoil surged through his arm, a clear creaking sound emanating from deep within his bones, akin to metal under immense pressure, accompanied by a fierce ache. The bronze sheen on his skin flickered violently for a moment before swiftly fading. Norton abruptly retracts his fist, his knuckles crimson, the skin slightly torn, oozing droplets of blood. Yet, what truly alarms him is the deep, hidden pain within his arm's bones, reminiscent of metal fatigue. Power. An unmatched, pure force capable of shattering stone. Yet this power comes at a price. His bones and muscles have endured a burden far beyond their limits in an instant. The creaking serves as a warning to this still maturing body, insufficient to flawlessly bear the might of bronze. Norton gazes down at his trembling fist, knuckles flushed, then glances at the cracked basalt. Rain washes away the blood and stone dust, bringing a cold sting, yet it cannot extinguish the fervent light in his eyes. A blend of exhilaration and cold scrutiny. Not nearly enough. He murmurs softly to himself, his voice tinged with a raspy metallic friction. The dragon's spine ignited the power. But forging this flawless Dragon King's form demands not only time, but also more fuel. Most importantly, Norton can now see clearly, not with his eyes, but through the bloodline awakened by the dragon's spine. A series of intense sensations, akin to dark beacons of power, were imprinted upon his consciousness. The most formidable and concentrated of these emanated from the distant south, beyond the sea. With the knowledge from his previous life, Norton recognized what lay there, the cursed ruins of Valyria. It was the birthplace of dragons, the source of draconic power in this world, and a chasm of death. However, the journey was too far, fraught with uncertainties. That was a goal for the future, not the present. Another powerful sensation directed him towards the southeastern region, where the great beast's lair stood by the banks of the Blackwater River, the center of power for the Seven Kingdoms, King's Landing. Though this sensation was not as vast and ancient as Valyria's, it was clearer and more concentrated, like a buried gold mine. The remains of the Targaryen family's dragons were regarded by the Iron Throne's occupant as trophies and symbols of power, hidden beneath the Red Keep. Their number was vast, far more accessible than what lay across the distant ocean. A faint, wavering presence, reminiscent of a flickering candle in the wind, pointed towards the more northern realms, beyond the wall. The frozen coast? Or perhaps deeper into the land of eternal winter. That feeling was cold and eerie, imbued with an ominous silence. The choices lay before him. Valyria, a treasure shrouded in mist. King's Landing, an accessible crucible. The north, an unknown frost. The name Stark rolled off Norton's tongue. Flavored with the winds and snows of the north, imbued with Arya's defiance, Robb's generosity, Jon's silence, and even the heavy responsibility borne by Lord Eddard. He recalled the bloodshed of the Red Wedding, the mournful howls of dire wolves, and how the Game of Thrones had torn them apart. Power was fundamental. Yet to pursue it while allowing tragedy to repeat was not in Norton's nature. King's Landing. Norton made his decision, his voice resolute. He would first journey to the dragon's lair and reclaim the power that belonged to him. Simultaneously, he yearned to witness the throne within that cesspool, to see those who would soon unleash bloodshed, and to see if he could embed a small wedge before the wheels of fate turned. For House Stark, and for his own anchor in this unfamiliar world. The sound of hooves echoed once more, this time resolutely heading southeast. The rain intensified, washing away the mud on the road, as well as the tumultuous flames surging within his heart. Chapter 32, The Mountain of Magic King's Road. Although many days had passed since he absorbed the dragon bones, he could still feel the weighty, nascent power lying dormant deep within his bones, humming. The lingering resonance of the bronze throne made every heartbeat feel as if heavy bronze ingots rolled through his veins, bestowing an intoxicating sense of strength. This was the power of dragons. Norton couldn't help but marvel. No wonder some would go mad to become such monsters. Just as Norton rounded a small hill, a group of stumbling figures appeared ahead, shattering the tranquility of this realm. They were a dozen ragged, emaciated villagers, their faces etched with terror and despair. As Norton approached on horseback, the villagers instinctively huddled together, resembling startled rabbits. He reined in his steed not far from them. What has transpired? His voice, though not loud, was unmistakably clear. The villagers shivered in fear. At last, an elderly man cradling an infant trembled as he spoke. My lord, you must turn back. Do not venture forth. There are brigands ahead, right at the fork in the road. The leader is a monstrous figure, mounted on a towering steed, clad in iron, more formidable than a bear. He crushed Old Tom's skull with ease. More formidable than a bear, clad in iron, crushing skulls with a mere flick? These descriptions evoked a character from the Game of Thrones in Norton's mind, although he believed that character should not be near the riverlands. How many are there? At which fork? 10 or more. Just ahead, at the old oak fork to the west. My lord, you must flee. Do not walk into death. Norton offered no response. He turned his horse's head and gazed toward the direction indicated. A fleeting glimmer of icy resolve, akin to quenched bronze, flickered in his eyes. You all should seek refuge in the nearby town, he declared, and with that, he spurred his horse into a gallop toward the fork. At the old oak fork, the air was thick with the stench of blood. Several overturned carts lay scattered, and the lifeless bodies of villagers were strewn across the ground. A dozen brigands, garbed as soldiers, reveled around a crackling campfire. Beneath the gnarled branches of the dead oak stood a true behemoth, resembling a mountain of iron-gray flesh. His plate armor stained with blood, his grotesque visor was raised, revealing a face marred by cruelty and indifference. Perhaps the soldiers possessed unwavering confidence in the brute's might. For Norton encountered no resistance as he approached. Some brigands watched with a sinister amusement. The giant's massive head slowly turned, his beady eyes scanning Norton with disdain. He grunted dully, discarding a barrel of ale, his colossal right hand resting casually on the hilt of a sword as large as a door. A palpable pressure filled the air, silencing the brigands who cast cruel, mocking glances in Norton's direction. Norton halted 10 paces away, the scent of blood and the aura of raw violence enveloping him. The power within him stirred, sensing the sheer brutality ahead, beginning to hum silently. A heavy burden settling upon him. The mountain? Gregor Clegane? Norton's voice was cold and composed, merely a query. A brief silence ensued before the brigands erupted into raucous laughter. Huh, did you hear that? This little pup knows the mountain and still dares to approach. The mountain's expression remained inscrutable, his squinted eyes narrowing. A low growl emanating from his throat. Dead men do not ask questions. The atmosphere crackled with tension as the mountain surged into motion. His immense form erupted forward with terrifying speed. With a single step, the ground trembled. The great sword was drawn, sweeping forth with primal ferocity. A piercing shriek rent the air, aimed directly at Norton's midsection. Laughter ceased abruptly, leaving only the cruel anticipation. A fierce glint ignited in Norton's eyes. Just as the colossal blade descended upon him, he abruptly rolled off his horse, evading the deadly strike. Boom! The colossal sword grazed the edge of his tumbling cloak, crashing down upon Norton's steed with a ferocious impact. The unfortunate warhorse of the Savin family barely had time to emit a cry. Its forehalf instantaneously reduced to a grotesque amalgamation of blood and shattered bone, visceral fluids erupting forth. Norton landed, rolling to dissipate the force. Splattered with mud and blood, yet miraculously unscathed. The icy ground stimulated his senses, awakening the bronze power within him to roar with renewed vigor. A profound sense of strength began to emanate from his limbs and sinews. The small eyes of the demon mountain flickered with surprise, soon replaced by a deeper, more savage fury. With a low growl, its massive form surged into motion once more, heavy iron boots crushing the muck beneath. The colossal sword slicing through the air with an intensified gale, ascending from below to strike. Faster, fiercer. With no avenue for evasion, he resolved to confront it head-on. Norton silently roared within, his will igniting like a spark in a furnace. Beneath his skin, a bronze sheen shimmered to visibility, resembling a delicate layer of bronze plating. His muscles bulged and tightened beneath the leather armor, a weighty, inhuman aura erupting forth. He gripped the hilt of the ember blade with both hands, the scabbard included. Akin to wielding a bronze baton, advancing towards the descending sword, channeling all his strength and the raw power of the bronze throne into his arms. Clang! The terrifying sound of two colossal bronze bells colliding reverberated through the air, sparks flying wildly. The resilient scabbard of the ember blade embedded deeply into the sword's blade. The formidable swing of the demon mountain, capable of cleaving mountains and splitting stones, was astonishingly thwarted. The immense force transmitted through the impact caused the muscles in the demon mountain's arm to swell instantaneously, the armor emitting a piercing metallic distortion. Its massive form staggered slightly, retreating half a step. Roar! For the first time, the demon mountain's small eyes widened in disbelief. How could such seemingly frail flesh harbor a terrifying strength capable of withstanding him? It even surpassed his own. Norton was not without his own struggles. The recoil from the colossal sword struck him like a heavy hammer, yet he gritted his teeth, seizing the fleeting moment of the demon mountain's rigidity and imbalance. Propelling himself forward like a coiled spring, a fierce glint flashed in Norton's eyes. His left hand shot out like a bolt of lightning, targeting the wrist joint of the demon mountain's right hand, which gripped the colossal sword. Crack! His fingers, akin to bronze dragon claws, latched onto the frigid steel and rock-like muscles, tightening mercilessly. The horrific symphony of metal distorting and bones shattering ensued. Ugh! The demon mountain emitted an unprecedented roar, a howl of agony that twisted its very form. The robust wrist, along with the sturdy armor, crumbled like a walnut caught in a giant's grip, collapsing instantaneously. The bones within shattered. The massive sword hilt, along with half of a deformed hand, fell limply. Scalding blood gushed forth like a fountain from the fissures of the shattered armor. Roar! The remaining left hand of the demon mountain clutched desperately at the horrific wound, its colossal body shaking violently from excruciating pain and unbridled fury. He fixed his gaze on Norton, the resentment in his eyes beneath the mask burning with venomous fury. Yet deeper within lay an unmistakable terror of being crushed by absolute power. Kill him. Release the arrows. Shoot! Roared the mountain demon at his bewildered comrades not far away. The archers among the bandits quickly regained their senses. Whoosh! 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 A few arrows, slightly lacking in force yet accurate, were shot towards Norton. Unable to disregard the threat posed by the archers, Norton was compelled to release his left hand, his body propelled backward by the reaction force, retreating several steps until he finally concealed himself behind an overturned cart. Kill! Slay this monster. Keep shooting. Don't stop. The mountain demon, clutching his wrist, blood gushing through his fingers, turned pale beneath his mask, yet his voice remained frenzied as he commanded the remaining bandits. His remaining left hand pressed tightly against his severed wrist. Blood flowed like a brook. He cast one last vengeful glare at Norton, his eyes filled with an insatiable desire to devour him alive. Chapter 33. The Escape with the Mountain Demoness Orders. More arrows began to rain down around the cart where Norton was hiding, preventing him from revealing himself. At that moment, a resounding shout accompanied by the urgent pounding of hooves echoed like thunder from the opposite side of King S Avenue. A group of over a dozen cavalrymen, donned in gray-blue cloaks of Riverfield, wielding spears and swords, surged forth like an enraged torrent. At the forefront, a knight with a resolute countenance, his helmet adorned with a silver trout emblem, led the charge. They were evidently summoned by the fleeing villagers or were already patrolling the area to eradicate the bandits. The appearance of the Riverfield soldiers instantly shattered the deadlock. It's the soldiers of the Tully family. Run. The bandits, already terrified by Norton, now faced the arrival of the regular army and completely crumbled. The archers, no longer concerned with suppressing Norton, turned their terrified aim towards the charging cavalry, only to be scattered by the thundering hooves and sharp spears. A splendid opportunity. With his back against a tree, Norton's gaze turned as cold as iron. The arrival of the Riverfield soldiers alleviated his long-range threat and disrupted the bandits' formation. He took a deep breath, suppressing the heaviness in his body, and sprang forth from behind the tree like a hunting cheetah. His target was not the mountain demon, who was entangled with the Riverfield soldiers in the distance, attempting to mount a horse and flee, but rather the ordinary bandits, scurrying about like headless flies in close proximity. Norton moved with the swiftness of a phantom. He refrained from utilizing the bronze throne, relying solely on his dragonbone-enhanced physique and exquisite academic combat skills. The ember sword transformed in his hand into a dark red arc of death. Swoosh! A bandit, just rising from the mud and attempting to retrieve his axe, was precisely pierced through the throat by a single stroke, his gasps abruptly silenced. Bang! As a rogue attempted to flee, he was met with a forceful kick from Norton, striking his back with a resounding crack as his spine shattered audibly. The man was propelled like a broken sack into the mud, ceasing all movement. In a flash, another rogue, seeking to ambush a soldier from the side, was cleaved almost in two by Norton's blade, blood and entrails spilling forth with abandon. Norton moved through the chaos like a tiger among sheep. Each strike was succinct, efficient, and fatal. He navigated the tumultuous terrain, weaving between the burning structures, overturned carts, and fleeing adversaries. The blade danced, showering the ground with crimson rain, precisely reaping lives. Norton's gaze was icy and focused, devoid of any compassion. These wretches, who followed the demon mountain and bore the blood of innocent villagers on their hands, deserved not an ounce of mercy. The morale of the soldiers surged as they, under their captain's command, thrust their spears and slashed with their sabers, synchronizing their efforts with Norton's relentless slaughter, swiftly eliminating the remnants of resistance. The battle devolved into a one-sided massacre. Yet, amidst this turmoil, the demon mountain, the wounded beast, erupted in a final, frenzied bid for survival. With his blood-soaked left hand, he grasped the reins of a stray warhorse and, with a surge of terrifying strength, he managed to mount the beast despite the agonizing pain threatening to render him unconscious. Gritting his teeth, he spurred the horse with his heel, emitting a roar that was a blend of agony and defiance. The powerful steed, feeling the sting, surged forward, barreling past two soldiers attempting to intercept him and charging into the depths of the dense forest bordering King S Avenue, leaving behind a trail of harrowing crimson stains and shattered armor fragments. Pursue. Do not let the demon mountain escape, the captain of the river soldiers bellowed. But the dense thicket obstructed the cavalry, and with the beast's reckless flight, it quickly vanished from sight. Norton came to a halt, leaning on the hilt of his sword amidst the ravaged battlefield, surrounded by the corpses of rogues and the smoldering ruins. The soldiers were busy dispatching the last of the resistors and aiding the surviving villagers. He gasped for breath, sweat mingling with the blood of his enemies streaming down his face. The immense exertion weighed heavily on his body, yet he had not reached his limit. Casting a glance toward the direction in which the demon mountain had disappeared, he noted the deep woods and the winding blood trail. Let him escape this time, Norton murmured, his tone betraying neither joy nor anger. But next time, I shall not allow this beast to flee. The captain of the river soldiers rode up to Norton, dismounted, and gazed at the strewn bodies of rogues and the bloodied, cold-breathing young knight before him, his eyes filled with shock and respect. I am Captain Marcos, under the command of Duke Horse Tully. Thank you for your assistance in severely wounding that demon of the demon mountain. Are you unscathed? Norton raised his head, revealing a pair of deep, calm eyes. I am fine. You should first clear the battlefield and assist the villagers. Marcos nodded immediately and turned to his soldiers, shouting, "Did you hear? Clear the battlefield. Bind every creature that still breathes. Rescue the injured villagers. Quickly." The soldiers responded with a resounding affirmation and swiftly set to work. After issuing his commands, Marcos turned once more to Norton. "May I inquire how you are addressed, my lord? Which lord do you serve as a knight? Had you not been here, this tragic scene," he glanced towards the direction of the vanishing demon mountain and the slaughtered village, "would have left him haunted." Norton was diligently cleaning the viscous blood and mud from the blade of his sword, using a piece of cloth torn from a bandit's corpse. Without pausing in his task, he replied in a calm tone, "Norton Snow, from Winterfell." "Winterfell? Norton?" Marcos's eyes brightened, quickly followed by a flicker of confusion. "Snow? You are." The news of the Stark family's guardianship over Brandon's illegitimate son and his elevation to knighthood, although not widely disseminated in the South, had reached Marcos, an officer in the heart of the Riverlands, in whispers. Indeed, Norton sheathed the now clean blade with steady hands. "Duke Eddard Stark is my guardian, and he personally conferred upon me my knighthood." The uncertainty on Marcos's face transformed into realization and deeper respect. "So it is Lord Norton of House Stark. Forgive my ignorance. Though the Demon Mountain has fled, your actions today have rid the Riverlands of a grave threat and saved many innocent villagers. Such a deed must be reported to Duke Horst." Observing Norton's demeanor, he continued, "Running River is not far from here. We can reach it by horseback in half a day. I implore you to accompany me to Running River. Firstly, it serves as a place for you to rest and tend to your injuries. Secondly, the Duke will surely extend to you the hospitality and rewards you rightfully deserve." Norton listened to Marcos, his gaze remaining composed. His initial intention was to head directly south to King's Landing, yet Marcos's proposal held merit. Horst Tully was Catelyn's father, the protector of the Riverlands, a figure of significant stature, having recently dealt a blow to the Demon Mountain in the Riverlands. Establishing a connection with this duke could prove advantageous for understanding the current state of the region, future alliances, and even in easing relations with Catelyn. Moreover, given his current state, he indeed required a safe haven for a brief respite to recover from his considerable exertion. After a moment of contemplation, Norton nodded. "Very well. I shall trouble Duke Horst." Marcos was elated at this response. "Splendid. Please wait here. I shall arrange for a fine steed at once. We can set off swiftly and reach Running River before nightfall." He promptly turned to make arrangements, his voice laced with excitement. Securing a meeting with this formidable warrior of the North, who had vanquished the Demon Mountain, was a significant achievement for him. Norton remained in place, observing the soldiers industriously clearing the battlefield, binding captives, and comforting villagers. He clenched his fist, feeling the heavy weight within him akin to lead, a result of his immense fatigue. A subtle smile curved his lips at the thought of Running River, Catelyn Tully's familial home, imbued with a hint of amusement. This journey for respite might not unfold as peacefully as anticipated. Before long, a tall and sturdy warhorse was brought before Norton. Norton gracefully mounted his steed, his movements still deft, yet one could discern a hint of fatigue in the finer details. Marcos swiftly followed suit, accompanied by a small cadre of elite soldiers flanking him. "Onward. Our destination is Flowing City." At Marcos's command, the company enveloped Norton, departing from the blood-soaked and charred battlefield, embarking on the path toward the Tully family's fortress. Chapter 34. Flowing City. The news of the mountain's grievous defeat and retreat spread like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring up tumultuous waves across the north and the Riverlands. The velocity of the information's dissemination surpassed even the thundering hooves of Norton's descent. A little-known bastard of the North, single-handedly inflicting severe damage upon the most feared butcher of House Lannister? This was a tale that even the bards would hesitate to weave into myth. Upon arriving at the ancient fortress of the Tully family in Flowing City, positioned at the confluence of the Tealstone River and the Red Fork, Norton realized he was no longer a mere nameless traveler. The grand wooden gates of Flowing City slowly creaked open for him, revealing walls adorned with curious and awestruck soldiers. Duke Hoster Tully, the guardian of the Riverlands, a venerable man beset by the afflictions of gout, yet still exuding authority, received Norton in the audience hall. The stone walls of the hall were embellished with the silver trout emblem of House Tully, and the air was redolent with the scents of herbs and burning pine from the fireplace. "Sir Norton Snow," said Duke Hoster, his voice gravelly with age, yet his gaze sharp as an eagle's. "On behalf of all the tormented souls in the Riverlands afflicted by the mountain's tyranny, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your assistance. You have halted a massacre and saved countless families." He paused, a complex expression of weariness crossing his face, before adding, "As a father, I must also express my regret." Norton inclined his head slightly. "Your Grace, you are too kind. Any knight of honor would not stand idly by in the face of the mountain's atrocities. I merely did what was right." His tone remained calm, devoid of emotion. "No, sire." Duke Hoster shook his head gently, his eyes betraying a profound sense of helplessness and a barely perceptible guilt. "My apology is for my daughter, Caitlin." He cast a glance at the stalwart Ser Brynden Tully, known as Blackfish, who stood nearby, his stature as erect as a spear. Blackfish met his brother's gaze and offered the slightest nod. Caitlin married Eddard Stark, becoming the Lady of the North. She is a devoted wife and mother. Loyal to her husband and children, Duke Hoster's voice softened. Yet, a part of her heart remains forever in Flowing City, tethered to an unfulfilled betrothal. The death of Brandon was a tremendous blow to her. And you, Ser Norton, bearing the name of Brandon Stark's bastard, serve as a constant reminder of her painful past. A reminder of the fissure in her seemingly perfect world. The old man sighed deeply. As if unburdening a weight of 1,000 pounds, her animosity and unfairness towards you stem from her suffering, not from any fault of yours. As her father, I failed to alleviate her anguish in time, and I could not shield you from her unjust reproach. This apology, though belated, is one I implore you to accept." The hall was enveloped in silence, the crackling of wood in the fireplace punctuating the stillness. Norton, observing from an omniscient perspective, comprehended Caitlin's actions, yet remained indifferent to them. He quietly regarded the aging duke, his hair now grayed, a poignant sense of pity unexpectedly welling up for this character who played a minor role in the original narrative. His 2 daughters were a constant source of concern, and even his son proved unreliable. At this moment, the Duke of Horst's apology was a gesture of the Tully family's dignity, a testament to political acumen, and a late, desperate attempt by a father to make amends for his daughter's obsession. "Let the past remain buried in the snowstorms of the north, Your Grace." Finally, Norton spoke, his voice calm as ever. "I am grateful for Lord Ed's hospitality and can empathize with Lady Tully's sentiments. I chose to depart in search of my own path." The Duke of Horst regarded him, a flicker of appreciation in his eyes. "Excellent, young man. One should aspire to great heights. Riverrun shall always welcome friends like you." He turned to a handsome yet somewhat languid and inebriated young man beside him. "Edmure, come meet Sir Norton, the hero of our Riverlands." Edmure Tully, the Duke's heir, approached, swaying slightly with a goblet in hand, wearing a smile that mingled curiosity with a barely perceptible sense of superiority. "Well done, Snow, to have sent that creature from the Eyrie fleeing. Here's to you." He raised his goblet, the liquid sloshing within. Norton raised his cup in a courteous gesture, but his gaze lingered on the silent knight beside Edmure, Ser Brynden Tully, known as Blackfish. This legendary warrior spoke little, instead regarding Norton with sharp, discerning eyes that momentarily rested on his slightly drooping left arm before he offered a slight nod. In his gaze, there was no flattery, no pretense. Only a pure acknowledgement of strength and a profound curiosity regarding the remnants of inhuman ferocity that lingered within Norton. "King's Landing is a great crucible, Snow," Blackfish's voice, deep and resonant, shattered the brief silence. "Be wary of the flames there, and watch for the wolves lurking in the shadows, weighing the hardness of your bones." He deliberately used the word bones, his gaze flitting over Norton's left hand. Meeting Blackfish's gaze, Norton straightened his posture and nodded. "Thank you for your counsel, sir. I shall remember it." "A crucible? Wolves?" Norton chuckled inwardly. His bones had just crushed the wrist of a creature from the Eyrie and were still growing, nourished by dragon's blood. As for the wolves, he would ensure they learned what true hardiness entailed. "Sir Norton, in appreciation, Riverrun shall prepare all the provisions for your upcoming journey." The Duke of Horst spoke once more, wishing you great success in King's Landing. "Thank you very much, Your Grace." After the banquet concluded, Norton returned to his guest chamber in Riverrun. The trout of Benlu City glide through the icy waters beyond the window. Norton stands before the glass, gazing at the rushing river, cloaked in twilight. Within him, the bronze and fire of his essence lie in temporary dormancy, nourished by the dragon's spine, mending his damaged bones and muscles, poised for the next fierce eruption. Chapter 35, continuing southward at the Red Cross River dock. Several cargo ships of varying sizes are moored to the stone quay. Sailors bustle about, diligently loading and unloading sacks of grain emblazoned with the silver trout emblem and neatly bundled high-quality leather from the Riverlands. Norton stands on the dock, his dark gray cloak billowing slightly in the wind. Before him stands Ser Brynden Tully, renowned for his valor and sharp intellect. "Snow," Ser Bryndon's voice is low and direct, devoid of superfluous pleasantries, as he gestures towards a medium-sized, deep-draft cargo ship nearby. This vessel is prepared to transport supplies to King's Landing. It carries the reward for your repulsion of the Mountain of Magic. He pauses, his tone imbued with undeniable certainty. Duke Horst believes that a warrior requires tangible provisions and conveniences more than mere accolades. You may accompany the ship to King's Landing. It is far swifter and more secure than traveling by land. Norton's gaze follows Sir Bryndon's hand, resting upon the sturdy and practical vessel. Captain Oldwater stands at the rail, a weathered man with shrewd eyes, who nods respectfully when their gazes meet. A few sailors carefully lift a robust, weighty oak box onto the deck. It must be the aforementioned reward, perhaps gold coins, perhaps practical weapons and armor, or unique supplies from the Riverlands. He withdraws his gaze and turns to Sir Bryndon Tully, inclining his body slightly in a concise, powerful gesture. Sir, I thank you once again. I am grateful for Duke Horst's generosity, as well as for your counsel. Norton's voice is calm, betraying little emotion, yet his gratitude is sincere. The cautionary words of the Blackfish regarding the furnace and wolves are equally genuine in their goodwill. Sir Bryndon Tully gives a nearly imperceptible nod, forgoing further pleasantries, and offers Norton one last, profound glance. Then, he turns decisively, his cloak tracing a sharp arc as he strides away from the bustling dock. His figure quickly vanishing up the stone steps leading to the castle of Benlu City. No farewell procession, no insincere, noble rhetoric. Only the heavy stone walls of Benlu City, the frigid river waters, and the industrious sailors. This is precisely the manner of parting that Norton prefers. Captain Oldwater approaches at an opportune moment, rubbing his hands together with the characteristic straightforwardness of one who makes a living upon the river. My Lord Norton, the box has been placed in the hold. It is a private cabin, small, but clean. We shall set sail once the last few sacks of grain are loaded. Would you prefer to catch some fresh air on deck or rest in the cabin first? Deck will suffice, Captain, Norton replies. Very well. Make yourself at home. Captain Water grins broadly and turns back to call the sailors. Norton did not immediately board the ship. He stood at the edge of the dock, casting a final glance at the formidable fortress that rose at the confluence of two rivers. The silver trout banner of the Tully family fluttered atop the castle's towers. The weariness and regret etched upon Duke Horst's face, along with Sir Edmund's drunken smile, tinged with curiosity and a hint of superiority, flickered briefly in his mind. Ultimately, his thoughts settled upon the piercing gaze of Sir Bryndon Tully, whose eyes seemed capable of penetrating through any veil of mist. No longer lingering, he turned and took a few steps onto the heavy gangplank that connected to the vessel. As the mooring ropes were cast off, the sailors shouted their coarse shanties, using long poles to gently push the boat away from the stone shore. The river cradled the hull tenderly, and the vessel began to glide southward with the gentle current of the Red Cross River. Norton made his way to the stern, settling against neatly stacked burlap sacks that exuded the fragrance of grain. He lowered the hood of his deep gray cloak, veiling much of his face in shadow, and gazed quietly towards the north. The silhouette of Flowing City gradually diminished in his sight, ultimately obscured by the hills at the bend of the river. Isolated from the gaze and tumult of Flowing City, Norton felt a long-lost tranquility, a serenity that belonged to the solitary wanderer. He slowly closed his eyes, delving inward. A deeper question, like an undercurrent, began to surge within the depths of his consciousness. The word spirits. The vast compendium of powers as boundless as the starry sea shimmered within his bloodline. Sovereign Flame, Bronze Throne, Blazing Sun, Sword Sovereign, Candle Dragon. Each name represented a terrifying might over the elements. The authority of the Bronze and Fire Kings, acquired from the system, coursed through his veins, and the quintessence of this world's dragon bones was the key to unlocking such power. Yet, at present, he could only reliably wield the Bronze Throne and Blazing Sun. As for Sovereign Flame, he could distinctly sense its seed flowing within his bloodline, even igniting a faint flicker of fire at his fingertips. However, to command it with precision, to coalesce, erupt, and manipulate its form and temperature felt as if it lay behind a thick, obscure veil of frosted glass. The other spirits felt like they were sleeping in the deepest recesses of his consciousness. He could sense their existence, yet could not awaken them. Was it a need for more dragon bones, understanding, or perhaps an opportunity? Norton endeavored, during his meditations, to construct the trigger mechanism for Sovereign Flame. But the fragments of his bloodline's inheritance flickered erratically in his awareness, akin to trying to capture the moon's reflection in water, elusive and intangible. Throughout the ensuing journey, Norton spent most of his time in the cabin, meditating, appearing as tranquil as still water, while internally engaging in subtle struggles. Occasionally, he would conclude his meditations, stepping to the bow of the ship, leaning against the railing, observing the changing scenery on either bank. The sailors maintained a respectful distance from this taciturn northern guest, who had been accorded the captain's favor. Their curiosity piqued. Norton did not initiate conversations, but his keen senses readily captured the sailors' idle chatter during their breaks. Have you heard? There's been more commotion over in Dorne. Prince Dalang, didn't he even grant the king's invitation to the tournament any respect this time, outright refusing it? A sailor, adorned with a full beard, took a swig of ale and remarked to his companion, "Ah, that Don is quite the troublemaker. But the old prince certainly exhibits remarkable audacity. Does he not fear inciting the wrath of King Robert?" A leaner fellow interjected, "What's there to fear? There's nothing but the Red Mountains between us. Besides, King Robert, is likely preoccupied with the affairs of some woman in King's Landing, or perhaps indulging in the wine cellar." The bearded sailor lowered his voice, tinged with skepticism. "Hush, keep your voice down. Have you lost your mind?" His companion glanced around nervously, particularly at the distant, silent figure of Norton. "What's there to fear? This desolate place. By the way, I hear the tournament is going to be quite grand. Knights from all over the Seven Kingdoms are flocking to King's Landing. The rewards are said to be substantial." The conversation swiftly shifted to safer topics. "Indeed, King's Landing will be buzzing, likely to the point of bursting. Our cargo might fetch a good price." Norton listened quietly. A thought flickered in his mind regarding the tournament. Perhaps it could serve as an opportunity. Everyone's attention was captivated by the grandeur of the event, and he might easily infiltrate the cellar where the dragon bones were hidden to achieve his objective. Chapter 36. Observations along the journey after several days at sea. The ship finally arrived at the relatively prosperous river port of Maidenpool for routine resupply. Captain Oldwalter announced they would remain here for half a day to replenish fresh water and provisions. Thus, Norton disembarked with a few sailors. The docks of Maidenpool were far livelier than those of Runestone, the air thick with the mingling scents of fish, spices, livestock, and sweat. The streets were narrow and crowded, lined with various shops and vendors. He did not venture deep into the town, merely wandering around the dock area to experience the vibrancy of life. However, in this brief interlude, Norton overheard news about himself. At the docks, a group of mercenaries clad in worn leather armor gathered around a stall selling inferior ale. Their words punctuated with fervor. "Have you heard? A fierce man has emerged from the riverlands. From the north. No doubt. The bane of the mountain. Who doesn't he know by now? His name appears to be Norton Snow." "Snow? Isn't that the surname of a bastard from the north?" "Goodness, a bastard so formidable? This is no ordinary bastard. I've heard he is the illegitimate son of a northern duke. Well then, I suppose he is akin to a brother of a king." "Stop with the nonsense. I have a brother serving in Runestone, and he claims that Snow is no mere man. The mountain, that beast, has arms thicker than my waist. And with his bare hands, Snow snap, like crushing an egg. Is that true? Crushing the mountain's wrist with bare hands? Absolutely. Some even say that when he glares, the mountain's armor melts away on its own. Surely he must be using some sorcery." "Hush. Speak of such things in whispers. Nonetheless, the Lannisters have certainly suffered a great embarrassment this time. Can Duke Tywin endure it?" "Endure? Huh. Just wait and see. King's Landing is bound to become even more tumultuous. I hear Snow is also heading to King's Landing." The murmurs were subdued, laced with reverence, curiosity, and a barely perceptible hint of schadenfreude, foretelling the impending storm. Norton withdrew his gaze with an impassive expression. Rumors spread like wildfire, outpacing even the vessel he occupied. Labels such as the Bane of the Mountain, the Monster of the North, and possibly a practitioner of sorcery had firmly affixed themselves to his name. This notoriety was a double-edged sword. While it could potentially offer certain advantages, it inevitably attracted increased scrutiny and apprehension, especially from the cold, piercing hatred of House Lannister. Norton sensed that a few discreet glances from the crowd were sweeping over the cargo ship adorned with the flag of the Tully Trout, tinged with curiosity and calculation. Unfazed, he retreated back onto the ship, closing his eyes in the shadows of the gunwale to rest. The half-day drifted quietly away amidst the clamor of the docks and the bustling resupply of vessels. When the sailors coiled the last rope, the ship slowly departed from the tumult of New Wells, leaving behind the discussions surrounding the Bane of the Mountain. As the vessel rounded a stretch of riverbanks sparsely dotted with trees, the view suddenly expanded. In the distance, a colossal, charred silhouette loomed, as if seared into the earth by a divine hand wielding a red-hot brand, intruding abruptly upon the sight of all. Harrenhal, even from a considerable distance, the despair, malice, and pure essence of destruction that spanned a century surged forth like a cold tide, assaulting the perceptions of every approaching soul. A century ago, The dragon flame of the Black Death, Balerion, reached its zenith of annihilation here, reducing the ambitious, malevolent Heron and his colossal city, boasted to be unassailable, into mere ash and specters. Legend has it that the stones of the castle still seep oil by night, remnants of those who were roasted alive. The sailors aboard instinctively lowered their voices, some even tracing the sigil of the seven upon their chests, their eyes filled with reverence and fear. Old Water's expression grew grave as he commanded the ship to steer slightly away from the cursed shoreline. Norton stood at the bow, his cloak billowing in the river breeze, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the ominous ruins that appeared even more sinister against the gray sky. He felt the weight of this history that spanned centuries, sensing the ultimate form of destruction that the dragons of this world could unleash. However, this was far from the zenith of Norton's own power. The ultimate force that this continent feared was, to him, not an unattainable legend or a miracle to be revered. It was merely a measurable standard. The ship, amidst the heavy and oppressive atmosphere, gradually sailed beyond the shadow of Harrenhal. The sailors exhaled in relief, and conversations resumed. Norton remained standing at the bow, gazing back for an extended time until the charred ruins vanished completely from view. After departing Harrenhal, the waters of the Blackwater River visibly grew murkier and more congested. The number of passing vessels surged, their various sails dotting the river's surface. The air began to undergo a qualitative transformation, initially faint, then increasingly saturated with the scent of the sea. Immediately, an indescribable stench, akin to a tangible and toxic wave, violently assaulted each person's face, forcefully invading their nasal passages and throats. This was the essence of King's Landing. In the distance, the massive, chaotic silhouette of the White City gradually became clearer amidst the swirling dust and murky steam. As he drew nearer to this metropolis, a tremor originating from the depths of his blood surged forth, erupting like a dormant volcano. The Red Keep. Deep within the cellars of the Red Keep, the call of the dragon's essence became strikingly vivid and intensely powerful. It was no longer merely a torch or magnet in the darkness. It resembled a dark sun pulsating in synchrony within Norton's very being. A terrifying gravitational pull of longing for both return and consumption frantically tore at the authority flowing through his veins. Norton stood at the violently swaying bow of the ship, inhaling deeply. The air, mingled with the scent of death in King's Landing, felt like scorching sandpaper, harshly scraping against his throat and lungs. For the final time, he meticulously adjusted his deep gray cloak, ensuring it completely concealed the northern-style garments and exquisite armor beneath. All his strength, whether the restless dragon fire or the solidified bronze, was forcefully compressed by his unwavering will, locked away deep within him. In that moment, Norton appeared to be merely a taciturn, travel-worn, ordinary mercenary, or perhaps an inconspicuous small trader toiling for a living. The cargo ship finally maneuvered awkwardly into the overcrowded dock area outside the Mudgate, finding a precarious spot to moor. Just before departing, Norton recalled the heavy reward box from Duke Horse Tully. He unlatched the clasp and lifted the lid. Indeed, under the dim light, a bag of substantial gold dragons gleamed enticingly, accompanied by a neatly folded and well-maintained set of knight's armor. Yet, for Norton at this moment, that armor felt more like a conspicuous target. Wearing it would only attract unnecessary, probing gazes, contrary to his desire for discretion. More critically, his true barrier was not forged from steel, but from the power concealed within him. Without hesitation, Norton reached for the weighty bag of gold dragons. Stowing it securely in his close-fitting satchel, he offered a nod to the old captain, Vort, and exchanged a brief farewell. Norton then turned, stepping onto the creaking plank connecting the ship to the dock. King's Landing had arrived. Chapter 37. The lion's hostility. The clamor outside the Mudgate surged like an unending tide, crashing against the filthy coastline of King's Landing. Without the theatrics of guards obstructing his passage, Norton blended into the throng, proceeding through the guards' distracted inquiries before stepping into the capital of the king. Instinctively, he veered away from the bustling main thoroughfare, teeming with ostentatious noble carriages, boisterous vendors, and a multitude of predatory gazes. Norton, guided by instinct, turned into a narrow, steep, and winding stone staircase. He paused momentarily before a tavern that appeared to be on the verge of collapse, its entrance adorned with a rusted iron boot sign. Such establishments, rife with a mix of individuals and whispers darting about like mice, served as ideal venues for gathering grassroots intelligence and seeking inconspicuous lodgings. He pushed open the greasy wooden door and was immediately enveloped by the dim light and the heavy scent of sour ale. Silently, Norton made his way to a rickety wooden table in the far corner, ordering the cheapest ale, which felt more like a ticket to blend into the surroundings. The drink soon arrived, a murky liquid topped with a layer of dubious foam that deterred any desire to touch it. The tavern was alive with a cacophony of voices, fragments of information buzzing around like flies. The tournament was undoubtedly the center of attention. People passionately debated how many opponents the Knight of Flowers, Loras Tyrell, could best, while others reminisced about the former glory of the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister, in the jousting arena. Names of renowned knights from the Stormlands, the Reach, and Dorne echoed through the room, accompanied by shouts of bets and excited arguments. Occasionally, low murmurs of discontent surfaced regarding the additional taxes levied for this grand event and the royal treasury, a seemingly insatiable appetite for gold. Norton listened intently, noting that the rumors about his nemesis, the Mountain, seemed not yet widely circulated here, or perhaps they had been entirely drowned out by the din of the tournament. Just then, a sensation of being watched sent a shiver down his spine. It was not overt hostility, but rather a chilling gaze, as if a venomous serpent lurked in the shadows, silently tasting the air, fixating upon him. Norton maintained a posture of casual drinking, his body relaxed, yet every sense was heightened to its utmost. Out of the corner of his eye, he scanned the room with the slowest, most inconspicuous movements. Was it the bartender, who had been diligently polishing a glass, but doing so with an unnaturally slow rhythm? Or perhaps the patron slumped over the table, appearing thoroughly intoxicated, yet revealing a glimmer of clarity through his barely open eyelids? Or was it merely one of Varys's ubiquitous little birds, routinely collecting the city's gossip as if gathering dust? He could not pinpoint the source, but the feeling of being scrutinized clung to him, a reminder that this city was woven with invisible webs and watchful eyes. A sudden altercation erupted in the center of the tavern, shattering Norton's reverie. It appeared to be over gambling debts, or perhaps a contest for the affections of a courtesan. Two flushed-faced men shoved each other, their foul language spewing forth like venom. Norton had no desire to be embroiled in any trouble, yet trouble always sought him out. He placed a few coins on the table, preparing to leave this den of vice. However, just as he silently approached the exit, a burly man, reeking of alcohol and evidently frustrated after losing money in the earlier quarrel, stepped abruptly into his path, effectively blocking his way. "Hey, look, brothers!" The intoxicated man boomed with a loud voice, attempting to draw the attention of those around him. "Look at this fellow, cloaked in rags, resembling a destitute beggar, yet striding as if he were a lord. Hey, I'm talking about you." His breath, reeking of alcohol, nearly invaded Norton's face as his burly fingers reached out to grasp Norton's cloak, the bulging bag suggesting he had pilfered some noble's purse. "Let us have a look." A wave of disgust and irritation surged within Norton, but was quickly suppressed. He slightly turned aside, evading the grasping hand, and continued toward the door. However, this act of avoidance was perceived by the drunkard as cowardice and provocation. "You wretched cur, dare you to dodge?" Feeling belittled, the drunkard bellowed, his fist, as large as a bowl, swung violently toward the back of Norton's head, intent on inflicting harm. The thread of reason snapped instantaneously. Tolerance has its limits. Just as the fist was about to connect with the fibers of the cloak, Norton moved. His motion was so swift it transcended the ordinary human capacity for perception. Without drawing his sword or adopting any theatrical stance, he seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head, shifting his body imperceptibly to the side, while his left arm, like a steel whip, rose to block the incoming punch. In that fleeting moment, his right hand, fingers aligned like a blade, struck with astonishing speed and force at the drunkard's carotid artery. Thud! A dull thump echoed through the air. All the drunkard's curses and movements abruptly ceased. The fury and inebriation on his face froze into an expression of incredulity, followed by an eye roll, before his massive frame collapsed to the ground like a felled tree, completely unconscious. The tavern fell into a profound silence. All clamoring and disputes vanished, leaving only the sound of heavy breathing and the faint crackle of the oil lamps. Every gaze shifted in startled uncertainty toward the stranger still enveloped in the gray cloak, his features obscured. No one comprehended the events that had just transpired. They only recognized that a robust mercenary had been instantly subdued, utterly defenseless. Norton did not even glance at the obstacle beneath his feet. Instead, he merely lowered the brim of his hat, concealing himself further in the shadows, and before the patrons could recover from their astonishment, he pushed open the greasy wooden door, his figure flickering and vanishing without a trace. He swiftly navigated the narrow alleyways, deftly shaking off any potential sluggish pursuers by utilizing corners and debris. Ultimately, Norton discovered an unremarkable little inn at the edge of the flea market, renting a narrow, dust-laden room on the top floor. Here, He could hear the cacophony of the entire slum, but this also meant access to multiple rooftops and alleys as potential escape routes. Securing the door, he leaned against the frigid wall, slowly exhaling a breath laden with tension. The call from the Red Keep grew increasingly distinct in the stillness. Inside the Red Keep, Cersei stood by the window, while Jaime lounged in a high-backed chair, polishing his sword. The atmosphere in the room felt almost stagnant. A rather unremarkable man was whispering a report, and Cersei's expression resembled the tumultuous sky before a storm. The information was nearly confirmed. The scout reported that Northerner, Jon Snow, had indeed appeared in King's Landing. Cersei pivoted sharply, nearly spilling the wine from her golden goblet. This wild wolf from the north had quite the audacity to venture into the lion's den. The hand that severed the Lannister dogs must be cleansed with blood. Jaime lifted his gaze, curiosity etched on his face. A warrior's intrigue rather than his sister's ire, confronting the mountain barehanded? Regardless of the embellishments surrounding the rumors, such a feat was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary warrior. The Stark bastard was rather intriguing. He instinctively flexed his hands. Cersei scoffed. Gregor, now wielding that chain hammer crafted by the blacksmith, was more formidable and efficient than ever. Jaime, with a hint of Lannister arrogance, remarked, trading one hand for a more fearsome weapon? That doesn't sound too terrible, even with just one hand. He raised his right hand confidently, asserting that with his skills, dealing with 10 of those northern brutes would pose no challenge. Just then, a somewhat hoarse voice, laced with sarcasm, drifted from the shadows at the doorway. Ah, what a profoundly touching familial solidarity and breathtaking self-assessment. Tyrion Lannister sauntered in, a low-footed wine cup in hand. As if merely passing by, he wore that familiar grin, the one that could infuriate Cersei to no end. My dear brother, he glanced at Jaime, mischief glinting in his mismatched eyes. I hope you never find yourself in a position to validate that theory with just one hand. After all, statistically speaking, the loss of one's dominant hand typically has a devastating impact on combat efficacy, rather than, well, increasing efficiency. Tyrion cleverly invoked Cersei's assessment of the mountain. Doubling the irony, Jaime furrowed his brow, but before he could retort, Cersei erupted. What are you eavesdropping on, monster? Eavesdropping? No. Tyrion exaggeratedly waved his hand. I merely happened to pass by, caught a whiff of the overwhelming scent of, excessive confidence mixed with a touch of factual disregard, and couldn't resist taking a peek. We are dealing with serious matters. Cersei snapped. Serious matters? Ah, yes, pertaining to that northern bastard who has you all in a tizzy. Tyrion nodded, feigning seriousness. Let me gather my thoughts. A man capable of incapacitating the mountain, our father's most formidable and bloodthirsty weapon, has now silently infiltrated the capital. And your counter-strategy is, sister fuming, brother fantasizing about defeating him with one hand. Truly an impeccable strategic deployment. He approached the table, pouring himself another glass of wine, as if in the comfort of his own parlor. Perhaps, just perhaps, we should consider why he has come here. Surely, it is not to enlist in Joffrey's tournament. Seeking to witness the mountain's new visage? Might his objectives be of a grander nature? Tyrion subtly shook his wine glass, his gaze sweeping over Cersei and Jaime. Cersei's complexion turned ashen. The identity of his target was of no consequence. What mattered was locating him and ensuring his demise. The dead possessed no objectives. Ah, so straightforward. Tyrion nodded. Let us hope your little birds or golden cloaks are more agile than the mountain, lest they fall victim to him once again. He mimicked the motion of crushing an egg before setting down his glass. Enjoy your strategic meeting. With a slight bow and that infuriating smile, he turned to depart, leaving behind a frigid silence and an intensifying fury. Tyrion's jesting, though seemingly frivolous, pierced through Cersei and Jaime's facade of composure like a needle, revealing their underlying anxiety and arrogance. While hinting at a more perilous possibility, they were reluctant to contemplate. Cersei slammed her golden cup onto the table, wine splattering. Find him. Immediately. Chapter 38. The Forge. A tranquil evening swiftly passed. Prior to heading to the bunker, Norton resolved to address the matter of the embers first. He required a forge, one sufficiently professional and capable of maintaining utmost secrecy. Steel Street, the very heart of King's Landing, where metal and flame entwined. With his keen perception, he navigated past the bustling workshops teeming with apprentices, ultimately pausing before an inconspicuous blacksmith shop, where the rhythmic clang of hammers resonated, and the furnace's heat was remarkably precise and stable. The sign was simple, a suspended iron gauntlet. This establishment belonged to Master Tobamort, reputed to be one of the few capable of reforging Valyrian steel. As Norton entered, a wave of heat and the familiar scent of metal enveloped him. The forge was ablaze, and a robust, bare-chested young apprentice, drenched in sweat, was vigorously hammering a red-hot iron bar, each strike resonating with remarkable strength. He possessed thick black hair and a pair of azure eyes, characteristic of House Targaryen. Indeed, it was Jandrai. On the other side, a more seasoned, capable man, clad in a thick leather apron and with hawk-like sharp eyes, meticulously examined a blade that was nearing completion. Upon hearing the doors creak, both men lifted their heads. Master Tobamort's eyes glinted with scrutiny, while Jandrai merely cast a fleeting glance before returning to his task. "What do you require?" Master Tobamort inquired, his voice steady, imbued with the pride of a craftsman. Norton spoke little, directly unwrapping the elongated parcel. As the pale sword blank was unveiled under the dim light of the forge, the air seemed to still for a moment. Its material was peculiar, neither steel nor iron, with a streamlined shape that radiated a faint, cold luminescence. Master Tobamort's pupils dilated sharply. He abruptly set down his tools, stepped forward, and stared intently at the sword blank, hesitant to even touch it. "By the gods above, what is this metal? I have never encountered anything like it. It feels even more resilient than Valyrian steel." He had experience with Valyrian steel, but this substance before him felt even more restrained, more resistant. "It is called embers," Norton calmly stated. "I require the use of your furnace and tools to complete the final steps. I shall manage it myself." "You will manage it alone?" Master Tob exclaimed, regarding Norton with renewed scrutiny. "Friend, this is no trifling matter. Such materials are unlikely to yield to mere high temperatures, a moment's lapse in timing." "I merely need a secluded space," Norton interrupted, casting a glance at Janley. "Just you and him. I shall pay double for the service." His tone brooked no argument. Master Tob hesitated, but ultimately, his curiosity regarding the unknown material overwhelmed all reservations. He gritted his teeth and gestured to Janley, "Close the door." Janley complied, shutting the shop door and securing the bolt, then silently stood by, his blue eyes brimming with curiosity as they fixed intently on the peculiar pale sword blank. Norton approached the forge, his gaze composed. Like any ordinary blacksmith, he placed the sword blank into the fire and signaled Janley to operate the bellows. With a whoosh, the bellows surged, the coke ignited, and the orange flames enveloped the embers. However, after a quarter of an hour, the pale metal remained merely aglow, showing no signs of softening, as if mocking the feeble nature of mundane fire. Master Tob shook his head. "See? I told you, this fire is inadequate." Norton remained silent, his focus fixed on the sword blank within the flames. He could sense the latent hunger within the embers, their disdain for the mortal flames, and their yearning for a higher power. Taking a deep breath, he ceased relying solely on the furnace's heat. Norton extended his hand, not making contact with the sword blank, but hovering above it. His mind began to sharpen, all his thoughts converging upon the resilient metal. He recalled the sensations from the mine, the torrent of dragon fire coursing through his veins. A deep, instinctual hum emerged from his chest, resonating not as an incantation, but as a natural manifestation of power coalescing. Deeply attuned to its purpose, the flames in the furnace seemed to respond to an invisible pull, their flickering forms subtly shifting, becoming more concentrated, the temperature gradually ascending, the color transitioning from orange-red to incandescent white. Norton lifted the superficially heated, yet obstinate sword blank and placed it upon the anvil. He grasped the hammer and brought it down. Clang! The resounding strike echoed, sparks flying, though most were merely fragments of coke. The embers themselves remained largely unmoved, the reverberations returning with a formidable hardness. Norton did not pause, striking again. Clang! 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 He no longer wielded mere force. Each strike became a dialogue, an inquiry into the soul of the metal, articulated through strength and will. In this moment, the world around him, Tob and Janley's presence, the din of the forge, began to fade into obscurity. In Norton's realm, only the sword blank, the hammer in his hand, and the burgeoning, fervent power within him remained. As he continued to infuse his spirit and strength into the endeavor, the instinctual hum gradually intensified. The forge, as if commanded by a sovereign, ceased its erratic dance, instead obediently encircling Norton and his anvil, providing a steady and exquisite heat. The waves of warmth in the air began to flow with a peculiar rhythm, transforming the entire smithy into a breathing crucible centered around Norton. Tob and Janley stood in awe, captivated by the strange fluctuations in temperature, witnessing the flame's tameness, and feeling the otherworldly, almost lava-like aura emanating from Norton, both tranquil and terrifying. At that moment, Norton entered a state of focus. He did not invoke spells, but rather, his very existence momentarily transformed into the essence of the incantation itself, the embryonic form of heaven and earth as the forge. The sound of hammering changed as well. No longer heavy thuds, but instead crisp and ethereal, each strike accompanied by a joyful chime from the blade. The pallid metal ceased its resistance under Norton's hammer, stretching and shaping as if it had come to life. The sparks flying were no longer mere embers, but rather delicate, star-like flecks of pale light. The blade thinned visibly, becoming sharp, and beneath its icy hue, dark red veins began to surface and flow, as if the scales of a slumbering dragon were being awakened one by one. The final step was quenching. With eyes ablaze, Norton grasped the now-formed ember, radiating heat and vitality, and immersed it into a basin of clear water. A long, peculiar sound emerged, akin to a dragon's satisfied sigh. The rising white mist, infused with immense energy, enveloped the entire workshop. As the mist dissipated, the ember was reborn. The blade elongated, its lines perfect, with dark red glimmers beneath the pale surface, the air around the edge slightly distorted, exuding a heart-stopping sharpness and heat. Norton gently waved the blade, slicing through the air with a deep, harmonious hum, perfectly resonating with the power within him. The molten gold hue in his eyes gradually faded, and the bizarre high-temperature field and absolute sense of control around him also dissipated, as if all that had transpired was but an illusion. He placed several precious gold dragons beside the astonished Master Tob on the workbench, his tone returning to its usual calmness. "This is your reward." He paused, picking up the now-cooled, yet still radiant ember. "A matching hilt and sheath are still required. Can you manage that?" Master Tob jolted back to reality, his voice laden with profound reverence, even hesitant to meet Norton's gaze. "Yes, of course. Rest assured, Master, I will personally craft them for you, ensuring they are both functional and unobtrusive." In that moment, he regarded Norton as a deity. Norton nodded, temporarily entrusting the ember back to Tob. "I shall return in the evening." Chapter 39. Transformation into a messenger. As evening descended, the setting sun cast a fleeting golden glow over the grimy streets. Norton stood once more before the forge of Tobmot. The door remained barred, displaying a sign indicating arrest. He knocked upon the door. Moments later, it opened a crack, revealing Janley's anxious yet excited visage. Upon seeing Norton, he visibly exhaled in relief and hastily opened the door. "You have arrived, Master," Janley murmured, his tone imbued with an involuntary reverence. Inside the workshop, Master Tob was meticulously placing the embers into a newly crafted sheath. The sheath, fashioned from unadorned dark hardwood and robust leather, was precisely as Norton had requested. Unremarkable. Only the exquisitely designed minimalist hilt hinted at the extraordinary blade concealed within, exuding an air of coldness and weight. "Master, please take a look. Are you satisfied?" Tob presented the sheathed embers to Norton with both hands, his eyes alight with relief and pride at fulfilling his duty. Norton accepted it, weighing it in his hand. It felt balanced and remarkably discreet. He nodded in approval. "Excellent." At that moment, a loud crash resounded as the blacksmith's door was violently kicked open from the outside. The wooden door slammed against the wall, creating a thunderous noise. Several soldiers from the city guard, cloaked in golden capes and armed with short swords, burst in. Leading them was a stout squad leader, his demeanor arrogant and his face bearing a challenging expression. "Tob, what illicit activities are you engaged in, hiding away in here?" The squad leader's tirade halted abruptly upon noticing the newly sheathed sword in Norton's hand. His gaze greedily swept over the seemingly ordinary, yet inexplicably alluring sheath. And upon seeing the lingering tension and awe on Tob's face, as well as Janley's protective stance, suspicion surged within him. "What is this?" The squad leader stepped forward, pointing aggressively at the embers. "Hand it over. I demand to inspect it." Master Tob's complexion paled, and he quickly interjected, my lord. This is merely a common longsword commissioned by a guest. There is nothing of interest here. Get out of my way, old man." The squad leader retorted, shoving Tob aside, his gaze fixated on Norton. "You, a northerner? You look unfamiliar. Hand over that sword. I suspect it to be a prohibited weapon." Norton's eyes turned frosty as he gripped the sword firmly, remaining motionless. He understood that this so-called inspection was merely a pretext for theft. The golden-caped leader had discerned that this weapon was extraordinary, and, seeing Norton as a stranger, was driven by greed. "My lord, truly," Tob attempted to argue further. "Silence," the squad leader shouted, gesturing to his subordinates. "Seize this suspicious individual." Two golden-caped soldiers sneered as they advanced, reaching for Norton's shoulders, while another lunged directly for the sheath containing the embers. Norton moved. He did not draw his sword. Instead, his body flickered like a phantom, evading the grasping hands, while his right foot swiftly delivered two lightning-quick kicks. Bang! Bang! The dull thuds were accompanied by pained gasps as the two soldiers attempting to seize him were sent hurtling back, crashing into a nearby tool rack and collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. Almost simultaneously, his left hand accurately clasped the wrist of the soldier reaching for the sheath, his fingers tightening like iron pincers. A sharp crack echoed as bones splintered. The figure clad in a golden robe emitted a wretched scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, collapsing to the ground while clutching his strangely contorted wrist. In the blink of an eye, 3 golden-robed individuals had been dispatched. The entire ordeal transpired in a quiet, efficient, and chillingly ruthless manner. The squad leader, pale with fear, stumbled backward, drawing his short sword with a shaky hand, and shouted in a voice that belied his bravado, "You dare to assault the golden robes? This is treason. Treason." He sounded the whistle hanging from his neck. The shrill blast instantly shattered the tranquility of the dusk, escalating the predicament. Norton frowned slightly. He had no intention of causing a commotion at this juncture. Just then, more synchronized and heavy footsteps, accompanied by the clattering of armor, echoed from the street. A contingent of approximately 10 soldiers, donned in vibrant red armor and draped in the deep crimson cloaks of House Lannister, swiftly encircled the entrance of the blacksmith shop under the command of an officer. Clearly, they were elite patrols drawn by the sound of the whistle. What is happening here? The Lannister officer demanded sharply, his gaze sweeping over the fallen golden-robed figure and Norton, who stood defiantly with his sword drawn. The golden-robed squad leader, as if he had seen a savior, scrambled over, pointing at Norton and shrieking, "Sir, sir, this thug, he wields forbidden weapons and has assaulted the king's guard. Seize him at once." The officer's gaze narrowed upon Norton, noting his travel-worn northern attire and the seemingly ordinary, yet unsettling sword he wielded. His expression sharpened as he recalled the recent directive received from the Red Keep to be vigilant for a suspicious northern individual. "Arrest him," the officer commanded without hesitation. The Lannister soldiers immediately drew their swords, forming a battle line and advancing menacingly. The atmosphere turned tense, far more so than when confronting the golden-robed men. Norton found himself at a loss for words. Trouble was indeed knocking at his door one after another. Engaging in open conflict with the elite Lannister soldiers in the street, regardless of the outcome, would mean his complete exposure. The original plan to stealthily infiltrate the dungeons of the Red Keep now seemed exceedingly slim, with the prospect of facing even more unknown events looming ahead. Just as the first soldier's sword was about to descend, Norton abruptly raised a hand, not to block, but to signal a halt. Simultaneously, his voice, calm yet piercing, resonated in the ears of everyone present. "I am a messenger of Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell. By the Duke's command, I bear a letter for his grace, King Robert." This proclamation fell like a cold splash into boiling oil, freezing all actions in an instant. The Lannister officer hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. A messenger of Lord Eddard Stark? The golden-robed squad leader was equally taken aback. Seizing the opportunity, Norton slowly and non-threateningly drew from his breast pocket a letter sealed with gray wax, emblazoned with the sigil of the dire wolf, emanating the cold aura of the north. He raised the letter high, his gaze coldly sweeping over the Lannister officers and the gold-cloaked figures. Is this the attitude of House Lannister and the city guard towards the royal command, assaulting the messenger of the north and seizing letters meant for the king? Such an accusation was a heavy burden, and the expression on the Lannister officer's face grew exceedingly grim. He fixed his eyes on the sigil of the Ice Wolf, unable to discern its authenticity, yet unwilling to take the risk. In all the Seven Kingdoms, who was unaware of Eddard's bond with the king? To publicly intercept a messenger from the north bearing letters for the king was a crime he could not afford. The command from Queen Cersei was to observe discreetly and to capture in secret, rather than to brazenly intercept a possibly legitimate messenger. The officer gritted his teeth, slowly sheathing his sword, signaling his soldiers to withdraw. He shot a fierce glare at the troublesome captain in gold, then turned to Norton with a stiff demeanor, saying, "In that case, please accompany me to the Red Keep to meet with the Master of Whispers for verification of your identity and the authenticity of the letter. This is procedure, as well as a necessary step." Norton tucked away the letter, calmly hanging the remnants back at his waist. "Lead the way." He cast a glance at the pale-faced Tobo and the complexly expressive Jandrai, choosing not to say more, and under the escort of a contingent of Lannister soldiers, he proceeded toward the Crimson Fortress that loomed atop the hill. Chapter 40. The Spider, the king accompanied by a seeming escort of Lannister soldiers, who were in truth monitoring his movements. Norton entered the imposing and foreboding gates of the Red Keep. Within the high walls, the air felt thick with the weight of power and intrigue, far more suffocating than the bustling streets outside. Instead of being taken directly to the throne room or the Tower of the Hand, Norton was led to a secluded reception room. The space was softly illuminated, adorned with exquisite tapestries from the east, and a subtle, unusual fragrance lingered in the air. A figure stood quietly by the window, facing away from him, gazing down into the courtyard below. This person had a full figure, draped in soft silks, their bald head reflecting the candlelight, with hands folded before them. What an impressive entrance to the Red Keep, my Lord Snow, a soft, slightly breathless voice remarked, laced with a barely perceptible hint of humor that strangely eased the tension in the room. The figure turned, revealing a clean-shaven, round face adorned with a friendly smile. Yet those eyes were sharp enough to pierce through to one's very soul. It was Lord Varys, the Spider. Norton, he replied calmly, acknowledging the identity before him. He was acutely aware that from the moment he set foot in King's Landing, perhaps even earlier, he had already fallen into this vast web of invisible intelligence. Varys chuckled softly. Rest assured, you possess Lord Eddard's letter, and the king is aware of it. Certain individuals who are less than fond of northern visitors are currently disinclined to act against you. He gestured gracefully. At least, until they devise a plan on how to respond, you are safe. I am merely curious about the kind of individual capable of earning the solemn recommendation of the austere Lord Eddard Stark, and who could render the golden-robed soldiers and those of House Lannister powerless upon the streets of King's Landing. Varys's gaze subtly swept over the embers at Norton's waist. I am but a messenger, Norton reiterated his earlier statement. Ah, indeed, a messenger, Varys nodded, his smile unwavering. A messenger who could swiftly vanquish 3 grown men, wielding an ordinary longsword that could render Master Tobo Mott flustered and stir the greed of the captain of the Gold Cloaks. Truly an extraordinary envoy. He sighed gently. Westeros is in need of friends, Lord Snow. Perhaps we might converse more in the future. I am always delighted to make the acquaintance of intriguing companions. At that moment, a servant entered, respectfully announcing, His Majesty will receive the emissary from the north in the small hall. Varys inclined his head slightly to Norton, his smile laden with meaning. It seems your audience is at hand. Best of luck, Lord Snow. May you bring some good tidings to his grace. Like a wisp of shadow, he silently slipped from the room. Norton was then guided by the servant to a somewhat smaller, yet still opulent hall. King Robert Baratheon's massive form was ensconced in a grand armchair, a flagon and goblet set before him. He appeared even more corpulent than the image Norton had conjured in his mind. His face was flushed, his bags under his eyes pronounced, and the lavish royal robe seemed unable to contain his disheveled majesty. Yet, as he lifted his eyelids to regard Norton, there remained a flicker of the conqueror's sharpness in his once vibrant eyes. Eddard Stark's letter lay on the small table beside him, its wax seal, depicting the dire wolf, already broken. Thus, Robert's voice boomed, yet bore the rasp of intoxication. Ned has sent me a messenger, and a rather exceptional one at that. He rudely appraised Norton from head to toe. Come closer, lad. Let me see you clearly. Ned mentioned you possess certain skills, that you are Brandon's bastard. But he did not mention you have eyes like those of a monstrous golden hue. Norton stepped forward, calmly enduring the king's scrutinizing gaze. Robert stared into his eyes for a lengthy moment before bursting into hearty laughter, the sound reverberating through the goblets on the table. Ah, delightful, truly delightful. Where did that old ice block, Ned, find such a treasure? I hear you just had the pleasure of teaching a few blind gold cloaks a lesson down below. Well done. Those fools only know how to stir up trouble. He rambled on, predominantly lamenting the tedium of King's Landing, the financial woes, and reminiscing about the exhilarating days of battle. Norton listened quietly, occasionally offering brief responses. Finally, Robert expressed fatigue, downing a large gulp of wine, wiping his mouth, and refocusing his gaze on Norton, his demeanor turning somewhat more serious. I have read Ned's letter. He speaks highly of your martial prowess and unwavering loyalty, and I am inclined to offer you an opportunity. How fortuitous. He slammed his thigh, exclaiming that the tournament I organized was about to commence. The finest knights from the 7 kingdoms would be in attendance. You are to participate as well. Norton furrowed his brow, as this was far from his expectations. Your Majesty, I am merely a messenger. I have come to King's Landing. Nonsense. Robert impatiently interrupted. I am the king of the 7 kingdoms, and you must obey my command. My first command to you is, participate in the tournament. The mere thought of Ned's envoy toppling those arrogant fellows brings me great delight. Your Majesty, Norton attempted to decline politely. Although his current prowess could easily dominate, he wished not to waste time on such frivolous matters. Absorbing dragon bones and growing stronger was his utmost priority at this stage. This is a royal decree. Robert glared, though lacking malice, The authority of the king was unmistakable. What, are you afraid? Ned has sung your praises in his letter. Do not disappoint him, nor me. It is settled then. You shall enter the jousting competition and the melee. That is an order. He regarded Norton, who seemed poised to protest further, then softened his tone, instructing a nearby servant to present a heavy pouch of coins. Take this. Acquire yourself some suitable armor. Do not bring shame upon the North or Ned. Should you emerge victorious, I shall grant you one request. Norton accepted the pouch, pondering in silence for a moment. Given the circumstances, it would be wise to seize the championship in exchange for a legitimate claim to enter the crypts. As you wish, your majesty. Huh. Excellent. Now that sounds right. Robert laughed heartily. Return and prepare. I await your performance. Just don't let yourself be unseated in the first round. Norton bowed once more, turning to leave the small hall before the king resumed his focus on the wine jug. The curtain in the side chamber stirred slightly, and Varys emerged like a wraith. What an intriguing young man, is he not, your majesty? He spoke softly, his hands folded within his ample sleeves. Robert grunted, pouring himself another generous cup of wine. Ned's envoy undoubtedly has his reasons. Those eyes are rather unsettling, making one's heart uneasy. He downed a large draught of wine. What has your little bird caught wind of now? Varys displayed his customary, slightly apologetic smile. Just a few scattered rumors, your majesty. It appears that this Lord Snow has not departed the north unnoticed. He possesses some extraordinary abilities. Robert's brow furrowed even deeper, and he waved his robust arm dismissively, as if to shoo away an imaginary fly. Ned mentioned a few things, claiming the lad possesses remarkable strength and an uncanny gaze. But what of it? If Ned trusts him, that suffices. I have no time to ponder these mystical matters. I simply wish to see him earn me some respect at the tournament. Varys inclined his body slightly, his smile unwavering, his gaze profound. As you say, your majesty, Lord Eddard's judgment is, of course, worthy of trust. Perhaps he is precisely the kind of ally the Seven Kingdoms requires. I merely believe it prudent to exercise a modicum of caution. For King's Landing is perpetually fraught with unforeseen events. Robert fell silent for a moment, his gaze flickering toward Eddard's letter upon the table. A fleeting glimmer of unwavering trust and nostalgia for his old friend passing through his eyes, soon overshadowed by the effects of drink and agitation. He thumped down his cup heavily, producing a dull thud. There is no need for further discussion on this matter, Varys. The king's voice sank low. Imbued with an undeniable authority, he is Ned's man. That suffices. Now, fetch me some wine, the finer variety. Chapter 41. Tyrion's Goodwill. Norton's new residence was 100-fold more comfortable than the squalid hovel of a flea-ridden inn, yet it rendered him thoroughly exposed to countless prying eyes. Standing by the window, he could distinctly observe the soldiers patrolling the courtyard below, adorned with the golden-crowned stag of House Baratheon, alongside a multitude of crimson lions from House Lannister. His recent triumph over the mountain had drawn the Lannisters' keen attention in King's Landing, a fact he found unsurprising. Norton harbored little concern regarding this. After all, as Cersei once remarked in the original narrative, power is power, aligning perfectly with his own philosophy. In this realm, the true essence of authority lies in swords and dragonfire. Despite his disinterest in dominion, the yearning for power is an instinct that every traveler cannot resist. Norton's original plan was straightforward. After acquiring Dragonbone, he intended to depart King's Landing and seek the lost draconic relics amidst the ruins of Valyria. Once his strength was sufficient, he would return to amend the tragedies that ought never to have transpired. Although participating in the tournament was not part of his agenda, it bore no significant consequence. Winning the championship and subsequently requesting entry to the vault would yield a similar outcome. With the alteration of his plans, Norton ceased to deliberately conceal his whereabouts and resolved to explore the capital in earnest. As he traversed an arcade connecting the inn to the outside world, a figure approached from the opposite side. Ser Jaime Lannister, clad in resplendent Kingsguard armor, his golden hair shimmering like the sun's rays, bore a subtle smile at the corners of his lips. It seemed he had only just noticed Norton, pausing momentarily, his emerald eyes assessing him with an air of measured curiosity. Ah, the new star from the north, Jaime remarked casually, his tone laced with lazy mockery. Robert's new plaything. I trust the inn's bedding is more comfortable than the haystack of your former lodging? His words bore no overt hostility, resembling instead a condescending jest. Norton halted, meeting his gaze with calmness. Ser Jaime. Jaime stepped closer, his eyes seemingly wandering over Norton's empty hands and the remnants at his waist. I hear you have turned down a squire? You intend to enter the tournament wielding this, unadorned sword? He chuckled lightly. Confidence is a fine trait. I hope your skills are worthy of such assurance, lest you disappoint his majesty. He has not looked forward to something with such anticipation in a long while. Though Jaime's words appeared to be idle chatter, Norton could sense the scrutinizing gaze, as if evaluating a new weapon's quality. "No need for your concern, sir." Norton's response remained succinct. "Oh, I am not concerned in the slightest." Jaime's smile widened, revealing his pearly white teeth. "I find it rather amusing. That fellow Gregor spends his days venting his wrath upon the anvil, while you appear remarkably composed." He leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice with an air of intrigue, expressing a desire to witness the swordsmanship of the new blood from the north at the tournament. Without waiting for Norton's response, he waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away an inconsequential person, and strolled away leisurely. The entire encounter felt like a meticulously orchestrated coincidence, imbued with the quintessential Lannister elegance and arrogance. Far more oppressive than a brutish intrusion. Norton remained unfazed by such noble pride. This baseless arrogance always reminded him of the crooked-mouthed dragon king he had encountered in his past life, utterly perplexing in its nature. This brief interlude did not dampen Norton's spirits as he wandered about. Throughout the day, he meandered outside, even visiting Tobo Mott's smithy. To his surprise, the old man fervently sought his insights on forging techniques. Each time Norton shared a skill, Tobo gasped as if he had discovered a new continent. This could be deemed Norton's first formidable adversary. After being entangled for quite some time, Norton seized the opportunity of the encroaching dusk to concoct an excuse and slipped back to the inn. Not long after returning to his room, a rhythmic knock echoed at the door, neither hurried nor slow. Upon opening it, he found Tyrion Lannister standing outside, cradling a large wine jug and 2 cups. "The long night stretches on, and with sleep eluding me, I noticed your light still burning. I thought I might seek a drinking companion. Will you not invite me in, Lord Snow?" He grinned like a mischievous cat, evidently confident that Norton would not refuse, for no one could turn away a Lannister bearing a wine jug, even if he were a dwarf. Tyrion entered the room and deftly poured a generous glass of robust red wine for both himself and Norton. "A toast to health? No. Let us toast to merely surviving until tomorrow. More pragmatic, I think." He took a hearty sip and sighed contentedly. "I know my brother happened upon you today," Tyrion stated bluntly, swirling his wine glass. "Do not dwell on his drivel. He is like a beautiful cat, delighting in teasing all that moves, until he corners his prey or loses interest. However," he paused, revealing a sly expression, "his personal visit indicates you are at least marginally more intriguing than mere moving objects. What do you wish to convey, Lord Tyrion?" "I wish to convey that you have plunged into a pond rife with crocodiles, my Lord Snow. And I, by chance, am a spectator who enjoys watching crocodiles clash, occasionally tossing scraps of meat to one of them." Tyrion took another sip of wine. "For instance, regarding the tournament, beneath those official, grandiloquent rules lie some unwritten conventions. For example, in a melee, should you spot someone adorned with 3 grotesque black dogs etched upon their armor, it would be wise to take a detour, or, better yet, to dispatch them swiftly and decisively from the outset." He fixed his gaze upon Norton, his eyes sharpening with intensity. "My brother certainly did not inform you that although Gregor is unable to attend, his most unhinged hounds are ravenous, their eyes gleaming with hunger, eagerly awaiting the chaos to sink their teeth into something to please their master. Much like a certain northerner known as Jon Snow." Tyrion spoke with fervor, as if engaged in mere drunken banter, yet every word was laden with valuable information and perilous implications. "Why share this with me?" Norton inquired. Tyrion shrugged. "Why? Perhaps because I harbor disdain for my sister, and she for you. Or perhaps," he gestured towards the wine jug on the table, "simply because I have indulged a bit too much, and you happen to be the only new face here who would not immediately cast me out for being a dwarf. Does the reason truly matter? What holds significance is the information itself." Tyrion unsteadily rose, patting Norton's arm. "Remember, survival begets profit. Or at the very least, it prevents those who wager on you from suffering catastrophic losses. Good luck, Snow." He cradled the nearly empty wine jug and staggered away, leaving behind a room saturated with the aroma of wine and a trove of valuable intelligence cloaked in irony and jest for Norton to digest. Norton closed the door, and silence reclaimed the room. Outside, King's Landing glimmered with lights, its undercurrents teeming with intrigue. Tyrion's visit was less an act of assistance and more a precise investment and probing. Yet all had misjudged. It was not a lone wolf encircled by the pride of lions, but rather a dragon among them. Chapter 42, The Jousting Tournament, Part 1, 3 days later. The long-awaited day of the tournament finally arrived. The jousting grounds outside King's Landing were abuzz with excitement, banners fluttering in the breeze. The stands were packed with members of the royal family and nobility, while commoners crowded the periphery, their clamorous voices nearly shaking the heavens. As a participant, Norton felt a surge of adrenaline witnessing such a spectacle. Today, he donned a set of ordinary steel plate armor procured with funds from Robert, devoid of any family insignia. Its cold metal gleaming in its natural hue. He sat astride a tall northern warhorse, silently lingering at the edge of the contestants' area. Akin to a block of ice plunged into boiling water. The long lance competition was about to commence, with dozens of knights drawing lots to determine their opponents. Norton's first adversary was a knight from the Westerlands, his skill rather mediocre. As both galloped towards each other, only a single clash ensued. Norton's lance struck his opponent's breastplate with precision and decisiveness. He had not exerted his full strength, yet it was sufficient to unbalance the knight, sending him tumbling to the ground. The contest concluded too swiftly, lacking in spectacle. Only scattered applause arose from the stands, failing to incite any fervent cheers. What truly shocked the audience was the subsequent match. A young knight from the Riverlands, eager to prove himself, faced off against a seasoned veteran from Storm's End. In their first charge, the young man's lance veered off target, while the veteran's lance found its mark, striking the young knight's breastplate not at the tip, but with the tremendous force of the shaft itself. Crack! A dull thud echoed, accompanied by a brief, anguished cry. The young man did not tumble from the saddle like others. Instead, he fell backward rigidly, resembling a discarded rag doll, his neck twisted at an unnatural angle. Lying motionless on the sand, the guards swiftly entered the arena, only to silently shake their heads upon inspection. The cheers abruptly ceased, and a brief silence enveloped the venue. Death arrived so suddenly and directly, casting a genuine shadow over the festivities. In the subsequent match, a Dornish knight, renowned for his agility, found his steed inexplicably faltering in a sprint, collapsing violently and hurling its rider off. The Dornish knight's arm twisted grotesquely as he let out a pained groan. Whispers circulated among the crowd, speculating that foul play had tampered with the horse's equipment. The scent of conspiracy wafted through the air, silent and pervasive like the dust rising from the arena. Norton quietly observed all of this from the waiting area, taking in the accidents, casualties, and the lurking underhanded tactics. When Norton's turn came again, he faced a burly knight adorned with a wild boar insignia, hailing from a small house in the Stormlands. The knight charged forward, brimming with aggression, his disdain evident in his eyes. A little brat from the north. His voice boomed through the visor, heavy and arrogant. Let me show you what true knightly jousting looks like. Norton offered no retort, merely adjusting his grip on the lance. As the horn sounded, the two steeds surged forward. The boar knight lowered his lance, aiming directly at Norton's torso with fierce intent. However, Norton moved faster and more precisely. As they crossed paths, he deftly sidestepped the knight's lance while his own spear darted out like a viper, striking the edge of the opponent's shield with impeccable accuracy. The blow was perfectly timed, causing the boar knight to lose his balance, an astonished cry escaping him as he was unceremoniously thrown from his saddle, crashing heavily onto the sand and raising a cloud of dust. Norton reined in his steed, turning to calmly regard his opponent, now aided by attendants. This time, scattered yet sincere applause erupted from the stands. Many began to murmur, inquiring about the agile knight whose armor bore no insignia. Meanwhile, our king, Robert Baratheon, leaned forward in excitement, slapping his thigh with a resounding clap that nearly drowned out the scattered cheers. Well done. Splendid. His booming laughter echoed in the royal box, his beard shaking with mirth. Did you see that? Now that is jousting. Clean and decisive, a single strike. Unlike some who dawdle like women, poking at each other forever. He lifted a massive goblet, taking a hearty swig, the wine spilling from the corner of his mouth and staining his lavish robe without a care. This northern lad is quite interesting. I look forward to his performance in the team event. Brandon's son, is it? Eddard has hidden a fine gem. Beside him, Queen Cersei Lannister maintained an elegant demeanor, as if the surrounding clamor and dust were of no concern to her. She delicately held a glass of wine, her lips curving into a frigid smile as she spoke, her voice sweet, yet laced with venomous sarcasm. Indeed, so clean and precise, Your Majesty. Much like a farmer in the mountains wielding a pitchfork, devoid of any aesthetic, focused solely on utility. It seems the North is not only cold in weather but also in the spirit of knighthood, frozen in time. Perhaps he is better suited for the kitchen, using his precise hands to chop wood rather than performing in the royal arena. She took a gentle sip of her wine, her emerald eyes glancing at Norton, who was calmly departing the scene, adding, I wonder, however, how much of this practicality remains when faced with a true knight. The atmosphere grew momentarily tense. Robert's smile faded, his countenance darkening as if on the verge of an outburst. At that moment, a slightly hoarse voice interjected, perfectly timed. Dear sister, your standards for beauty are always so exacting. Tyrion Lannister emerged from the shadows of the box, his wine glass in hand. To my mind, efficiency itself is a form of violent beauty, saving ample time to indulge in more wine. He swirled his glass, raising it towards Robert. And your majesty, do you not find it amusing? A sudden upstart bringing down a host of resplendent knights, as if they were felled trees, and those mythical tales surrounding him. It's akin to, well, a realistic heroic ballad. His jest evoked another hearty laugh from Robert, dissipating the previously charged atmosphere. Cersei shot a cold glare at her brother, but refrained from further comment. Seizing the moment, Tyrion directed his gaze towards another knight below, who had just triumphed effortlessly amidst raucous cheers. Speaking of true knights, look over there. My dear brother seems equally disinclined to afford his opponent any opportunity to exhibit beauty. The crowd's attention shifted to another arena. Sir Jaime Lannister shone like the sun. His gilded armor glimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, his every charge appearing unhurried, exuding exquisite grace. In stark contrast to Norton's succinct and efficient style, Jaime's victories were a spectacle. His lance seemed to possess a will of its own. Striking his adversaries with the most exquisite and breathtaking angles, his strength perfectly calibrated to unseat them without inflicting undue harm, as if showcasing an impeccable mastery of control. Each of Jaime Lannister's triumphs drew increasingly fervent cheers from the ladies and heartfelt admiration from the gentlemen in the stands. He removed his helmet, tossing back his radiant golden hair, flashing a confident and charming smile towards the royal box, as if to say, behold, this is how a knight's tournament ought to be. Robert observed Jaime's performance, scoffing. The Lannister lad certainly keeps his pelt polished to a shine. On one side stood the efficient, unadorned wolf of the northern plains, while on the other, the radiant, graceful golden lion of the west. Two distinctly contrasting styles assert their might upon the arena, each in their unique manner. Chapter 43, The Spear Tournament, Part 2. After several rounds of elimination, the intensity of the matches escalated dramatically. As the announcer boomed the names of the next duel, the crowd erupted into the most fervent cheers and excitement since the commencement of the event. Sir Jaime Lannister against Northerner Jon Snow. All eyes instantaneously converged upon the scene. King Robert roared from the stands, urging the competitors to commence swiftly, while Queen Cersei maintained a frosty demeanor. Tyrion, seated in a corner, raised his goblet, donning an expression of amusement as he anticipated the spectacle. Sir Jaime Lannister approached the starting line astride a magnificent white steed, his form clad in resplendent platinum armor, a scarlet cloak billowing elegantly in the breeze. The smile that peeked from beneath his helm was both confident and radiant, embodying the very essence of chivalric spirit. With a graceful salute directed towards the stands, he incited a chorus of delighted shrieks from the noble women and maidens present. Observing the dashing figure before him, Jon Snow found it difficult to reconcile this image of gallant prowess with the downtrodden persona he had once portrayed. Do not disappoint me too swiftly, Snow. Jaime's voice resonated through his visor, laced with a light-hearted mirth. At least make it through one round, so our sovereign may be entertained. Jon offered no reply, merely lowering his visor slightly, his golden eyes glimmering in the shadows. The battle horn sounded. The two steeds surged forth like arrows released from a bow, thundering towards one another. The sound of hooves reverberated like thunder, striking at the very essence of every onlooker's heart. Jaime's posture was flawless, his spear held with an unsettling steadiness, the tip aimed with precision at the center of Jon's shield. This was the most orthodox and destructive method of attack, exuding his unparalleled confidence and skill. Jon, however, was different. His equestrian prowess had been honed amidst the wilds of the north and in the crucible of battle, embodying a more primal and efficient approach. In the final moment before their inevitable clash, Jon subtly altered his horse's speed and balance, simultaneously flicking his wrist. His spear, rather than thrusting directly, ascended at an almost imperceptible angle. In the blink of an eye, bang! A tremendous impact resonated. Jaime's spear did indeed strike fiercely against Jon's shield, splintering the wood. The force of the blow sent Jon's body lurching backward. Yet his formidable core strength and seamless bond with his steed allowed him to withstand the strike, his feet firmly anchored in the stirrups. Almost concurrently, Jon's seemingly diverted upward thrust of the spear, at a peculiar angle, grazed the upper edge of Jaime's shield with uncanny accuracy. The terrifying force contained within the spear did not propel forward, but rather surged upward with tremendous vigor. Jaime felt an irresistible power emanating from his shield, not pushing him backward, but lifting him upward. His perfect equilibrium was shattered in an instant. Before the watchful eyes of the crowd, the once indomitable Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister, was unexpectedly hurled from his mount by a clever maneuver. He lost his balance in the air, and the resplendent white armor traced a blinding arc under the sunlight before crashing heavily onto the sandy ground. A thunderous silence enveloped the arena instantaneously. Everyone stood dumbfounded, gazing incredulously at the white figure struggling to rise from the sand. Norton reined in his warhorse, pivoting its head. He discarded the broken lance and looked down upon the fallen Jaime, his voice calm, yet resonant through the visor. "You have lost, Sir Jaime." After a brief silence, the stands erupted into a more frenzied uproar. There were gasps of shock, expressions of anger, incredulity, and cheers for the Dark Horse. King Robert's raucous laughter thundered above all else. "Huh? Well done. Splendid work, Snow." Jaime was assisted to his feet by attendants, but he brusquely pushed them away, removing his helmet himself. His golden hair was somewhat disheveled, and his handsome face was etched with shock, humiliation, and a lingering bewilderment. He fixed his gaze on Norton atop his horse, an expression of complex emotions swirling in his eyes, yet ultimately he said nothing and strode away from the arena. Norton retreated to the sidelines to rest, preparing for the next round. Just as he dismounted and removed his helmet for some air, 3 burly soldiers clad in leather armor bearing the sigil of House Cregan approached menacingly. Clearly, the minions of the mountain were eager to take action. "Hey, Snow," the leader, a scarred man, growled fiercely. "What despicable trickery did you employ? How could you possibly?" His words were abruptly cut off, for Norton's hand, swift as lightning, had seized his throat. It was not a violent grip. Rather, his thumb pressed precisely against the carotid artery. Instantly, the man's face turned purple, his eyes bulging. Unable to produce any sound as all strength seemed to drain from him, and he crumpled weakly to the ground. The other 2, filled with rage and fear, instinctively reached for their weapons. Norton's icy gaze swept over them, while his other hand rested on the hilt of his sword, though it was merely an ordinary sidearm. He did not draw his sword, yet the palpable, frigid intent of his murderous aura froze the 2 soldiers in place, drenched in cold sweat. They felt as though they were confronting not a mere man, but an ancient beast capable of tearing them apart at any moment. "Leave." A single word, yet it bore the weight of 1,000. The 2 soldiers turned pale, struggling to swallow their fear as they hurriedly lifted their nearly unconscious comrade and stumbled back into the crowd, not daring to look back. Those nearby who had noticed the brief altercation instinctively gasped, subconsciously distancing themselves from this silent man of the North. It became evident that not only was he formidable in mounted combat, but his presence in foot battles was equally terrifying. Norton released the hilt of his sword, as if nothing had transpired, donned his helmet once more, and cast his gaze towards the arena, awaiting his next opponent. After the clash with Jaime and the recent interlude, no one dared to underestimate this nameless knight from the North, who possessed golden eyes and formidable strength. The ultimate victory in the jousting competition seemed to beckon him. Chapter 44, The Jousting Competition, Part 3. As anticipated by all, following Jaime Lannister's unexpected defeat, no one on the jousting field could hinder Norton's advance. It was not that the subsequent knights lacked skill. Each one was a master of their craft, seasoned with experience from across the 7 kingdoms. Yet, in comparison to the Kingslayer, they fell short. Norton's method of victory was both succinct and effective. A knight would charge, and his opponent would fall in response. He functioned like a precise war machine. Each charge, each thrust, and each collision was executed with the calmness of meticulously calculated movements. Coupled with his extraordinary strength, he effortlessly deflected his adversary's lance, and his counterattacks were as heavy as a mountain. Whether striking the heart of a shield or deftly dislodging an opponent's helmet, each result was an inevitable tumble to the ground. The audience transitioned from initial shock and sympathy for Jaime to a pure admiration for the victor. With each effortless triumph, the cheers from the stands grew increasingly fervent. When he decisively unseated the final knight from Storm's End in the finals with a clean and powerful impact, the entire arena erupted. "Champion! Champion! Snow of the North!" The roars were like a tsunami sweeping across the venue. King Robert Baratheon rose from his throne, his large frame brimming with excitement, nearly losing his grip on the wine jug in his hand. Well, he thundered 3 times, his voice resonating like a bell. "I knew it all along. Anyone Ned recommends in a letter is bound to be exceptional. Come forth, Snow. Claim your reward." Norton rode forth to the front of the stands, where a servant presented him with a heavy pouch of golden dragons, enough to secure a lifetime of comfort for a minor noble. Robert clapped him on the shoulder with such force that the armor resounded with a dull thud. "Well done, lad. You've made Ned and the North proud." "Ha ha. His spirits high, Robert seized the wine cup handed to him by a servant, raising it above his head and roaring to the crowd. "Today, the drinks are on me. Let us toast to our champion of the joust." The youthful knight, having triumphed in the tournament, embodied the valorous tales cherished by many. The crowd erupted in even more enthusiastic cheers. However, Robert's deep voice quelled the uproar. "This is not enough. Jousting is a gentleman's elegant game. A true warrior must prove himself on the battlefield." He surveyed the audience, savoring their anticipation. "Thus, I declare a 3-day respite. In 3 days, right here, we shall hold a true contest of team jousting. The rules are simple. All participants will engage in a free-for-all. No restrictions on teams, no limits on allies. The last one standing will be the sole victor and shall receive double the prize." As I, Robert, pounded my chest, my voice thundered. "King Robert Baratheon, I shall personally bestow upon him the title of champion of King's Landing." The crowd erupted once more. A chaotic melee, unrestrained, until only one remains. This was far more violent, more exhilarating, and more aligned with the primal desires buried deep within both Robert and the majority of the populace than any jousting tournament. The cheers were deafening. Amidst the clamor, Norton sensed trouble beckoning him once again. This rule implied that everyone, save for him, was an adversary. Given Norton's current reputation and strength, coupled with his unmistakably lone wolf demeanor, he would undoubtedly face hostility from all, particularly those who had long harbored resentment towards him. However, the advantage lay in the fact that these opponents had no option to flee, as this was a tournament. Escaping bore little difference from being eliminated. The award ceremony concluded amidst fervor. Norton departed the arena, prize in hand, under the scrutiny of countless complex gazes. That night, a knock echoed at Norton's door once more. Tyrion Lannister had arrived uninvited again, this time bearing exquisite wine from the rich vineyards of Cider Island. "A toast to the champion?" Tyrion grinned as he offered a goblet, taking a sip himself first. "Truth be told, when you toppled my brother, I nearly spewed my drink onto my dear sister's gown. That scene was priceless." Norton accepted the goblet, but did not drink. "Did you already know he would face me?" The arrangement of the matches was clearly not entirely random. Tyrion shrugged. "I may have inadvertently glimpsed the match schedule. Who remembers it all clearly? What matters is the outcome, and the journey is always filled with surprises, is it not?" He slyly winked. Regarding the group melee, Norton broached the topic of the team tournament in 3 days. "What are our esteemed Lord Tyrion's thoughts on it?" Tyrion set down his goblet, his expression turning slightly grave. "I observe with my eyes, ponder with my mind, and then conclude, madness. Our King Robert desires a true spectacle of violence. The last one standing? This rule practically encourages treachery and the overwhelming of the few by the many." He paced the room a few steps and remarked, "You are now a target. The title of Longsword Champion and the glory of defeating the Kingsguard have made you the most conspicuous bullseye. I wager that at least a dozen factions are scheming to eliminate you first in the melee. The men of Clegane need not be mentioned, along with mercenaries seeking fame. And the minor nobles eager to curry favor with the Lannisters will see you as their prime target. And what do you suggest?" Norton countered, taking a sip of wine. Although this tournament was not of particular significance to him, he was nonetheless intrigued to hear Tyrion's thoughts. "A suggestion? I advise you to pack your belongings immediately and flee back to Winterfell under the cover of night." Tyrion scoffed, but upon seeing Norton's impassive demeanor, he sighed. "Very well, I know you won't heed this foolish advice." He lowered his voice. "In the initial chaos of battle, people instinctively attack the nearest target. You can exploit this. However, once the numbers dwindle to a certain point, those who remain standing will be genuine threats, individuals with clear objectives." At that moment, a glint of cold light flickered in Tyrion's eyes. "Strike first. Do not concern yourself with chivalry. That is a notion reserved for fools and the dead. Eliminate the most formidable adversaries with the swiftest and most ruthless methods, especially those bearing the emblem of 3 dogs. You seem quite invested in my fortunes." "Of course," Tyrion replied with conviction. "I have wagered heavily on you. The odds for the spear tournament allowed me to make a small profit, but I have staked my entire fortune on this brawl. If you perish, I shall be left to beg my father for assistance, which would be more unbearable than death itself." Tyrion's words were half-truths, perpetually cloaked in a veneer of cynicism. Yet, the counsel he provided was undeniably sound. He proceeded to enlighten Norton about the notable characteristics of certain mercenaries and knights to watch for, before finishing the last dregs of his drink and wobbling towards the door. "Remember, Snow," he turned back at the threshold, his gaze surprisingly clear. "Survive, and you become a hero. Die, and you are merely a corpse." The door closed softly behind him. Norton could not fathom why Tyrion was so eager to befriend him, visiting twice under the cover of night. He analyzed the situation and offered advice, seemingly invested in his victory. Surely, it could not be due to his significant blow against the mountain, which had embarrassed the Lannister family, that this despised little imp had developed a modicum of fondness for him. Norton was not one to delve into matters without clarity. After all, whether in the realm of dragons or the current world, the pursuit of power remained paramount. This tournament, perceived by many as brutal and fierce, appeared to Norton merely as a child's play. Chapter 45. The Dragon's Blood Experiment. The following morning, Norton felt adrift during this lengthy 3-day respite. The power coursing through him, derived from dragon blood, continued to build, surging like a dormant volcano, yet it remained separated by an impenetrable invisible barrier, rendering it difficult to harness at will. Norton realized he needed to absorb more dragon bone to aid in breaking through that barrier. In truth, he harbored a profound curiosity regarding the authority bestowed upon him by the system. It is widely acknowledged that the strength of hybrids is rooted in their bloodline. Norton wondered what would transpire if the people of Westeros were to obtain his blood. Would they transform into new hybrids or devolve into mere reanimated corpses? The answer often lies in experimentation. Norton required a subject to accomplish this, yet an intrinsic moral line prevented him from abducting an innocent passerby. The identity of the target must be suitably aligned with that of a dying soul, one that is inconsequential, whose disappearance would elicit no inquiries. Thus, he thought of Tyrion. In a secluded library deep within the Red Keep, a seemingly jaded dwarf, equipped with ample resources and dubious methods, harbors an intense curiosity for the unconventional. "My Lord Snow," Tyrion greeted casually, as if they were mere chance acquaintances. "It appears that the glory of the champion has not granted you restful slumber. What do you seek? A finer wine, or perhaps more thrilling insights into the chaos of battle?" Norton, eschewing pleasantries, fixed his gaze upon Tyrion's astute eyes and spoke in a hushed tone. "I require a dying man, one whose disappearance would elicit no concern, nor any inquiries." Tyrion's playful demeanor momentarily faltered, his sardonic smile fading to reveal a sharp scrutiny. He refrained from immediately questioning the motive, instead appraising Norton as if reassessing the individual before him. "An inconsequential person?" Tyrion echoed Norton's words, his tone devoid of emotion. "This is not a request one would expect from a knight of the North. It resembles more a command from my dear father." "This is not a command. It is a request. I shall pay the appropriate price for it," Norton replied, his voice unwavering, fully aware of Tyrion's ability to procure individuals with ease. Tyrion fell into a brief silence, gently tapping his fingers against the bottle. "Are you not inclined to divulge the reason? Knowing too much may not serve you well. Yet in due course, you shall learn," Norton responded enigmatically. Intriguing, Tyrion suddenly laughed, a hint of self-mockery and profound curiosity evident in his expression. "Extremely intriguing. The scion of House Stark, champion of the joust, clandestinely seeking a dying man in King's Landing. I must admit, you are far more complex than I had anticipated, Snow." He took a small step forward, looking up at Norton. "What might I gain from this? Aside from the satisfaction of my damnable curiosity? A favor. A favor from a future warrior of King's Landing," Norton replied calmly. "Huh. A favor that may soon prove quite valuable," Tyrion mused, stroking his chin as he weighed his options. Ultimately, his curiosity regarding the enigma surrounding Norton eclipsed all caution. "Very well. Such individuals vanish daily in the flea-ridden alleys. Grant me a moment. I shall arrange for him to be delivered to a quiet place. After that, the matter shall concern you no more. I shall have never heard this request. That suffices." Later that night, an unmarked, sealed carriage silently delivered a barely breathing man to the secluded stone house rented by Norton. The man was gaunt, with a grievous, festering wound on his chest, evidently extracted from some underground dungeon or the darkest recesses of a slum, his consciousness already fading. Tyrion honored his promise, refraining from further inquiries and leaving no trace behind. Norton laid the man upon the cold stone floor of the house. The man lay on rough rags, his breaths weak and rasping, his complexion a deathly pallor, and the bandages soaked through with pus and blood. As Norton's figure obscured the candlelight, the man's murky eyes appeared to strain to focus, miraculously bursting forth with a flicker of intense, final longing for life, fixating directly upon Norton. However, Norton averted his gaze. At this moment, his concern lay not with redemption, but with the experiment. He approached the man, unsheathed a dagger, and without hesitation, made a deliberate incision in his own palm. A stream of blood, glistening with a faint dark golden hue and far thicker than that of an ordinary person, flowed forth. He clenched his fist, allowing droplets of blood to trickle into the man's cracked, pallid lips. After completing this act, Norton stepped aside, transforming into a calm observer, his keen eyes capturing any potential change. Alas, the man remained unchanged, still appearing on the brink of death, aside from the decay emanating from the wound, which seemed to be momentarily masked by a peculiar, faint metallic scent. The man's condition showed no sign of improvement, lingering at the edge of mortality. Am I overthinking this? Or have the rules of the world shifted? Norton murmured to himself. The anticipated transformation failed to materialize, leaving him with a sense of surprise and disappointment. Perhaps the dosage was insufficient? Or maybe a longer reaction time was required. Norton was not inclined to wait indefinitely. He had sensed a connection between the metallic artifacts and himself during the spear competition. He too needed time to assimilate this sensation. After confirming the man's complete lack of mobility, Norton meticulously inspected the stone chamber. The windows had long been sealed, and the only entrance was barred from the outside with a heavy iron lock. Even a healthy adult would struggle to break through, let alone a gravely injured man on the cusp of death. Norton cast one last glance at the still unconscious man, extinguished the candle, and turned to leave. The heavy iron lock clicked shut, isolating the stone chamber from the outside world. In the darkness, time flowed slowly. After an indeterminate period, the man, who ought to have been quietly awaiting death, suddenly experienced a slight convulsion. The once fatal wound on his chest, which had been rotting, seemed to be activated by an invisible force, its muscle fibers slowly, yet undeniably, moving and contracting at an extraordinary pace. Beneath his skin, the delicate blood vessels flickered in the darkness, revealing an almost imperceptible, molten dark golden-red hue. A faint sound, entirely unlike that of a human, struggled to escape from the depths of his throat.